Just 2 more rows and I'm good to go. Yeah, I'm shutting this tractor down. Give me a half an hour for a shave and a shower, and I'll be outside your house. Might have a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown tonight. Might have a little mud on my wheels, but they gonna shine with you up inside. Gonna hit the club, gonna cut a rug, burn it up like neon lights. Might have a little dirt on my boots, but we're gonna dance the dust right off them tonight. Hard as I worked all day, I'm gonna work harder loving on you. Spin you all over that dance floor, right out of them high heel shoes. And when you're ready to quit, baby, we can slip right out of that barroom door. And when I take you home, don't worry, babe, I'm gonna kick them off on the porch. Might have a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown tonight. Might have a little mud on my wheels, but they gonna shine with you up inside. Gonna hit the club, gonna cut a rug, burn it up like neon lights. Might have a little dirt on my boots, but we're gonna dance the dust right off them tonight. Got a little dirt on my boots. Dirty dancing, blue collar romancing. I can get cleaned up if you ask me, but I can only get so fancy. Got a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown tonight. Might have a little mud on my wheels, but they gonna shine with you up inside. Gonna hit the club, gonna cut a rug, burn it up like neon lights. Might have a little dirt on my boots, but we're gonna dance the dust right off them tonight. Got a little dirt on my boots. Got a little dirt on my boots. Got a little dirt on my boots. Yeah, I was just hanging out, some little West Coast town. Found a bar out by the sand, so I made my way in. First thing that caught my eye, like nothing I ever seen. Sunburned auburn hair, a California dream. Yeah, she was shaking them hips to some old Motown song. I couldn't say a thing, so I sang along. She was a heartache on the dance floor. Where she at tonight? Where
got a job to do.
So I'm right here, right now, humming this little song. If I could say a thing, I'd want you to know you were a heartache on the dance floor. Heartache on the dance floor. Yeah, you're moving through my mind. Moving through my mind. Oh, I got to know your name. I gotta see you again. And if you're listening, 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 where you at? Where you at? Where you at tonight? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at tonight, girl? I'm hanging around this little town. Yeah, looking for you. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at tonight? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at tonight? Whoa, whoa, whoa.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our cloudlands when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding.
said it drowns a memory. Oh, but it ain't doing jack. Yeah, I've been sipping, I've been buzzing, shooting doubles like it's nothing, all but nothing makes you go away. I need something you prove, something stronger than I'm used to. Yeah, I've been pulling 92 hard to feel like nothing's gonna cut it, that's the hard truth. Yeah, I need something you prove. Oh, I need something you prove. Put 'em up till they shutting them down, yeah. You never ain't out around, yeah. Don't matter what time, what town, I can't get you gone. Turn the bar, yeah, upside down. Just looking for something that does it. I give 'em all my money, ain't nobody selling nothing. You prove something stronger than I'm used to. Yeah, I've been pulling 92 hard to feel like nothing's gonna cut it, that's the hard truth. Yeah, I need something you prove. Oh, I need something you prove. Yeah, I've been mixing liquors trying to get you gone. Oh, but I must be doing something wrong. 'Cause I've been working hard to fade your memory, baby, but the only thing faded is me. I need something you prove, something stronger than I'm used to. Yeah, I've been pulling 92 hard to feel like nothing's gonna cut it, that's a hard truth. I need something you prove. Oh, I need something you prove. What's going on, mama? Something just dawned on me. I ain't been home in some months. Been chasing songs and women, making some bad decisions. God knows I'm drinking too much. Yeah, I know you've been worrying about me. You've been losing sleep since '93. I thought you should know that all those prayers you thought you wasted on me must have finally made their way on through. I thought you should know I got me a new girl down there in Jefferson City, and she lets me fish whenever I want to. Yeah, I'm still proud of where I came from. Still the only damn son. Can you believe I'm on the radio? Just thought you should know. Thought you should know. Thought you should know. Oh, by the way, mama, didn't mean to ramble on you. How's everything back at home? Yeah, how's that garden coming? Is that still doing dumb shit? And how'd he keep you this long? Yeah, I'm sorry that I called you so late. I just miss you, but anyways.
Muted, nice. Yo, what's good, chat? How y'all doing? How y'all feeling? You know what, man? Just because, like, look, so we use this playlist, right? But, like, we still got some of the songs still on there. Like, all of these were non-copyright, and I still got the thing on YouTube. I feel like I just can't win. I feel like I have to just play whatever the fuck I want, man. Like, I don't know, I just can't win. But yeah, what's good, child? How you doing? How you feeling? All is well on your side of the world? You guys have a decent weekend, man. you haven't already, check out the socials. I am live on YouTube as well if you're watching from the Twitch side, and if you are watching from the YouTube side, streaming on Twitch. So y'all wanna pop in, show some love, all that good shit. I appreciate y'all, man. And lastly but not least, we are partnered by Wham! W boy. We're trying out the blue raspberry big energy tears flavor. I might order some more this weekend. But it's pretty good, man. The only funny thing about it is, right? It's a blue raspberry flavor. Look at the color of the liquid. Ain't that crazy? I love that, man. I love when it shit's like that, right? It tastes completely like different than what you thought it would. Like, everybody look like. So sick. But yeah, as usual, you already know. We're gonna grind some Battlefield today. I won't be off for that long though because we gotta hit the grocery store. And I'm actually gonna rearrange my room. I'm gonna clean it up a bit, throw some things out that need to be thrown out, like, you know, things we don't use anymore. Maybe, you know, put some clothes up for charity, clothes that we don't wear anymore. And I'll probably move my bed, dresser, stuff like that, desk. Just get a nice little vacuum, open the windows, you know, let air out, all that good stuff. Fresh sheets, everything, man, the whole shebang, bro. I'm gonna go the whole 9 yards. And obviously, by the time I finish all that, who knows what time it's gonna be. So, that's why I wanted to stream a little bit beforehand. If I did just start that today, like I said, who knows what time would have been done. And plus tomorrow, you know, tomorrow's Mother's Day here, so I won't be streaming at all tomorrow. I mean, I could stream in the morning again as well, because I'm not gonna start cooking or anything, so like middle of the day. But yeah, I'll probably do that. I'll probably do a little stream today, a little stream tomorrow. Damn, it sucks though, man. I remember we used to do long ass streams, yo. Y'all remember that, chat? We used to be in this thing 10, 12 hours plus, brother. Let me tell you. Maybe that's the way she goes, huh? Sometimes she goes, sometimes she fucking doesn't. But still, man. The good thing about it is, at the end of the day, time that's being spent away from stream is not being wasted. It's going towards something really fucking good. So all God is here today, finding room to breathe. Go on, be on your way and see. And the sounds of someday may be home. And the sounds of someday may be home. See the cracking, y'all. Let's go, y'all. Let's go. Even the fires on the road, trying to get away. All the stars seem on a roll, out of control today. Yeah. Wait, let me change this category. Hold on. The sound of someday maybe home, and though the sound of someday maybe home. I can't hit that last note he's gonna hit. I can't do it, bro. The last one he's about to hit. Yeah, I can't hit that one, man. I can't. He clutched that one, though. He clutched that song, bitch. I tell you. Excuse me. God, let me change this real quick. Well, there you go. You guys had a little bit of singing there in the beginning. That's why it's always important to join people's streams early, right? You never know what you'll get. Should we snipe today? I don't know. Let's fuck around with snipe a little bit. Oh, he's getting pieced up. Oh, you slippery shit. Okay, yeah, we're definitely not sniping anymore. But I guess the Irish though. I'm gonna change your spit. I'm gonna go. This with this. I mean, it's funny because like you don't really see your person in the game, but you see him in the lobby, you see him when you're making your class, you see him at the end of the game.
Here we go. Setting up some cover.
Because they do try to sneak. And even if they did try to land here, they'll still be at an even greater disadvantage. Hit them with the ha!
Distributing meds.
I just don't like this. When like everybody's just huddled up in one spot. I always feel like somebody's gonna be that guy who gets that lucky nade. Or that lucky explosive, yeah. And he just takes everybody out. And I don't want to be there when it happens. I do not. You know what I mean? So weirdly enough, my brain has always thought that way. No matter what game I've played. Call of Duty, Battlefield, Battle Royale game. It does not matter. I hope my trophies are still in there. Cause that shit sounds hectic over there. Yeah, I got you, hold on. Ooh, hey man, that boy. Let me tell you. Oh, pause. Yeah, I got heals back there if you need it. You got him, you got him. Oh, damn, we got finesse, y'all. Yeah, this is around the EDM thing right now. Let me just... Let's check out the new stuff. That's probably come out today. Or this month. These couple weeks. We'll listen to the drops. I mean, that's all they really are, just previews, so. Oh, actually, you know what we can. They still do the dailies and the weeklies on here. Let me see. Ah, yes they do. Okay. Bet. Alright. So yeah, you guys are about if you're not into this kind of music, then yeah, you probably won't care, but basically what SoundCloud does is they just, based off what you've always listened to, they put like daily tracks of like new tracks that have come out either from the artists you listen to or similar ones. So it'll be whatever they dropped within like the past like few weeks, past a month maybe. You know what I mean? So the weekly's more of the month type thing. So that's why I like listening to it. Hey. Hey. Oh my god, yo. I got you, boss man. Don't even worry about it. Oh, we're about to get sniped. Yo, run. He's sniping. Watch out. Yeah. Yeah, man. Oh, shit. Alright, no. It's all good. Don't even worry about it. Now, watch out. He's watching me. He's watching. Don't worry about it. Nah, he's watching me. I'm about to fuck his ass up, though. What? Wasn't it? I got him a little bit higher. Oh, no way. There it is. Money, baby. Told you we got him though. That's all I wanted to do. Nah, it's all good. I just wanted to snipe that one guy. I'm gonna go back to medic. Oh, damn, it lit us up. Hey, we got revived. Hey, we got revived. Hey, appreciate you, man.
Take some first aid!
That ranger should not be fighting that hard.
Take some med supplies! Deploying defenses!
I was about to say I hear him somewhere.
Hey! Patch yourself up! I can move! Reloading!
You get him? Oh, you're nasty with him, boy. Nice. There might be one aiming at me though. Somebody already made a flip of the Euphoria song. That's funny. Boom, 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 boom. Actually, I'm gonna go with you, Smiles. Oh, what the hell? Okay, there you go. I was confused.
Our forces couldn't hold Bravo 2.
What you mean it's us now? What you mean? I own it. Should be all green, baby.
Russians are now.
Oh, fuck me. Squad pushing in those middle stairs.
Danger here! Danger sighted!
Oh, damn, he finessed me too, yo. Someone remind me to put my gadgets down, please. Cause I'm so used to playing Falc, where just healing people. I forget I got trophy systems. These things are OP as a bitch too. Alright, maybe I put a little bit too far. You want me to move a little bit closer? Here, I got you. There you go. Oops, yeah, that's better. Better? Yeah, better. I'm still learning. I haven't played Old Boy in like 20 years. Oh! Oh, we're destroying the shit out of those projectiles, though. I don't want to die yet, because I don't know if that means they'll stop working. Oh, shit. Damn, never mind. Oh, nah, nice.
We just lost Bravo 1.
I ain't about to pay for no. What is it called? SoundCloud Go Plus something more. Yeah, vehicle's tripping. I don't know. Yeah, we might have got. That thing is lighting people up. Oh my god. Gotta pick up my child though. Sir Base the third. Run, my child. I cannot go home. Don't know what your mother would say if told you were dead, man. It's okay, I'm here for you, child. There's okay, okay. I ain't teach you that one. Yeah, I'll keep his tank for him. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say I'll keep his tank for him till he comes back.
Located hostile tank, 200 meters.
I can barely hear it though. Okay. You know what, Chad? Don't worry about that one.
Tear this down, fuckers! Cover going up!
I'll save ya.
1 second, I got you! Just keep that up. Reloading ammo! Put together, stay in touch.
Jesus sits, yeah.
Putting down defenses!
Rally on the objectives. The Russians are moving in quickly.
Gotta keep that pace!
I see your ping, but I don't see where you're pinging. I promise you. I'm with you though. I'm with you. Get up, 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 get up.
I'm reloading. What about it?
Oh, never mind. I would have had you though. I mean, I would have tried at least. Yo, that shit bounced off her head. That was funny. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I might have paid man in this right. You ready? Yes.
Grenade for him. Take the first aid. Tear this down, fuckers.
Jesus, tits, okay. The thing is, if we move to C2, they'll probably take this. Which is pretty fucked. If you think about it.
Fortifying position.
The enemy has taken objective Charlie 2.
Reloading ammo.
Wait, is it because it's almost broken? Oh yeah, I can't help with that. I mean, it looks like no one else wants to get out of here, bro. That's the thing, though. If we get out of C1, they got it. That's the scary part. I mean, we'll take C2, yeah, but... it'd just be fucked, man. Like, I'm gonna try to get out of it. How the hell do I get out of that?
We need you.
Without dying.
Do or die time.
I'm wrong. Oh, damn. Yeah, I think that's the only way.
We're hurting this group. Enemy forces are at half strength. The hostiles are all over us.
Okay. Y'all don't look too good. I keep trying to go to C2, man, but it's funny, like, we're not letting them get into this one, but they're not letting us get to that one either. I mean, that's fine and all, but at the end of the day, they lose because they run out of tickets. But
Look at me.
I wonder if he got him.
You got it still.
Nice, I'm out. Oh, I got a vehicle over there. Oh, that is the actual vehicle tank that hates people and it's gonna kill me. Oh my god. I hope chat's having a good weekend, man. If you guys have a decent Saturday, wherever you're at in the world, whatever it is you're up to. Appreciate y'all, man. Wow. How dare. Oh, look, that's still my trophy. Nice. I really want to try and save you, boss. I got heals over there on the left if you need them. Yeah. Oh, the trophy card. That was a slow ass catch though. What the fuck was that? I threw it like rolled a little bit and then it got
Gotta keep that pace. I got you.
I mean, there's nothing else I can really do, chat.
Come on, bring it.
Jesus, tits. I almost have one more in a bit. At like 5 seconds. Holy shit.
Just keep that up.
Just trying to get lucky. Oh shit. Yeah, the crazy thing about it is, oh what? I was about to say I actually have you. Never mind.
Defense is going up.
Bro, that shit's going crazy. I was about to say the trophy system sleep. Oh, there you both of us? Damn. Well, I mean, I had my thing out. That was my fault. I was trying to put like a thing down there. I want to see if it'll help him out. Oh. That boy is mounted back there, yo. He's chilling. Oh, wait, what? Oh. That was swift. Did the trophy snatch it off of me? No. I don't think that's how it works. I saw it stick me. Oh, I saw the thing right on me, yo. That's crazy. I don't know. That's wild, though. That's what happened. I need to go down to C2, man. This is crazy. I'm out. I took that guy with me. Alright, what was this? Is this the daily? Yeah. Alright, let's go to the weekly now. I hope I'm on the right category. Damn. Should be.
You got skills. Use them.
There it is. Social realm. He had almost 200 assists. He's doing this thing, man. I haven't seen the progress we made in it for a while. What? We're almost at 1,000 already? Yo, we're about to get massive for this maybe today. I don't know. I mean, we just gotta stay medic pretty much all day, which we have no issue with at all. We won't play him though. His boring ass. Shout out to the Angel players though. But that man is boring. I'm sorry. So yeah, I'll show you the difference between them. So yeah, when he revives you, he gives you primary and secondary. But when he revives you, he replenishes your gadget ammo. So, which I guess helps some people and others not really. I mean, everyone does have a gadget, but like, do they actually have gadget ammo? Like, trying to think. Like for example, Pike, she just has like a scanner. So like, does it just refill her scanner? Same thing with Rao. Rao has like a Buzz Lightyear little arm thing, right? So does it just refill that? Cause I don't think it technically has the ammo. You know what I mean? So same thing with Dozer. Dozer has a shield. I don't know how that works. But like at the end of the day, he makes up for it because he has a barricade in the trophy system. So like, come on now, that's clutch as hell. That's like almost a must in this game. Trophy system. I mean, he's cool though. Don't get me wrong. I fuck with him, but he's just boring, man. He's the ammo guy. He's the ammo guy. That's what he is. He's the ammo guy. The only reason I was using them two is because I'm trying to get mastery for this crate. But if I use Falk, I'm gonna be, my brain just gonna make me use the healing pistol rather than the box. I'll never get it done. As opposed to these two, I'll have to use it because that's the only way I heal. So like, I might go with him though for a little bit. Fuck it. Yeah, don't worry, man. No, we'll use a boring guy. I'll use him. It's the best skin we have for him though. And this is the Christmas one, I think. Yeah. He's the boring guy. If you want to play Stadium 1 game, just for the people that haven't seen the map, we'll play it on Rush. Actually, mistake. Yes, mistake. We'll play it on Breakthrough. Because on Rush, there's a greater chance we won't get anywhere.
We must take the oversection.
I gotta switch my nades though. Oh, it's not real people. And for those who really don't know, this is basically the other part of Hourglass, which is another map in this game, which is like literally right over that hill. Which is literally all it is.
Threats neutralized! Med supplies! Use them! Here, use it! Got an idea!
Oh, that Crawford is going crazy. I don't think I can pay in money, but I could probably do this.
Throw grenade!
I got no one. That's not a person. God damn it.
Here, first aid!
Damn, we really have no one on our team? That's crazy.
This will help!
Please don't bounce off. Please don't bounce off. Nice. I mean, I ain't get nobody, bro. They said, no. Let's say at least it didn't bounce off the thing right there. Come right back at us. See, that's the thing I was talking about. That lucky explosive. Probably got like 5 of us. Thank you, thank you.
Pencil up!
Oh, I saw him too late. Damn. Please prone revive. Don't get blasted too, brother. Don't be stupid like me. Whoa, what's this lag? What the f? It was like choppy for a little bit. What's going on? Hoi! Oh, he had armor? What the fuck?
Don't die on me! Bad one!
Oh, he didn't see him. No, don't get shot by. No. No one sees him. This fathead with his turret doesn't see him either. He got shot too. Oh man, Boris players are funny, bro. It's a little bit choppy though for some reason. That was weird. I think we're good though. I don't know.
60 meters from my position.
Yes. Hello? Thank you. Appreciate you.
Yes, thank you!
Oh my god, what is going on here?
Usually it's you saving me, Sundance.
Oh, that was cool. I like that. Usually it was you saving me, Sundance. Oh. Nah, I'm not gonna set someone up like that. I'm gonna change my name though. Gonna need hella concealment. I'm not gonna push to the front though. The middle is just not. No. I'm gonna go from the left to the right. One of them.
Grenade deployed! Take to the med kit!
Oh my god, behind us. I got heals in a little bit. There you go. Yeah, why is everyone just dropping right now? That's what I'm saying. Don't push to that middle side, man. This is not it.
We are initiating an attack on Charlie 1.
Focus, focus, up! Deploy grenade! Got this! Grenade, get down! Got one!
Nice. Ooh, what kind of angle is that? Watch out. Please don't get blasted too. Nice. Prone that. That's what I'm talking about. That's how you revive, man. Oh, he's right. Oh, damn. At least he found him, though. Every shot spawn on you, help me kill him. Help me kill him. Oh, what? What happened to my nade? Did it go up his prison wallet? What the hell? The nade behind them, I don't know if it just all up in there like a Dyson. I don't know, bruh.
Make your comeback. Prove yourself. Make some light. Use them. Here, use it.
Oh, barricade, piece of shit. Oh, damn. God damn. She got lit the fuck up.
Back on Charlie 1 initiated by our troops.
This should help.
Come on, baby. We got the numbers. Come on. That's us, baby. We gotta watch this left side, though.
Agent here.
I'm trying to tell you, Irish. I watched the 6, but
We're almost through their last defenses.
must.
Doing their best to make this on.
Nice. Thank you.
Meditate.
Yeah, that time it was unlucky, yo. Got the fucking goat medic out here. That boy don't know what to do.
1 second. I got you.
That boy arrives off a reflex, you hear me? Oh shit. You better get you though. Oh, damn. You are crazy. But I can't believe you actually got me. Yeah, I'm hip. I'm hip. Oh, damn. I had to reload chat. 19 bullets wasn't gonna cut it.
Make some light for you. Grenade out. Just hold on. Supplies. Here, first aid.
Alright, I'm gonna go out there, man.
Keep going. The hostiles are in the domain.
Okay, that was a bad idea. That one guy isn't alive. Wait, he is. I think that's him. He might save us. Yeah, he is right there. Oh, he died. Damn. I was saying, if it was that Ruza guy, whatever his name is, he's solid with it. But it's alright.
Keep it up and we can take the final sectors.
Don't get frustrated. Grenade.
Oh shit. I was actually terrified in this moment. I was like, I don't know if I should like. Nah, don't do it. Oh my god, he's gonna do it because he's just. There's no way he does it. There's no way. He's built different if he does. I got him right, Dad.
Focus! Fight! We can solve this! Excellent! Right down! Grenade out!
I got a prone right into her ass. Jesus tits, what happened to you guys?
Give your help!
Please shoot back, please shoot back. Oh! See, I like fighting here. This will make the map fun. But it's just unfortunate this is the last, you know, sector of the map. Oh, what happened to my nade? What?
This might hurt! Threat located!
We don't need all that nonsense. I'm gonna try to push up though. Oh, he's right there. Nice.
We can do this better! Reloading!
Oh, he's to the left. Wait. That boy looks like he's a team player. He might revive us. Oh. You know that boy is a team player. You know it.
Grateful!
You saw it in his bones. But that's not the same.
Wonderful! Grenade out! They are defeated!
I could throw more. I would say there's not enough.
Have attack!
Fuck. I was trying to take down that one guy. That Rambo looking fucker came and killed me.
Take to the medkit!
You try to pay Manning me, yo. Interesting.
Focus! Fight! We can solve this!
Oh, I thought I could climb on the wall, yo. Dang, he finessed us, yo.
Their defenses are crumbling. We'll win this soon.
will help you. Can you hear me? All right. Marking contact.
Oh, I was reloading. Oh, you came behind us anyway. What the hell? Dang, guys, 40 is crazy. I'm not playing that well, I ain't gonna lie. But yeah, 15 tickets left to get this place. I don't know if it's gonna happen.
Getting back. Take this.
We're crushing the enemy's base.
Let your son back. Prove yourself.
Their defenses are too strong. All troops evacuate.
Be that stadium for y'all. I just feel so useless with fucking Angel, man. Like, yeah, I saw how that I feel so. He's just so boring, man. I just have more fun playing the other two.
Lock in, load up. Let's move.
He said lock in. We do gotta lock in. Hey. Anyways, let's go back to oh boy Irish. Everybody look clean though. Everybody rock this one. It's not even fair. I think after we do this one, I'm probably gonna go back to the G36 or G46, or whatever you wanna call it. You Sundance again, oh girl. Yes, sir. Always clean, always looking right. You know we keep our main ops fresh. You know what it is, chat. You know what it is. I make our Falc. Falc got everything you need, you hear me? She got crazy eyes. Oh, I love crazy eyes. That's when you know she's out for blood, bro. That's the high kill meta game right there. But yeah, we'll go back to Irish though. Actually, hold on. Let me check something real quick. Okay. Hold on. Should I do this though? Send it to this email. Oh, okay, it was this email. Okay. Hold on.
Shopify helps you sell at every stage of your business. Like that, let's put it online and see what happens stage.
And the site is live.
That we opened a store and need a fast checkout stage.
Thanks. You're all set.
That count it up and ship it around the globe stage.
This one's going to Thailand.
And that, wait, did we just hit 1 million orders stage? Whatever your stage, businesses that grow with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 a month trial at shopify.com/SoundCloud.
Unlike Aldi, other stores are working overtime to make Memorial Day cookouts impossible to afford. But you didn't hand-stitch the words Grill Daddy into an apron just to hang it in the closet. You didn't curate the perfect yacht rock playlist to only play it on indoor speakers. And you didn't hunt for the perfect grill just to use your stove. So say bye-bye to overpriced supermarkets and hello to that cookout. Because Aldi has unbeatable prices on barbecue favorites. Cookout classics, incredible prices. It's an Aldi thing.
Oy. Yeah, hopefully it's been shooting y'all well with some good songs, huh? Alright, what's this about? Oh, is this like the new Mega Mix thing? Oh. Nah, that's better. What are we defending? We got the main medic though, chat. It was some DZ in the master today.
Hold your ground and fall back to the next sector is your overrun. Take the point.
Defense is up!
Jesus, that's... Oh, okay. Oh, he's going crazy in the overgraph. Watch out. Oh yeah, I said he's going crazy in the overgraph, Oh. Oh. I just want to hear that one part. I like the beginning part. It's cool. Oh my goodness.
Here! Med supplies! Tango down!
Oh, we got locked in, chat. Hold on. Come on, right here. Give me a second.
Reloading!
Actually, no. Oh, thank you. Oh. Yeah, I was just unlucky, bro. They might have gotten that one. Alright, fathead. This is why. That's why we don't like Boris, man. He's just bad every time, no matter what we do. Oh, nice. Oh, that's you. It didn't have a color on there. Run, run, run. Hoi. I got you, boss. Don't even worry about it. I hit him a little bit. Tagged him up. Oh. Oh my god, look at all those people on the heels.
Take what you need! I'm on it!
Oh, watch out, watch out, watch out. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Alright, Boris. I'll take back what I said earlier.
Putting down defenses!
I did not mean to do that. Does he actually know where we're at? Nice. It's all good. I ain't worried about it.
We've lost control of the objective.
Okay, we're not messing with the vehicle though. They got a big Bertha chilling right there too. Alright, that's all good.
Red supplies! Use them!
Fall back. About the new defense. Have to hold this sector. Nowhere else to fall back.
It's a nice little beat.
Putting up defenses!
Okay.
Paratroopers
Wait, does that go up here or does it go way up?
Enemy soldier marked. 170 meters away.
We couldn't maintain control of Charlie 2.
Danger! Near me!
Charlie 2 has been seized by the enemy.
I would have had you, Chief.
All remaining defenses.
Oh, I'm out of there. I'm out of there.
Supplies on the ground. Here. Remaining defenses.
What I would love to do is, I would love to like one day do that, right? You saw how we like got in and got out. I want to like, excuse me, put C4 like on the top, and then send it down. The only thing is we wouldn't really know if someone's in there unless they get in it. So I mean, we just have to wait for that. But stop some like Home Alone shit. Home Alone.
Hey! Catch yourself up! Setting up!
I don't think I can get C4 with Irish so anymore. You used to be able to.
The Russians are moving in quickly.
Yeah.
Ace!
I'll probably do it with like Sundance or somebody. Oh, VMP missed. That would have been perfect. I think it might have been enough to kill it. Yeah, I want to hear that one beat again. That was a nice little beat, man.
Charlie 2 has fallen to the hostile. In the sight. They put up a good fight. Better than we planned for.
Say I had to earn the truth. I told him, hold up, I ain't finished. Come here, up and had gave him the proof. That umbrella had gave him the business. I was coast till I figured out. They been speaking on me for a while. Taking off, ain't no slowing me.
I mean, we're from. I think this is Rocker Man. I think this is Rocker Man. Cause he always uses what's his name in the samples. He uses like the Trump voice in his samples. Or in his like his what's that thing called? I don't say it's plug because I mean his song, but like you know when they have his like the person who produces the beat. I don't know what that shit's called. Man. But yeah, I think this is Rocket Man. Ooh, we haven't played this map in a while, yo. Okay. Does that mean there's a chance to get Haven today? Maybe. You never know. You never know. You never know. Never know.
A warm, compassionate stranger.
Ooh, this one came in here. Nice. Here's a good one. You know, why is it choppy sometimes though? Like, you see that, right? Why is it? Oh, no. Let me see if I can hear you. Stay alive, stay alive. Let's see if I can spawn you. There you go, my boy. Red team, cause I didn't do shit. I was about to say everyone was just stepping on him. That bro got no squad to make nothing. Pick him up, nobody. Oh, okay, I was about to push too. We're definitely not pushing that side. I was about to say. I wonder, let's see what's like. Awesome rush down. Okay. Yes. But I wonder why it's like choppy. Oh, wait, why is it this resolution? What the hell? Hold on, give me a second, chat. Why was it that resolution? What the hell? Okay, that's better. I mean, do I have to restart? Man, I might have to. I don't know. The one time I don't put concealment on this house.
Look at me! Look at me!
Oh, you got away. Okay. Okay. Oh, I was trying to keep it going. I was like, let me heal, bro. Keep dropping these fools, you know what I mean? Go. Oh. They're moving, boy. I wanted to revive him, but I don't know what the situation was over there. So. Definitely wasn't it, though. Oh, this song just came on, the other one now. Doo-doo. Oh, interesting. So, oh my God, he boxed him. He actually boxed him. There's no way. No, you're crazy. I love you though. Yeah, I know I'm hip. Damn. I was hoping he didn't actually do that. I was hoping he saw him first. Shout out to you though. Appreciate you though, man. Oh, fun. You're not playing too well, right? You're supposed to be your mastery, man. We need to pop off, yo. Okay, right. Are you sure, man? They're spraying that, huh? I gotcha. I thought he was gonna revive us. Nah, that's too crazy for that, bro. You're still alive. I'll spawn on you. Oh, nice. He ran into the fire. I mean, sure. I don't know what I'm to do. I might have to pick a different side to push. Legit. I'm gonna. Did anyone try the left yet? I'll try the left at least. Oh my god, we can't believe we tanked that, yeah. That's crazy. Damn. Yeah, that left side seems to be working. We keep this, maybe they can push that. We got like a little push from both sides type of thing, you know what I mean?
Keep breathing! I'll get you up! Let me help you!
Oh, back away! I don't know. I'm gonna try the other one. Oh yeah, here we go, here we go. I'm going. Fuck that. Alright. Oh shit.
The sector still remains in Russian hands. Their defenses are holding our troops back.
Oh no. Oh, you guys are crazy. I love it. There you go. That's what I'm talking about, baby. I don't know how you guys got in there, but we need to do that again. That's crazy. Oh, what the hell? What the fuck? Ah, damn. Oh, he was right there too. Yo, he's rising. You can get him. You can get him. You can get him. Or like hard right as soon as he come out this door. Damn. Never mind. Shit, chat, I don't think we won one game today yet. Either we won a rush game, we ain't win a fucking breakthrough game. God damn. Double stack taco. Want leaky shits for the rest of the evening? Get some Taco Bell. What's that one mix? I don't remember what it was called. Sonar, I haven't heard Sonar in a while. No. Oh, just realized what map it was. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one, chat. I don't know. Let's see where we're at with the weapon progress. See, I do want to go rush XL. I want to see. There's a better chance to get like a better lobby or like a full lobby. I mean. Not Stadium Rush. We'll probably go this one. I mean, we'll try one. We'll keep one. See how it works. If there's too many AI, we'll just leave. So, you know, let's fuck all that. We left the other one to avoid this map. Somehow we still got it. That's just beautiful, isn't it? Okay, that's not bad. Definitely a lot more people.
Grenade out! Grenade out!
Oh my god, you scared me. I thought you'd been in a... As much as I don't. I mean, they don't see us. Oh, fuck, he's above. I barely finished the sentence. I was like, oh, they don't see us. Yeah, I don't really care much for that song. Yeah, we're done with SoundCloud. Go. Guess this. Now. Back to the roots. The old roots. Jazz and Battlefield, man.
It's fucking bad!
The enemy has armed an explosive.
Grenade bomb! Grenade out!
Oh, somebody got you, nice.
Cover going up! Here we go!
Alpha objective has been destroyed by the enemy.
Oh, my trophy system fell asleep. They got above too. I can't really see them. Yeah, I've been so many like hit markers on people. I don't see motherfuckers. Oh shit, I would survive. I have no idea. That's weird though. This is a drum, but it leaves us with less ammo. 50. You might have to put this hell on here. We just might need it, brother. We just might fucking need it.
Let's do this!
I was about to say that boy is a lit tip, man. There's somebody.
Need to reload! I need a second here!
Like, can someone die, please? Like, how many bullets y'all gonna eat, bro? This is crazy. Jesus, tits. I got ammo.
Need to reload!
That Crawford is gooped. Oh, shit. Oh, nice. Okay, never mind. Not nice. Not nice. Not nice. No, no. I think they're pushing up BT. Damn. Oh, he was above the whole time. I did not see that guy. I did not see him, child. I promise you. I turned up Peyton Manning with his nades, man. 3, 2, 1. Ha! Oh, I can't climb down. Oh, literally, they landed right at our face. Yo, that's crazy. Yeah, he got it right in our grill. What the hell? So much going on. I don't think he realizes. That's Damn, look how many purple Doritos are in there. It's crazy. You might have got that one. Again, we have not won a game yet today. You have to at least try to win one before we get off. At least try. What time is it in this? Probably be on for like another hour or so. Good too, bro. I need to restock on snacks. So it's good that I'm going to the grocery store.
We got a job to do.
Hey, Mom, last night obviously I ate, but I was like, I need something to munch on. Like, always, I don't know, I always just want to snack on something. A lot of times I usually want something sweet, especially if I had something that's like, I won't say salty, but you know. So I always make cookies and stuff. So I just love having cookies around. In case I want something sweet, just hit that. You know what I'm saying? Probably gonna make some tomorrow though. Take him to work Monday. Sam, she was like, "Yo, why aren't you bring the kid?" I was like, "Yeah, I ain't really get time to make him like that for real." I would, but like it's gonna take time, and I don't have the time. I'm gonna be cooking as well, so like, I was gonna say I want to do the Oreo stuff because I haven't done them in a while, but I mean, I guess I grind it up, mix the shredded one with the I think it was like butter and something else. I forgot how to do it. Yeah, I haven't done it in a while, man. I'm gonna have to look up the recipe. I haven't done it in a while. It was good though, cause they usually come out soft, like soft and chewy, like the other ones do. But it's just Oreo, like a melted Oreo mix thing inside. Not that bougie shit you probably seen on TikTok where they just wrap the dough around the Oreo and then bake it that way. Nah, bro. Nah. Where's the challenge in that? You know what I mean? Plus, I feel like I ain't learned nothing from that. Watch this Peyton Manning throw right here. Look at this. Oh lordy. Oh lordy. Oh, I wasn't even a real person. Never mind. That's a nice little song. I like that. Jesus tits. We're about to get bombarded right here. I was about to say, let me get out that spot, bro. I feel like I couldn't move anywhere. About to pay man in this motherfucker right here. Oh. Oh, what? Oh, chat. Do we even want to talk about it? Do we have to talk about it? You muffed that so bad, that's crazy. There's no excuse, bro. We just muffed it. Plain and simple. Oh, that ain't good.
The enemy is approaching. Hold the line.
Dum, 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 dum. Yeah, through the hills, bro.
I got you!
Yeah, man.
Take what you need!
I mean, if you're waiting, bro, I'll save you.
Squad mate down! It's
Oh, never mind, I'm dead. Scratch that. Yo, he's down here by B. Might plant. Look what that is. Mm-hmm.
The enemy has armed their explosives.
Mm-hmm.
We disabled the enemy's explosives. Enemy forces have set explosive charges.
Jesus tits. Let's go over here. Oh my goodness.
Bravo objective has been destroyed by the enemy.
He just cannot seem to get a good little thing going, man. Like at all.
Red supplies! Use them!
I was about to say I saw purple, bro. I hit somebody. I'm about to pay man in this month. Yeah, there's a lot of AIs though, man. I don't like that. I mean, I guess in this mode it's kind of unavoidable, you know? Need some ammo. Shit. There you go, beautiful. I was about to say, we're just picking up little by little. We can't even get to 50 yet. We're at 39, yeah. There's one that flanked like left, hard left. Like. Oh shit, he's right there. I might be dead. Oh, sick. Damn. He got shattered on. Yeah, I'll switch to breakthrough. Maybe we can get a win there. Don't put my 12 kills up there like I did something. Come on, game. We ain't do a damn thing. We'll get a win though, chat. Before we get off, we will. Promise.
Let's get started.
Can't wait to get to 100. It's gonna be clutch as fuck. Damage repaired vehicles. Okay. Where is Haven? Why haven't we gotten Haven? Ever since it dropped that one like week, we have not seen it ever again. It's crazy. No, don't do this. Boris, fathead. Another fathead, oh my goodness. They're cloning these motherfuckers, yo. Somebody stop me, or somebody take them out. They said my head was fat. I'm getting out of here. It's over that 1,000 mark though. We just gotta have a good, like just a handful of at least decent games. Not like the ones we've been having, those other like few ones. They've been bad. And then once we do that, we can move on. Let's see, 36. Yeah, I think after this, we only have 2 more SMGs, which is the 74U and the PP 2000 or 200, whatever it is. Which, I mean, you can still get the metal for, but they don't have a skin, so we can kind of hold off on that for a bit. Because we did it for the P90, but it's just because the gun is just amazing, so we just had to. Same thing with like when we go down the list for the ARs and we get to the MTAR. It does have a skin, but I'm gonna still get it because that thing is beautiful. I love it, man.
Let's get to it.
The AK is solid too. I like that one. Pretty nice.
The port of Singapore is one of the largest left in the world.
The SCAR is always good. M4 is usually good in this one. I don't think the M4 is in this. M16 I know is. I don't know about the M4 though. Probably is.
Guard your objectives. If we lose this sector, we will pull back to the next.
But I think slowly as time goes on, they'll keep adding more weapons. Whether it's new ones or legacy ones from the older games.
Runway to the marker. Go.
Defend this point.
I read you, folk.
Can someone pick me up?
Enemy helo.
Sorry, I know I asked for that late, but yeah, I don't have shit for that.
Ground troops sighted. Hostile helo.
Objectives have been lost.
Jesus tits. Oh. Saw purple, I thought it was. Oh boy, what the f.
Enemy bird. Ground troops sighted. Hostile bird spotted. Northwest.
Come on!
Attacking Alpha 2.
Need a second here!
Nice. Good timing to follow up, yeah. Jesus tits.
Hostile fire days. Around 70 meters from your position.
I thought that was his boy.
Just hold on! One down!
Hostiles assaulting Alpha 2.
Oh, no way. There you go.
Enemy helo on my marker.
Oh! That was close. Oh shit. Yeah, I caught my thing out.
One of our objectives is under attack. Objective Alpha 1 under available control.
I got you!
Oh, almost had him. There you go. You might be able to get us. Never mind.
Targeting Alpha 1.
Sick. Oh, I actually thought that was a medic. I was like, no way. Oh well. I mean, we waited for a bit. Oh, you shit. Oh, you guys got it on and popping down here. Alright, let me go see if I can help. Oh, shit. Jesus, tits happening here.
I can help you.
I hear another one to our right, I think. Oh. Thank you. From where are we getting blasted from? Oh, he's in the thing. No way, that is cheeky as fuck. That's definitely one of those. I mean, hopefully someone sees him. It's definitely one of those. I feel like we're the only ones that can know where he's at. It's a cheeky little spot. I can't be mad at him.
Got one. Target down. Marking danger. I'm not far. Begin your attack on that objective. I've got one.
Oh, that boy's a legend. Oh, yeah, I always lose against that gun. That thing tears me the fuck up. I hope you guys having a good weekend. Oh my goodness. Is there a beacon over there? What was that? No. Oh.
Bad supplies. Use them.
Marking danger.
Oh, you both somewhere.
Hostile down. Frag. Located. You'll hurt tomorrow.
Ooh, almost. I was gonna say we paying somebody. Oh shit! We're dancing for a second. What the? Oh. I like that. Y'all are sneaky. Okay. Definitely gonna need to control this though.
Enemy neutralized.
No way. Oh my goodness. People were just coming left and right. I was like, what the fuck's going on? Oh, it's crazy. I'll shoot him. No, I'll shoot him. No. Where'd this guy come from? Dang, I gotta shoot him. I'm tempted to switch to just real quick. Don't know if it'll really help us, but the only thing is we get less. We have 30 now, but obviously it's much stronger, so it might make up for it at the end of the day. Oh shit. Oh, you shotgun cunt. That boy sat us down. He really did. Oh, he's behind us.
Pet supplies for you.
Dun, 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 dun.
We have new objectives. Hold this ground and make the Americans pay.
What if I can get on this? I don't know. Yay. Excuse me. Okay, that's our vehicle, never mind. Is he above on the thingamajig? No, it's what the hell? Thank you. Oh, damn. He was watching us the whole time. Hey, that thing is not like you. Oh! I clicked it. My bad. swear I did. I was actually halfway spamming that. I just didn't want to do it too early because then they would have blasted me. I was getting lit up. From where? I don't know. Oh, he's in the boat. Yeah, there's some on that boat on ping. Watch out.
We have been pushed off Bravo 1.
There you go, drop that boy. Oh! This ain't good. As long as Big Bertha don't turn around, I think we'll be alright. Oh! I had to say something, didn't I? Oh man. That's funny, man. I mean, other than that, I don't think we can have pulse and repair. That sucks. Like this one, we definitely need. I think I might fucking repair something for a little bit. But there are times where we're actually getting roadkill and, you know, our shit's really about to blow the fuck up. Oh, that mercy. That motherfucker got me. Oh, good thing you're stomping around. Oh. I always wonder if you throw a frag grenade at it, would it still bounce or would it just blow up on contact? Huh. Oh yeah. Oh shit. No boy, you ain't catching me, I'm out of there. Like Tom Cruise, what you mean? Oh. Okay. And he's gone. Oh, we got a little something right here though. shit. We have enough for one more mag, that's it.
Our troops are number one.
I try to get to you guys. I gotta lift it up. So like, let's see. That's what. Oh, what the hell? See, that's what I mean about letting go too early on the thing. You're just floating there for like a good 4 or 5 seconds. Nothing you can do.
Stay healthy.
They jumped off. Might be one more though. Yeah, there's. Nice. Good follow up, baby. God damn. Yeah, no, hold on. Oh my god, he got caught too.
I've got you. Hold on. Threat neutralized. Tending the wounded.
I don't think that was him, bro. At least we got the guy.
I'm reloading. Friendly down. Be more careful this time. Thank me later.
Hey. What's the situation? I don't know. Get up there. I'm out of there. But I say I can hear him. I think there's another one over there. Somewhere. Been loud as hell.
Here, med supplies.
Damn, double heal. We off the juice. Talks about start tweaking. Oh, never mind. About that.
We are hitting Bravo
1. Oh, no way. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna just wait till after this. Oh. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Sounds like he's still back there too. Oh shit. Alright, I'm gonna let him just let him drive by, let him drive by. That's all good. We don't want no problems, big fella. We don't want no problems. See if I can get on that ship.
Friendlies are securing objective Bravo 1.
Are they still above? Above? Yeah, there's still two of them here. Have to be above on one of these. We know one's up there if he ain't get killed yet.
We've met a better world. Steady, I have got you.
Okay, he's up there on this one too. Yeah. So one up here and then there's one over there. Okay, he fell off. How do we get you? I wonder if this will damage you. Oh, I didn't hit the edge. Fuck. Damn it. I sent that thing to Narnia. I don't know where that went.
I got you. Hostile presence.
Trust.
Located.
He's up there. Trust.
Dosing.
Okay, maybe not. The big bird's going crazy. I'm out of here. Yeah, I do appreciate y'all lurking, vibing with us. Y'all are having a good weekend. Wherever y'all watching from, Twitch or YouTube. I'll probably be on for maybe like maybe two, 3 more games. Just probably a couple more games. And I'll probably leave you guys the audiobooks and I'll just go through my thing. I would say was just in the audiobooks later tonight, but I don't know what time I'll be done with like rearranging the room and stuff, throwing things out, etc., etc. I'm gonna use the bathroom.
Prepare for the next wave. Hold your objectives. Enemy trying to take Charlie 1. Hostiles invading Charlie 1.
Not bad, I was listening. I was being talked to. Alright, in any case. Like I said, we'll probably do a couple more. Oh, what? We'll probably do a couple more after this stuff. and then when we come back, we'll figure out the Resi stream with the whole Leon cosplay thing. Or Dominican Leon, I guess. But oh shit, there's another one? Oh. Watch out, Menace, he's below you. Watch out. Big right there. Oh shit. You can probably still get me. Appreciate you. I got you here, so. I hope my dead body is in the way. I don't think it matters though. You still shoot through it, but still. Imagine if my like ankle or my leg is in the way. Like this motherfucker, he died right next to me. Nice, somebody got him. Oh, there's still one in there. Nice. You're good, you're clear. Nice, appreciate you. Oh, fuck. There's a beacon there the whole time. I didn't even know. I did not see it. Let's see, I just dropped that motherfucker. Oh. Yes, I know. Something I can really do about it though. Damn. Oh, he lit me up. I'm about to pay him right here. Look at this. Alright, maybe that was a little bit too short. Jesus, that's... I actually don't even know if I'm hitting him or the ranger. Genuinely don't know.
objectives assigned. Guard them fiercely. There's nowhere else to fall back.
Oh, my bad. I was doing something from work. He's having a better game this time. The only question is, are we gonna get this dub? That's the only thing we haven't gotten today. Oh my god, I can't believe we survived. I don't know how homeboy did not kill me. Oh shit, I shot past him. Damn. I tried to guess which corner he was in like quick before he saw me. We guessed wrong, I guess. I guess wrong, I guess.
Work together! You have the skills! Never stabilize!
Not before I take him out. Not before I take him out. Oh, we got him. Let's go. He got some ammo. Let's go with it. All those people there, no way. There's a tank on that right side. I don't know what to do about that. We seriously need ammo though. Oh damn. I mean, it might have been a good thing we can get ammo this way. I got him. Oh, here we go. Oh, there's something perfect. Hold on. Hey, help me now. Oh, wait, watch out. This might be too crazy. I don't know. Okay, no. No. Nope, this one wasn't the dub one either. God damn. That boy is funny. Alright, one or two more. Depending on how quick they go. Hoping next week they bring back. Hoping on Tuesday they bring back either shutdown, front lines, or yeah, they are shutdown or front lines. Wouldn't mind both. Front lines was dope. I'm telling you, take out TDM. Or put TDM in Portal. Just put TDM in Portal. Leave the other one. Leave the rush for like control, frontline, rush, shutdown, right? And just shuffle between those four. Right, like if, for example, if you have rush, you know, you can have like rush and then shutdown. And another day you can have like control and front lines. Because front lines is a mix of like rush and breakthrough in a way, so it is, you know, just a bit smaller scale breakthrough really. So that's why it wouldn't be smart, I think, to have that and shut down on the same day or the same week. So like that and control be different, and then say have rush and control. And just like swap between them. I know there are people that do play TDM on Battlefield, but like, who really plays TDM on Battlefield though? Is there another one? Oh shit. Oh yeah, while I'm doing this, hold on, let me go get this from the post.
We've lost control of Alpha 1. Hostiles have secured an objective. The enemy is contesting Alpha 2. lost control of Alpha 2. Our troops are advancing on Alpha 1. Enemy controls Alpha 2. This area is lost. Retreat to the next sector and continue your defense. Objective set. Hold this sector as long as you can. Hostiles are assaulting Bravo 2. We just lost control of Bravo 2.
Let's get started.
Yo, what's good, Johnny Walker? How you doing? What's up? What's up? Oh, I don't have it on this scene. Here you go. There you go. My bad. It's just when we played Mafia, I took it off. I didn't want too much on my screen. Now I'll like move the cam down. You guys see more thing. Yeah, Mafia, have a good weekend, bro.
Heaven help us.
Did catch me towards the end bit though. Cause I'm gonna get off soon. Yeah, go grocery shopping and stuff.
And secure the aquifer with the TPC before Western reinforcements arrive. Protect your objectives and hold your ground as long as possible.
That ain't a real person. Yeah, they're rushing the hell out of that. You gotta see what's good. Ooh. Oh, with the crossbow. Dirty. But yeah, if you were to do it again, Johnny, hold on, let me see and show you. So if you were to do this. Oh, then he started dancing. Okay, does that mean he leveled up? It might be. There you go. And then for the food one, if I remember correctly, a bowl does come out too. You know, the wild thing about this weapon is I'm pretty sure you could put a bipod on it. I think, if I saw correctly one day. I was like, what?
Stay healthy.
Our troops have lost an objective.
Damn. I'm on you still alive. Actually, no, you know what? Oh, wait. Oh, you got a tank on that side? Oh, I don't know about that. Don't know about that one. I seen one in that building. You know, we don't want to get caught lacking again. That same spot, you know?
Look at you moving!
Oh. Oh my god, that was a nade right there. Actually, no, he's too far. He ain't gonna do it. Boom, 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 boom.
Steven's ready.
Oh, the pass from Peyton Manning. Can you see that?
Target is down! Down! You will hurt tomorrow.
It's probably by that truck. Or by, oh, nice, nice. I thought somebody was shooting him. Damn, never mind. Hey. Out there. Yo, what's up, Jung? How you doing, man? That actually been going that great. I mean, we playing okay, but we just haven't won like any game. I don't think we won one game today at all. Yeah, man, it's been alright. It hard crashes? Was it the new update that's just not good, I guess? Yeah. I know there was a new update for the graphics, huh? Even though they hope it fixes it, I mean, sometimes it does fuck shit up. Oh no. Boom, 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 boom. Oh well. We tried to wait. Oh, that's not even a person. Jesus, tits. Haha.
Objective lost. We'll need to recapture it.
Our forces are assaulting Alpha.
Jesus, tits. Oh. Nice, nice. Yeah, I'll get some groceries and. Oh, what the hell? Probably rearrange my room. I don't know. I kind of don't know what I want to do, but I just want it to look different, so we'll figure something out. Oh, we actually got somebody with that. I don't say we paying somebody. We paying somebody. Bro, I'm playing too well though. Oh my god, what is going on? There's a guy there the whole time too. What the? Oh, I'm an idiot. Actually, you might have not seen it. They always low. Oh, never mind. He ran away. Never mind. I was about to tell him he could follow up, but he ran away. That's fine. Come on, just go. But I don't know, bro. We just can't. I mean, we're playing okay. We had some shitty games up, but we just can't get anything going, man. No matter what weapon we use, what mode we play. It's one of them days, man. It's one of them days. Yes. What's that in the building? What the hell are they? Okay. Let me find out. We're getting sturdy out here. I don't know. Keep them coming. We need that momentum, yo. Keep it coming. Oh, damn. Yeah, the weather wasn't supposed to be nice over the weekend, but apparently it is, so. Or supposed to be. Supposed to be. So we'll see. What the How am I spawning in here again?
Friendly down. Marking hostile tank.
Oh, damn. Okay, here come the medics. That's what I'm talking about.
We can achieve victory. Our defenses in the sector are strong.
Use this match once. Ejection prompt.
Hey. Oh, maybe he died.
You'll be okay.
I got you, boss. Nice. I mean, he might. He might. That'll be our lucky day. Who knows? No, definitely not. Okay. Sounds about right. Boom, boom, boom. Da, 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 da. Can't believe that guy didn't get us. That's crazy. Get that smooth sidestep. Just watch him drive right by us. I kept hitting her fat head. I was trying to heal. Damn, I can't get back on the thing. Wonder if I can paint this. Oh, no, I didn't paint that at all. Complete opposite of that, actually.
Quick boost.
Oh, he is way over there. Damn. Yeah, I don't got no. I don't got the weapon to contest that. No, I don't. Thank you. Haha. Damn. Thank you. Oh, unlucky. Damn. Where is he? Oh, he's in that building. I don't know about that one. I can pay in this stuff. Never mind. I wonder if I actually made it in the building. Oh, it kind of did. We gotta put just a little bit more arc in that. Just a little bit more. So. Jesus, tits. Oh, that's an enemy. Yeah, he tried to run us over. That would have been terrible. Can you imagine? I could probably reach that. I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you. Oh, you got him, nice. Oh, there it is, that first dub. Finally. After almost, how long have you been streaming? I don't know, 3 hours or something. Finally got a win. Damn, it's crazy. I think we have enough time for one more, though. Yeah, we got enough time for one more. Give us Haven. Come on. I mean, not Haven. We just got Haven. Give us Redacted one more time. Can't believe that. That's funny too. You remember earlier in the stream we were like, yo, we haven't gotten Haven in ages. The moment we get Haven, we get the win. Get the win, bros. It was meant to be, yeah. It's meant to be. It's a shitty map. I'm not gonna play. I'm not gonna play it. I'm sorry. If it's Flashpoint, Orbital, or Manifest, we're probably not gonna play it. They're just terrible. Terrible. Actually, I'm just going now. It's gonna take me a while anyway. And we're just heading on the win, right? We'll win on that one. That's good. Anyways, thank you guys again for vibing, chilling with us today. I know the games weren't the best, but you know, we still hung in there and we actually got a dub at the end. For one of the last games. So that's what's up. Anyways, thank you guys again. Appreciate you, Johnny. Appreciate you, Jung. All my lurkers, anyone who was vibing today. Probably leave y'all with the audiobooks for the rest of the day. And I'll probably be on for a little bit tomorrow as well. I'll try to get on a little bit earlier so we can like stream for a bit longer. I'll probably do like a couple hours of this, and then a couple hours of Mafia 2. We can kind of get closer to finishing that. And then once we're done with that, we're gonna plan on the Resi stream to Leon cosplay. I have like everything on like a list. I just need to order it one day. So, and yeah, it should be good, man. I don't really have any other ideas as far as that goes. We'll try to do another cooking baking stream one day. Like I said, I haven't decorated cookies in a while. Then again, I haven't bought like the coloring, so even if I did, I wouldn't be able to make most of the designs I would want to. So I have to figure it out, plan it someday, some weekend. But yeah, thank you guys again. Oh, there's another Souls type game. It's called Another Crab's Treasure or something like that on the Game Pass. Look, we haven't played in a minute. I'm down for that. Nice little game where we just fight these bosses and stuff. And the story might be funny though. It might be funny, yo. Like, why is this crab tripping like that? I think it's a hermit crab. I don't think it's a regular like sea crab. I think it's a hermit crab. But yeah. Anyways, enjoy the stories. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Catch you guys next time. Peace. Yo, what is up, everybody? Let's go back again with the zombie apocalypse story for you guys. This one is titled 50 Days After the Apocalypse, written by Rupert Rawlinson. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying the previous stories. Remember to use the links in the description, show love to the author, like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 1, Day 1. Moore College, a small co-ed school located in the northwest of England, about 30 miles from the nearest city. The school could almost be considered famous for not being famous. Constant mediocre marks, and one footballer whose career ended over a decade ago. But this tiny school of underachievers and overreachers housed two seemingly ordinary students who would come to be instrumental in the events that followed. The last bell finally rang, signaling the end of a long lesson and an even longer day. Roughly shoving her books into a shoulder bag, quickly followed by a few pens and a ruler, a girl stood up from her desk and threw her bag over her shoulder. She made her way over to a quickly forming group of 6 others in the center of the room. The girl stood at a little under 6 foot, with a thin figure emphasizing flexibility and agility. Her blonde hair was tied back in a ponytail for efficiency while still looking smart. A stray strand of hair hung uncorrected over her pretty face in a way most considered cute. But her defining feature was her bright emerald eyes that sparkled in the light, giving her an aura of innocence. Joining the group, the girl proceeded to hop onto a nearby desk, listening to the conversation. Stood at the very center of the circle was a tall, well-built boy with cropped black hair. How do they expect us to stay awake on a day like this when the lessons are that dull? Can I borrow your notes again, Amy? Reaching into the bag by her side, the girl, Amy, handed over an A4 book, replying exasperately. Ben, if you don't start working soon, you're gonna fail your A levels. I won't fail, babe. Really? How did you do in your mocks, huh? One of the other guys in the group asked. Ben went red with embarrassment, muttering a feeble excuse while the rest of the gang burst out laughing. As the laughter slowly died away, Ben tried to recover some credibility by stating, "Come on, I do more work than John." That doesn't count. That weirdo's like some genius, isn't he? Amy didn't bother listening to the response. Instead, she allowed her attention to drift over to the boy they were referring, teachers. He sat secluded in a corner of the classroom, leaning back in his chair, apparently sleeping. His straight brown hair was neatly cut through a few strands that were long enough to cover his right eye. As the group had said, he was smart. The trouble was, he knew it. The boy barely paid attention in lessons, and he damn near ignored anyone, be that a teacher, a student, had asked him a question. Everyone got the message. Don't bother me, and I won't bother you. The teachers didn't care, so long as he continued to top the tests to the students. His behavior demanded ostracization anyway. As if he sensed her looking at him, John opened his eyes and stared back at the girl. Amy broke the eye contact, quickly turning to her attention back to her friends. Jane, didn't you used to play hockey with him? Yeah, a few years ago. Then he stopped because it interfered with some camping thing. It was clear by the look on her face that she did not like being affiliated with the social outcast. Oh, come on. Enough talk about the weirdo. We need to set off. Y'all are coming to the match, right? The others of the group followed his example, the guys grabbing their sports kits. Afraid I can't come. Mom's working late tonight, so I've got to walk home. Amy responded, jumping off the desk she had been perched on and made her way out, in a hurry to start the long walk ahead of her. The group shouted goodbyes after her while Ben quickly caught up to her, took her hand. When Amy looked at him questioningly, Ben smiled back at her, saying, "Hey, what kind of boyfriend would I be if I didn't at least walk you out?" The two walked through the emptying school, Ben talking animatedly about the match ahead, while Amy remained silent, content to listen. As the couple left the building and made their way to the school gates, Ben pulled Amy to one side. Are you sure you don't want me to walk you back? I'll be fine now. Go to the match and score a goal for me, okay? Ben brightened up at that, kissing Amy on the cheek. He jogged off towards the pitches, dotting over his shoulder. I'll see you on Monday. Amy waved at his retreating figure before putting on a set of headphones and hitting play on her iPod. The long walk home was quiet and uneventful for the most part. Amy hummed along to songs while she weaved through pedestrians and darted down alleys. She loved walking, a love sadly not shared by her family or friends. Something in the dull, rhythmic feeling of her steps spoke to her nature, and Amy would just lose herself in it. However, as the winter sun started to dip below the horizon, Amy came face to face with the thing that would haunt her for the rest of her life. She was about 10 minutes away from home, and she decided to take a shortcut down a nearby alley. Unfortunately, there was already someone in the alley. A man, around 40, and his balding head shone with some of the light of the setting sun. The man blocked her path, wheezing at the girl. Amy initially dismissed him as a drunk. She tried to maneuver around him, only to suddenly fall back, terrified as the man lunged at her. Amy retreated quickly, deciding on the only sane option: run. With that idea firmly in her head, Amy sprinted out the alley the way she had come, running all the way home. In the coming months, when Amy remembered this moment, she would have one thought. If I had known what was about to happen, what I was about to experience, I probably would have let him kill me, then have to deal with the horrors that were here to follow. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of chapter 1. Yo, what is up, everybody? Let's back again with another chapter from the story titled 50 Days After the Apocalypse, written by Rupert Rollinson. Remember to use the link in the descriptions below. Show love to the author, like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 2, Day 0. Amy slowly drifted into consciousness, thankful that she didn't set an alarm on Saturday mornings. Suddenly, she bolted upright as there was a loud crash from downstairs, followed by the terrifying sounds of her mother screaming. Without thinking, Amy jumped out of bed, rushing downstairs to see a scene ripped straight from her nightmares. Her father was twitching on the floor, foaming at the mouth, a huge chunk of his shoulder missing as if bitten out by an animal. Her mother was trying to fend off a male attacker. Her left arm hung limply at her side, while she brandished a bloody kitchen knife in her right. Amy watched as the attacker charged towards her mother, who stabbed out with their weapon in a blind panic. The blade plunged to the man's chest, but the man continued on, unfazed, pinning the woman against the wall. Amy listened in horror as her mom screamed, yelling at her daughter for help. For a moment, Amy stood still as she tried to process what was happening. Then the creature's teeth clamped down on her mother's neck, laying blood around the room. Amy's mind broke, and she ran straight out of the open front door as fast as she could. In her terrified state, Amy barely noticed the devastation around her. She just ran in a blind panic until she ran straight into the back of someone, falling to the floor. Dazed and still in shock, Amy looked up at who she had run into. Towering over her, Ben stared down at his girlfriend with clouded eyes as he reached out a hand to her. In that moment, Amy believed that she just took his hand. This horrible nightmare would be over. Slowly, with a trembling hand, the girl made to grab her girl boyfriend's hand. That was when she noticed a huge bite on his left arm. Her panic returned, and Amy crawled backwards on her hands. Ben followed her step by step, his hand still slowly reaching out, trying to grab her. Amy's back hit a wall. She dragged her legs, terrified. Ben stood over her, his hand mere inches away. The girl closed her eyes and waited for the end to come. A liquid splashed across Amy's face, followed by a loud thump next to her. Slowly opening her eyes, Amy saw she was covered in blood, and lying next to her was Ben's body, his head caved in. Standing in its place was John, dressed in a white t-shirt, splattered with blood, and walking trousers and hiking boots. A bag slung over his back, and a bloody hockey stick grasped tightly in both hands. "Were you bitten?" Amy didn't respond, and he yelled at her again. "Were you bitten?" Amy numbly shook her head. John looked around again. "Look, we can't stay here. Which way to your house?" Amy gave a slight nod in the direction she had come from. John made to grab her arm, but Amy flinched and tried to push herself further into the wall. For a moment, John's eyes softened as he said, it's okay. I haven't been bitten." Then he lightly took her by the hand and pulled Amy to her feet. Amy slowly came back to her senses as John led her through the streets back to her house. The scene could have been from a horror film. Bodies littered the streets. Many had the creatures crouched next to them. The sickening munching sound that could be heard near them almost made Amy vomit. There were cars all over the road. Some had been left abandoned, while others were broken, some overturned, and glass scattered across the street. The houses were the worst. Each house was damaged in some way. Some simply had broken windows, while others had their doors splintered. In all cases, there was one unifying factor: blood. Whether pooled on the floor or smeared against the walls in every house, blood could be seen. After a while, Amy finally convinced herself to look at the creatures themselves. All of them had the same vacant expression. Their mouths twisted into a snarl, and they had hideous wounds that left a trail of blood in their wake. One of the things stumbled towards the two, but John raised his arms and smashed it in the head with his hockey stick. "Why aren't more attacking us?" Amy asked. There's easier prey about than the two of us." And Johnny grunted, pointing his weapon as a small 10-year-old ran across the street. Amy stopped and watched in horror as a child was suddenly swarmed by 5 of the things. A few blood-curdling screams of terror could be heard before the same sickening punching. John pulled her hand, signaling that they needed to start moving again. Amy zoned out again, allowing herself to be led around, only speaking when John asked her for directions. She only came to her senses when John stopped. Looking around, Amy realized they had arrived to her house. That was when Amy saw the front window was smashed in and the front door was still wide open from when the girl had run out through it. Amy moved behind John in fear, remembering what had happened to her parents. John made a disgruntled sound before dropping Amy's hand and throwing his rucksack to the ground as he grabbed the frying pan, which was strapped to the side, gave it to the terrifying girl, saying, "Look, use this to defend yourself." Amy then whispered something which he couldn't make out. Turning to her, John, so she could say it again. "Look, I can't go back there. I left him to die. I left my mom alone with that thing." John turned his back to her, saying, "Tough. I need some help and we need to get at some things in your house. So look, face your fear and follow me." With that, John walked towards the entrance. Amy stood still, trying to decide what to do. She could run again. She had a weapon now, and she knew how to kill the things. But this man had saved her. He was helping her now. Could she just leave him to go in there alone? As Amy struggled with the decision, her father ran out of the door. John raised his stick again, only for Amy to instinctively grab it to defend father. The boy quickly shook her grip off, but it was too late. The man lunged at him, mouth open, ready to clamp down Prey's neck. John was quick though, and managed to get his stick between himself and his attacker. The two tumbled to the ground, the father's teeth centimeters from the boy's neck. Amy watched as the two rolled around on the ground where the man pinned John beneath him, arching its back and baring his teeth, ready to bite the boy. Amy finally acted, swinging the frying pan around and into her father's shoulder, knocking him off her companion. John scrambled to his feet while the man was slower, giving the boy time to raise his stick. This time, Amy didn't stop him as the weapon descended, slamming to the older man's face. She could only watch as her father's body went limp. Collapsing to her knees, Amy stared blankly at her dad's face that was fixed for all eternity in a blank snarl. Eventually, she clambered to her feet, looking over at John, who was bent over, trying to catch his breath. Thanks. Amy's state of mind was chaotic. Lots of thoughts jostled for supremacy. Before John tapped her on the shoulder, dragging her back into reality, he said, "We're not done yet," said, walking inside, aiming, following, weapon raised. Upon passing through the doorway, the two companions saw Amy's mother. She was in a terrible state. Multiple bites could be seen all over her body, probably due to her struggles. Possibly the hardest to look at was her face, where a bite had scraped the skin away, leaving only a mess of blood and bone. The blank eye settled on the pair, and the unusual snarl appeared. Amy started to freeze up again as the memories of the morning all came flooding back. Her mother's cries, her boyfriend's face before he died, her father attacking her. John slipped behind her, laying a comforting hand on her shoulder. "He's already dead, Amy. It's in front of you, twisted shadow. The only way you can harm her now is allowing that thing to continue to walk the earth. So, do the right thing. Kill it yourself." As if responding to John's words, the mother lurched forwards, her movement hindered by the wounds she had received. Amy moved forward and raised her frying pan. But she couldn't do it. How could she harm her own mother? Thankfully, Amy was suddenly tackled to the ground. Twisting over, she saw the man that had started all of this was now crouched over, ready to bite her. Acting on instinct and using reflexes she never knew she had, Amy brought the head of the pan between her and the attacker's mouth. As she pushed her arms out, pushing the thing's head away, only to have her right arm grabbed and pinned to the floor, sending the frying pan sliding away. The strength of the man was incredible. Even his grip seemed like it could snap her, too. Amy began to panic as his mouth came within centimeters of her. So close to her, she could feel its breath. The chunks of flesh she could only assume to be her parents. John's hockey stick suddenly slammed into the creature's chest, sending it rolling away, wheezing. Spinning on his heel, John smacked the head of the hockey stick through the temple of the thing that had once been Amy's mother. John reached a hand down, grabbing Amy's arm and pulling her to her feet. I guess it was too much to ask for you to kill your own mother as a start, huh? That one though, I know you can kill. It was true now that the thing was not almost killing her. Amy felt her anger at the creature rise as she thought of everything that had happened to her, to her parents, to Ben, and to everyone else on the God-forsaken planet. And she blamed it all on the one thing in front of her. Amy took the hockey stick and raised it above her head as she charged forwards, bringing the bloody tip down through the snarling face, driving it back to the floor. But he didn't stop with one hit. Filled with anger, Amy raised the weapon again before slamming it down. Again and again, she struck the corpse even after her hands went numb, even after she couldn't see through the tears, even after the body was no longer recognizable. Then, as she raised the stick again, T-shirt John grabbed it, halting its progress. Amy turned fire in her eyes, but the boy wrapped his other arm around her, pulling her into a tight hug. Remember that feeling. Remember each one of those infected is like that thing. Every time one of them comes near you, remember that feeling and treat them the exact same way. Upon hearing John's words, Emmy let go of the hockey stick, beginning to cry to John's shirt. Then, couldn't hold it in anymore. Wheeling away from her companion, Amy crouched down and threw up. Amy let out a sigh when the water sprayed over her as the shower turned on. After Amy had recovered her composure enough to stop retching John, had sent her upstairs, shower stating it would be the last one she could have for a long time. A light banging sound echoed up the stairs. Amy was sure that it was probably John doing something. She lacked the motivation to think of what it could be. Amy wasn't sure how long she stood in the shower. She was just eager to feel anything except this numbness. It was only when she was blasted by cold water that she realized she had used all the hot water. Stepping out of the water, she observed with a grim detachment that her hands still had some blood on them, though she was unable to say who it was. After toweling herself dry, Amy dressed in a simple black t-shirt and jeans. Slowly descending the stairs, she saw John sat by the food cupboards, forming two piles of food. As she walked into the kitchen, Amy noticed that several of the floorboards had been torn out and used to repair the broken door and window. "What are you doing?" she asked as she took a seat at the food counter. Just gathering supplies. We don't want to starve for the next few weeks." "Will it take that long? I mean, surely the government will set up like safe camps in the next few days where we can live." "Don't be an idiot." "Well, sorry. I'm a little new to this whole apocalypse thing. So why don't you explain it since you clearly have so much more experience?" "Look, if you gather all the survivors in an area together and put them in a dense place, chances are one of them will be infected. In a tightly packed area like a camp, there's only going to be one outcome: a bloodbath." Amy opened her mouth to respond, but she couldn't find any fault or logic. That scared her almost as much as the dead. And John continued on, ignoring the girl's mental struggle. "Also, we don't know how the infected hunt, and if they smell you out thin by gathering together, all you do is attract all the infected in the area." John then ordered Amy to go find the weapon and some sort of bag. Frustrated at her companion's tight lips, Amy stood up and set about her task, eager to put as much distance between her and her mother's corpse as possible. Eventually, her search brought her to the attic. Letting a small smile creep into her face, she had always been scared of going to the attic. Her reasons seemed petty now, considering what was happening outside. The room was dark, the bulb had been broken over 3 years ago, and no one had bothered to change it. From what little she could make out, Amy could see a lot of cobwebs connecting most of the beams. Just as she was about to go back down to John, her eyes fell upon her father's old cricket bag from when he had been caught in his midlife crisis and had decided he was going to become one of the best cricketers in the world, or at least in the town. Crawling forwards so as to avoid the majority of the webs, Amy pulled the bag towards her. It was a simple large bag with one long zip running across it and 2 straps that allowed it to be carried or worn like a backpack. Unzipping the forgotten bag, Amy unpacked most of the equipment before her hand grasped the handle of the bat. A big solid wooden bat, she supposed that it was as good as a weapon as she was likely to find in this house. Amy grabbed the supposed empty bag, but as she lifted it, small rattling inside caused her to stop, check the bag. Hidden at the bottom of the bag was a small photo in a frame with a large crack in the glass. Lifting up the small photo, Amy realized it was a family photo taken from a holiday a few years ago. Memories flooded the girl's mind, and tears began to fall, unbidden, down her cheek. "Oh, no, not again," Amy whispered as she tried not to cry. She wasn't going to become the type of person that was always needed protecting. She was going to protect herself. Slowly regaining her composure, Amy wiped the tears from her face and placed the picture back into her father's bag before zipping it up and going back to the kitchen. When Amy walked down into the kitchen, seeing that John had already packed one of the piles of food away, the other pile of food he was in the process of covering, each object in fabrics and plastic bags, so as muffle. When he glanced up at her, John motioned for Amy to put the bag next to him before he returned, covering the objects. Sliding the bag across the floor, Amy again took a seat at the counter. John started throwing in the muffled items collected from all over the house, while Amy was thankful that he didn't say anything about the photo. She did have to admit it was creepy when he produced a spare set of her clothes. It was 3 o'clock by the time John was satisfied he had stripped the house clean of anything useful. Handing Amy her now full cricket bag as John prepared to leave. Walking over to the door, John quickly used the hammer to pull the screws from the floorboards, blocking the door. "I still don't understand why we should set off now," Though she was not eager to stay in her house with the corpses, it did seem rather foolish to be setting off now with only a few hours of light remaining. John quickly glanced at her while he picked up his hockey stick and put his hammer in his bag. Look, it's best for now to avoid the most populated areas. It's likely that's where the infected are going to congregate. Over the first few days at least. Anyways, ready to go? And Amy merely picked up her cricket bat in response. Like that, the two stole off into the waning light. Skirting her father's body, they began to walk towards the edge of town. The street had even more of the infected roaming it than when Amy had last fled her home, though many of the fires that had burned when the two had first met at the start of this frightful day had now been reduced to cinders. Readying herself for what was bound to be a long and bloody fight, Amy quickly took one last glance at her home for the past 18 years. It wasn't the home she had grown up in anymore. Now, it was just another shattered house that had seen too much death in the past day. Then, turning back on the house, she hurried off after her companion. Around the world, governments toppled as humans fell on themselves, a fit of anger and distrust. This was the day the old world ended, and this is the day where our story truly begins. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of chapter 2. Yo, what is up, everybody? Teresco back again with another chapter from the story titled 50 Days After the Apocalypse, written by Rupert Rowlingson. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 3. Time trickled by at a snail's pace, but slowly the light of dawn began to filter through the boards covering the broken windows. Checking the digital watch, Amy rose to her feet, stretching as she did in an attempt to remove the stiffness from her limbs. Looking down at herself in the new light of the day, the girl saw her blood-covered clothes, momentarily distracted by the way the coating would crack as she moved. Amy thought back on the events of yesterday after the pair had left their house. John had dragged the girl from one house to another, teaching her how to board up doors and windows, as well as how to efficiently search a house for supplies. But the main thing the girl had learned yesterday was how to fight. The infected were everywhere, clogging up the streets and waiting to ambush them in every house. In just one day, Amy had almost died over half a dozen times, and she was sure it would have been a lot more if not for her quiet companion. Amy's attention drifted over to her companion. Only John's head protruded from his sleeping bag as it rested on a rolled up jumper that acted as a pillow. Filled with envy at the man's restful sleep, Amy looked down at the watch. 6:50. 10 minutes before she was supposed to wake him. After another jealous look at the man, and Amy decided he had enough sleep. Stealthily moving over to John, the girl reached to his side without waking him. While she was sure she would have been killed without him, there was still a part of her that felt the man could have been a little more compassionate. In fact, any compassion would have been nice. Deciding to get a little bit of revenge on her companion, Amy brought her foot back and gave John a light but sharp kick inside. John grunted as he woke up, hands struggling to find the zipper on his sleeping bag, his expression a mixture of anger and shock. If it weren't for the threat of attack by the infected, Amy would have burst out laughing. And after a few good seconds, the man came to his senses. Looking at Amy questioningly, he finally freed himself from the bag. "Time to get up," Amy said in the sweetest voice she could muster, before moving over to one of the upturned chairs and righting it. As she sat down, the girl made sure that her bat was in arm's reach and her chair was pointing in the direction of the door. Shortly after, John followed her, dragging over his rucksack as he mirrored Amy's actions. Rooting through the pack, John pulled out 2 cans of beans, which he quickly cut the lids off with one of his knives. Momentarily confused, Amy looked around for a form of heating the contents before she realized what was about to happen. "You've got to be kidding," he exclaimed in a deadpan voice as John slid one of the freezing cold cans over to her. The man merely smiled at her as he dug out a spork and began to dig through his can. Amy sat there for a few seconds before giving in and asking, "Don't I get one?" John looked at her, a gleam in his eye and a sadistic smile on his face as he said, in a sickly sweet voice, "Sorry, I only packed one." Amy had to restrain herself from kicking him again as she looked down at the congealed contents of the can. Honestly, it looked like sick, and it didn't smell much better, but a sudden grumble from her stomach settled things for her. Slowly lifting the can to her lips, Amy poured a quarter of it out towards her mouth. Maybe half of the falling beans actually landed in her mouth. The rest fell onto her t-shirt and legs, adding another color to the blood-stained clothing. Amy gagged at the horrible taste of the food as she struggled to swallow. Amy tried 2 more times to eat from the can before John mercifully handed her another spork. They ate in uncomfortable silence. Amy's mind was filled with questions, but she could not ask them. As they finished their respective cans, John set about packing all the items they had left spread around the room. With that finished, he handed Amy her pack before slinging his own onto his shoulders, picking up a hockey stick. As the two approached the door, they stood silent for a moment, longer to see if they could hear any affected. Satisfied for their momentary safety, the two moved their barricade out of the way and silently stole out of the house and into the streets. The carnage of the previous day was diminished, but still evidence of it could be seen anywhere you looked. Most noticeable of these reminders were the infected that swarmed the streets, and possibly even more numbers than before. Shambling around, no distinct direction, creatures made traveling through the main roads impossible, and instead the companions struck to alleys, gardens. The tension was incredible. Knowing that with every step they risked their lives was as thrilling as it was terrifying. But possibly the most impossible thing Amy saw that day was John. The man thrived in this new world. As the hours passed, Amy's concentration began to waver, but John only became more impressive, leading the two through the town with ease, skirting large groups of infected, distracting others that impeded their route. Amy felt her respect for the man increased with every step she took. This would not last. It was long past midday, and the pair had begun to look for a safe place to make camp for the night. Then they heard it. The screaming and yells for help. Amy immediately made after them, believing her companion would follow her. It was human, after all, to want to help those in need, wasn't it? Amy raced through the streets, thankful that the areas infected seemed to be occupied somewhere else. She soon found them. The cries were coming from the doorway to the two-story detached house. A young girl was crying in front of the open door, while a middle-aged man was fending off a group of 8 infected with a piece of plywood. Amy made a move towards the scuffle, only for John to grab her by the arm and hold her back. "What are you doing? We need to go help them." "Just wait." Amy was forced to watch as the two of the infected broke past the man and latched on to the screaming girl. Amy averted her gaze, but there was a sickening squelch, and then the screaming stopped. The child was gutted in seconds. The man lets loose a cry of loss as he turned around, smashed the plywood over the back of the first infected's head before swinging it in an upward arc, slamming into the second's chin. The creature wheeled back, but before the man could finish it like he did the first one of the faster infected lurched towards the man, burying its teeth into its shoulder. John quickly lets Amy go and pressed a button on his watch. Then he calmly walked past his companion and asking, "Shall we save him then?" As if he was asking for her to go for a walk. But Amy brushed off her worry. Instead, she was focusing on the infected as she charged in to the back of them. The first one didn't see her coming and was an easy kill. The second one turned to her, raising an arm to swing at her, but Amy blocked it with her bat. Again, Amy was forced to marvel at the strength of the infected as the bat was almost driven from her hands. Almost. Amy used the block to push forwards and throw the monster off balance. Before it could recover, Amy brained it. Using the brief respite kill offered her, Amy looked around to see John had killed 3 of the infected, leaving only the one that had killed the girl and the one that had bitten the man. The two creatures fully concentrated on their new prey, allowing the man to feebly crawl over to the corpse of his daughter. The infected that had killed the girl charged forwards at John, who quickly sidestepped using the hockey stick to trip the monster, knocking it to the floor. Before it could get up, John raised his weapon and slammed it straight through the back of the creature's skull, killing it. Undaunted, the other infected charged at the two of them. John spun on his heel, swinging his hockey stick into the thing's stomach, forcing it to double over, allowing Amy to rush forwards, bat raised, finishing it with one quick strike. Amy breathed a sigh of relief as she stood there, panting. Recovering her composure, she smiled kindly at the man cowering over the bleeding girl's body. Silently, John strode over to him. "Come with us." "Where?" "Just into the house behind you." Amy mirrored his actions, startled to see that already more infected were emerging from the surrounding houses, probably drawn by the conflict. What about my daughter? You can save her, can't you?" Before Amy could try and comfort the father over his loss, John spoke. "Move over and let me see her." The kindness in his voice immediately had Amy on edge, and she looked at her companion, not understanding his actions. The man quickly stood up and moved away from the girl's body, and Amy saw John's hand tighten on the handle of his hockey stick, and she realized too late what was about to happen. Before the two could react, John raised his hockey stick and slammed down on top of the dead girl's head. The father yelled in anger and made to grab John, only for the man in question to drop his hockey stick and punch the father in the face. Before the elder man could recover, John slipped behind them, grabbed the man around his neck, dragging him inside the house. Amy stood there, stunned for a second, before quickly picking up John's discarded weapon, following the two. The man fell into what appeared to be a living room, momentarily breaking them apart. John flung his backpack off and grabbed one of the knives attached to the outside of it as he scrambled to his feet. In his anger, the father charged forward, blindly unafraid, only to be stabbed just below his bitten shoulder. Yelling in pain, the man could do nothing as John forced the knife tip out of the other side of the man's body. The father swung wildly at John's face with the other hand, but was dodged, and John pushed the man backwards to the wall. John ran forward, grabbing the knife handle again as he slammed all of his weight behind it, stabbing the tip to the wall. And John gave the handle a savage twist, jamming the knife into the wall, pinning the man in place. The father made to use the other hand to pull the blade, but John grabbed it, forcing it away. Amy, give me the other knives." He called out to the woman who stood in the doorway. Amy hesitated unwillingly to join in whatever her partner was doing. "Ugh, now!" John shouted at her as he struggled with the man. Dropping the two weapons, Amy ran over to the discarded backpack, pulling out all 3 of the knives before handing them over. Amy watched as John took each one of them and stabbed the man in the same place on his other arm and one through each of his legs, just above the feet, giving each another twist to hold them there. Finally satisfied with his grim work, John moved away, riding one of the upturned chairs or taking a seat facing the man. Amy, go make sure the house is safe. Normally, Amy would have yelled at John not to order her around, but right now, she was all too happy to get the hell out of that room. The next 20 minutes, the girl searched the empty house for infected as well as barricading the outer doors and covering the windows. With nothing left to do, Amy grudgingly returned to find the man still vainly struggling to escape knives. Silently, she strode in, grabbing a stool. She walked over to a corner. As she sat down, the man finally stopped struggling, realizing it was impossible to escape. His shoulders sank and his head dropped. After a while, the man spoke. You said you would save her, you bastard. I did. If I hadn't done that, you would have had something far worse than death waiting for her. When I get out of here, I'm gonna throttle you until I see the life leave your eyes. I'm afraid that you'll only get out of here after you've died. If you're going to kill me, then just hurry up and do it. Look, I'm not gonna kill you. You're a dead man walking. Then Amy perked up at that, and she just said, John, can I talk to you for a minute? What did you mean about the bite? Look, bites are how the disease spread. Casting a glance at the pinned man, clearly eager to return his observation, but Amy wasn't done with John yet. So why have you trapped that man? An experiment, really. Amy stood to wait for John to elaborate, but he looked away, not wanting to meet Amy's eyes, as he said, Look, I'm timing how long it takes for a bite to take over. That's stupid. I mean, you would have had to have been timing him immediately after he was, no? She didn't finish her sentence, and right then, Amy realized what had happened. Unable to stop herself, Amy spoke her thoughts. You waited for him to be bitten. You sacrificed both him and the girl just for your experiment? Yeah, I mean, why waste the perfect chance? The first slap echoed throughout the empty household. The second became more of a thud as Amy clenched her hand to a fist. John's head flew back and he staggered slightly before hitting the corridor wall. You sentenced them to death for your own gain. We could have saved them. You didn't even feel sorry, do you? Aren't you human? Amy, humanity is dead. All that is left are survivors and infected. In this new world, you looked after yourself and only yourself. Do you understand me? Amy looked at John. He had a red handprint on his left cheek, while his lip was cut from the punch. His face and body were covered in upcoming bruises from his fight with the man. Slowly, the girl asked one last question. Then why did you save me? In your new world, what possible reason was there to save me? You can't survive alone in this world. You need to sleep and need someone to watch your pack. Why did you save me? You were the first person I saw. John's answer was full of regret, but it wasn't registered. Amy forcefully pulled her arm out of John's grip before walking back into the living room, sitting on her stool, looking at the captured man. John followed a few seconds after her and was tactful enough to pull his seat over to the opposite corner. The man didn't seem to register the two coming back in, or if he did, he didn't do anything about it. 20 minutes of silence passed as the man started to froth at the mouth. Half an hour later, the man slumped before he looked up. His eyes were now misted over, and he had the expression of an animal wild. There was no recognizable trait of humanity left in him, and Amy and John both stood as Amy reached for her cricket bat. What are you doing? I'm killing it. Do you not understand that we have a trapped infected here? There are still so many other things we can learn from it, like, not this one. You will not do anything to this poor man as long as I'm here. Tell me, why would you do this for one man you don't even know? Amy paused for a second before she answered, knowing what she said could decide if they lived or died. Because while I'm still alive, humanity lives on. The two stood motionless for a full minute while the infected grunted, growled behind them. Finally, John lowered his hockey stick. Alright, fine. Kill this one. There will be other chances, and when they come, I will kill you if you get in my way again. Both of them knew he meant it. John retrieved his backpack as he moved past the girl and made his way upstairs, shouting as he went. Look, we're staying here for the night, so come and find me when it gets dark. Oh, and clean the knives up when you're done with that thing. Amy let out a breath she had been holding as she turned back to the infected, raised her bat above her head. The infected looked at her with its vacant, angry stare. No comprehension, no kindness. I'm sorry, Amy whispered as she slammed her bat down on the creature's head. Yo, what is up everybody? Ceresco back again with another chapter from the story titled 50 Days After the Apocalypse, written by Rupert Rowlingson. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author, like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 5. The day started like any other. Amy was woken up at 3 in the morning to take over watch duty. The next 4 hours were spent alternating between picking at the cracked dried stains covering her clothing and staring out at the infected milling in the street. John had told her a while back that the infected were nocturnal creatures so it was no surprise to see numbers far greater than any Amy had seen since she had been dubbed. The woman reflected on the events of the past weeks. After the infected had broken into the campsite and almost killed the pair, John had taken to building thicker barricades so all but the most determined of infected would be turned away. The weeks had also forced the pair deeper into the city, out of the suburbs, and the safe, well-built houses into cheaper flats that took a lot longer to make defensible. Slowly, as dawn approached, the majority of infected crawled into the deserted houses, seeking the comforting embrace of the darkness to wait out the day. Amy found some small measure of entertainment watching the brainless things bounce off the barricaded door a few times before stumbling away. If it weren't for the atrocities she had seen the monsters commit, the girl would have found it comical. The sun began to creep over the horizon, painting the sky red, as if even the sky couldn't avoid bleeding. Stretching as she stood, Amy slowly crept over to her companion. Like normal, John was wrapped up in his sleeping bag, lying on his right side with a rolled up jumper acting as a pillow. Amy took aim before quickly jabbing two of her fingers to the sleeping man's side. John bolted upright before shooting the girl a glare as he stood and stretched. She knew it was petty, but to Amy, this one guilty pleasure was one of the few joys of her day. What followed was the usual quiet, disgusting breakfast, like usual congealed baked beans. After that, the pair broke camp, making their way out into the ghostly streets of the city. The cloudy sky painted the buildings in dark shadows that created a dark contrast with the blood-covered walls. The morning passed without incident, John leading his partner around any packs of infected that braved the sunlight in their search of prey. But in the afternoon, the duo stumbled into a supermarket. Out of fear for their safety, the pair had never ventured into any previous shops where an infected could be hiding around the shelves or in any aisles. This time, though, hunger and dwindling surprise drove them forward. As the pair approached, though, it was clear to see this supermarket was different. Where other shops were smashed and looted, this building had been turned into a fortress. Windows were boarded up, and there were patches of barbed wire dotted around the empty car park. Then, as the pair of the companions got closer, they realized the damaged building. The boards used to barricade the windows were splintering and covered in blood, both old and fresh. In some places, boards had even been ripped clean away. In front of the supermarket, like a sickening wall, was a mass of infected corpses piled up. At the base, some still lived and writhed in a vain attempt at trying to throw off the bodies to crawl into the store. John and Amy skirted around the obstruction, heading for the front of the store, seeking a way inside. When they finally found the opening, they almost wished they hadn't. The front door had been smashed down, and surrounding the breach was a pile of bodies, both infected and survivors. John moved inside, his partner following him. Then, the smell hit them. Rot. The putrid smell was so overpowering that it forced Amy to wheel around and vomit. Unfortunately, the spittle landed on the gutted corpse of a middle-aged man, which caused the girl to retch again. Taking deep breaths to regain her composure, the girl wiped her mouth on her sleeve, and rejoined her companion. John was crouched next to one of the self-service machines, his pack resting beside him as he peered out into the all-engulfing darkness of the store. Slowly, the teen's eyes adjusted and the horror of the supermarket was revealed. The majority of the shelves had been pushed against the walls as a second line of defense, though there were few left at the back, presumably for storage. The cleared space left was used for sleeping, judging by the sleeping mats arrayed around the area. But Amy didn't see any of this. All she saw were the bodies. Men, women, young, old. They were all slaughtered in some of the most brutal ways imaginable. And the blood was everywhere, pooling on the floors and smeared across the walls. Oh my God, Amy breathed as she unconsciously took a shuddering step forwards towards the carnage. Immediately, John's hand shot out and pulled the girl back down, gesturing with the other hand in motion for her to wait. Slowly, with a slight tremble in his hand, the boy reached out and grabbed an empty can. Catching on, Amy readied her bat and slid her own pack off as John pulled his arm back and threw a can. The object spiraled once and slammed into the opposite wall with a loud clang that echoed throughout the store. Almost immediately, the infected appeared, rising from the carnage, soaked in blood. The 6 of them shuffled forward, dragging lame and broken limbs behind them. Amy couldn't help but observe how badly maimed the creatures were, more evidence of just how hard the fight here had been. Then, John moved. Hockey stick clove through the air, striking down on the closest infected in seconds. The others turned their snarling faces towards the pair, as if angered by the ambush. John didn't even flinch at the sight as he slammed the head with a hockey stick through the teeth of the next infected before braining it on the next blow. Amy leapt into action herself, killing an infected with one swing. The next infected came at her arms, raised, but as the girl brought her bat back to swing, the creature leapt forward, crashing into her. The 2 of them fell on the floor, a mass of flailing limbs in the madness. But Amy managed to jam her weapon between the monster's gaping jaw. The pair of them rolled along the floor, limbs flying around aimlessly in a struggle to gain the upper hand. Finally, the infected managed to pin Amy's hands to her side as it spat out the cricket bat. Amy struggled not to scream as the vice-like grip of the monster crushed her wrists. Before the infected could finish her off, John appeared swinging his hockey stick like a baseball bat into the thing's head, sending it flying. Amy quickly scanned for the next opponent, but was relieved to see her partner had finished them off. Letting out a sigh, the girl allowed her head to sink back onto the floor, not caring about the blood more. There was a thump as John collapsed next to her, panting. The two of them sat in relative silence, their heavy breathing echoing around the desolate building. Then, after a few minutes, John stood up and offered the girl a hand, as with a slight smile, said, "Come on, you don't want to get your clothes dirty." Amy wasn't sure if it was just sheer stupidity of the statement or the fact that she had once again narrowly escaped death, but she couldn't help herself as she burst out laughing. After the pair of them had recovered, they went and retrieved their worryingly empty packs before slowly making their way over to the storage shelves. That was when they found it. A treasure trove of supplies. Cans stacked in the shelves or rolling on the floor. Bottles of water were piled in one corner, and there were even a few loaves of bread and spices scattered around. The pair lost themselves in their excitement at seeing so much food after weeks of rationing close to starvation. The hours slipped by rapidly as the companions ate lunch and debated over what food to put in their packs. When their rucksacks were packed to the breaking point, the two of them sadly gathered up their things and left the supermarket. The pair emerged, and immediately they realized their mistake. The road was lit in the dying light of dusk, and the first stars could already be seen in the sky. But the worrying things were that the number of infected stumbling around had tripled since earlier that day. What was worse is that every misty deadeye immediately fixed on the adolescents. "Come on!" John yelled, no longer caring about stealth, and the man ran forwards as all the infected in the street began to close on the pair. Amy chased after her companion as a wall of bodies formed between them and the block of flats on the opposite side of the street. John yelled in anger as he jumped to the fray. Amy followed, swinging her bat wildly at head height, not caring what she hit. She lost track of time, caught in the rush of the fight for survival, a savage grin plastered on her face. Dodging, swinging, sidestepping, Amy lost count of how many times she narrowly avoided death by her hair's breadth, and she danced out of reach at the gnashing teeth, grasping arms. Suddenly, her companion appeared at her side, bleeding from several cuts, and his left arm hung lamely at his side. "All right, get ready to run," John yelled, as in one fluid movement, he slid his pack down, working arm, and flung it onto the masked infected in front. The monsters were forced back as the heavy bag punched in its way through its free space behind. Amy didn't need any prompting as she sprinted through the quickly closing gap and into the closest building. John followed hot on her heels, scoping up the pack as he passed. Amy ran through a small, grubby lobby, rushing up a rickety flight of steps. Reaching the top, the girl was greeted by an infected. Reacting instantly, Amy made to swing her bat around. Almost immediately, there was an intense pain in her arms as her weapon slammed to the wall. The creature at the top of the stairs took its chance, lurching at the girl before she could recover. Suddenly, a hockey stick appeared at Amy's side, slamming her to the wall. The girl let out a gasp of pain. She hit the wall just as the creature sailed past her, tumbling down the stairs. Come on, we've got to keep moving, John yelled. Amy turned to yell back at her companion, only to see the man was already trying to fend off some of the faster infected that were following them from the street. The girl began to run again, racing up the stairs to the second floor, John right behind her. Then, as she rounded the banister leading to the third floor, Amy saw them. There were 5 infected, slowly stumbling down the stairs. Normally, the pair would have fancied their chances against the pack, but in this cramped corridor, with over 50 more infected hot on their heels, trying to force through would just be suicide. John let out an angry growl as he turned the corner to find a corridor came to an abrupt end. There was no window to break through, only one heavy door on the right wall. Running up to it, the man gave a few desperate pulls of the handle before giving up, casting his bag to one side. Amy, hold him off, John yelled. Amy, and he began to slam his lame shoulder against the door in an effort to break through. Spinning around and raising her weapon in defense, Amy stared at the corner, a mere 2 meters away, waiting for the infected. He didn't have to wait long. Their hands came into view first. Blackened in dry blood, they grabbed and clawed around the corner. Then came the rest of the body. The girl studied each of them as they came, taking in everything. Their clouded eyes, their barred teeth, their gaping, slowly bleeding wounds. Everything. Slowly, the wall of infected advanced, their arms outstretched, beckoning to her, as if to embrace her as she died. Amy shouted in rage as she launched herself into the monsters once more, losing herself in the fight for survival. Her bat seemed to blur with speed as she whipped it about, dealing a death blow with every swing, each hit punctuated by a dull slam from behind her. Amy fought as hard and ferociously as she could, but it was no avail. Slowly, she was forced back as a wave after wave of infected attacked her, piling over one another and trampling the corpses of their former comrades underfoot. There was a sudden splintering sound as at last the door's locks broke and the door swung in. Immediately, John appeared beside the girl, grasping his hockey stick, all halfway up. With one swing, the man knocked the front line of monsters back, clearing some space. Acting quickly, the pair of survivors rushed inside the room, once again grabbing John's ditched pack before slamming the door behind them as they threw all their weight behind it in a vain attempt to keep the infected out. Clawing hands suddenly broke through the woodwork as the door began to crumble under the force of the assault. The bedroom, John said, before he bared his teeth and bit down on the closest infected hand. Annoyingly rather, and pulling back, the hand began to struggle even harder, with efforts to grab the man. With a shared nod, the pair abandoned the door, running inside the main bedroom. As John closed the door behind them, Amy toppled the wardrobe behind it to act as a small barricade. Taking advantage of the small respite, Amy doubled over, breathing heavily, only now realizing how close to collapsing she was. My arm. The girl looked at her companion as he spoke. John was sitting on the bed, holding his lame arm out towards her. When Amy didn't make a move, he elaborated, I think it's just dislocated. Look, I need you to force it back into the socket where the swelling starts. It was only then that the girl realized just how badly hurt John got clearing the way. Cuts covered his body, and his t-shirt was little more than shreds now, though thankfully there were no visible bite marks. Possibly most worrying, other than the shoulder, was a deep cut about an inch above his left eye. Already the blood pouring from it had made the eye below unusable. Stepping forwards, Amy gently took the man's arm, then she tightened her grip and pulled the limb towards her. John quickly grabbed the bed with his working hand to hold his position. When she could pull no further, the girl reversed her hold and pushed the arm towards her companion's torso. John gritted his teeth, and his arm painfully slid back into its socket. Then it was over. John made a few deft movements to check his arm was working, or offering a small smile of thanks. The peaceful moment was shattered as the door began to shudder as the infected began to slam against the final barrier between them and their prey. Reacting immediately, the pair shouldered their backsacks, and readied their weapons. Any bright ideas, John? John was casting about the red room, looking for anything that could be used to save their lives. There was a terrifying crunch as the first of the bloodied hands broke through the woodwork. Come on, John, there's no rush, Amy said sarcastically. Adrenaline once more was coursing through her system as all her senses strained to reach their peak. Then, John's eyes fixed on the window. Follow me, John said, already running to the window as more hands broke through the quickly deteriorating door. With a smash, John broke the window and raced out onto the balcony, Amy out on his heels. Letting out a triumphant yell, John saw what he had been hoping for. The building next door had a balcony 1.5 meters away. Not wasting any time, the man threw his backpack and hockey stick over before jumping up onto the balcony railing. Without hesitating, John leapt the gap, tumbling onto the adjacent building. Amy quickly followed suit, tossing her bag and weapon over before quickly hopping up onto the railing. Then she did the worst thing possible. She looked down. Below was a small alley separating the two buildings. Packed inside were the masses of infected scrambling over each other like maggots, their blank, vacant eyes staring up at the girl. A wave of vertigo hit her, causing Amy to grab onto the wall to stabilize herself. For a moment, she stood there, entranced by the sight. "Hurry up!" John's yell broke her out of her trance as she once again set her sights on the opposite balcony. But now, the gap didn't seem like 1.5 meters. Now, it felt like miles separated her from safety. Amy took one last steadying breath as she bent her knees. Suddenly, there was a crash and the sound of wood snapping as the bedroom door was torn to pieces and the infected got in. Instinctively, Amy looked back mid-jump, slipping slightly on the railing. The girl flew through the air, leaving the chasing infected behind. But there was one clear thing. She wasn't going to make it. Amy outstretched her hands, desperately trying to grab the opposite balcony. Time seemed to slow, and despite of all the noise around her, Amy couldn't hear a thing as she watched the ledge of the balcony rise above her hands, and she knew this was it. This was how she was going to die. Then, a hand wrapped around her outstretched wrist, bringing her descent to a bone-jarring stop. Time sped up again as noise returned to her world. Amy hung there like a puppet with all but one of its strings cut. Her feet hung just out of reach of the infected below as they snarled at her angry. Their prey was so close, yet out of reach. A second hand wrapped around their wrist as slowly as the girl was pulled away from the monster. Looking up, Amy could see John's face contorted with the effort of pulling his companion up. But there was something else. Something Amy had never seen John show before. There was a trace of terror tinged in his features. Before she could think about it anymore, the girl was pulled up over the side of the balcony, collapsing on the floor in a heap with their savior. "That was John was saying before he was cut off as Amy wrapped her arms around him, and for the first time since day 0, cried through his shirt. John sat there stunned for a moment before his features softened and he slowly slid his hands behind, hugging the girl back. Amy didn't cry for long as she quickly reined in her emotions. With a slight movement, she indicated she was ready to move, and the two survivors separated and gathered their things. As John reached for the handle of the bay doors, the girl held his hand back. John looked at her questioningly. Meeting his gaze, Amy spoke. "Thank you." It was two simple words, but they were all that was needed to convey all the emotions the girl was feeling. With that, Amy released her companion's hand, and the two ventured into the building. It was not easy, but the pair were able to weave their way through the building, avoiding most of their pursuers and quickly braining any that they couldn't. Finally, a full hour after they had left the supermarket, the two of them settled on the studio apartment near the top of the building. Quickly barricading themselves in, they ate a sparing meal. Neither of them had munched on an appetite after the ordeal. Amy jumped out of her skin at every little noise, panic close to driving her insane. Quietly crawling over to a wall with the view of the barricaded door, the girl, as she propped with her back against the wall, her legs curled up and back clutched tightly in her hands. Amy sort of controlled her panic breathing, her vision focused solely on the door as the dark monsters of her mind began to claw at Amy's very sanity. An arm wrapped up around the girl's shoulder, causing her to jump. With a terrified glance, Amy looked questioningly at her companion. In response, the man tightened a one-arm hug slightly. "Don't worry. For tonight at least, I promise I'll protect you." John's words were simple, but for some reason, they worked. Amy physically relaxed, limply holding her bat in one hand, and the rest of the girl's body collapsed against John, as all the exertion, panic of the day hit her. As her eyes fluttered in a vain attempt to remain conscious, Amy realized she had laid her head on John's right shoulder. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of chapter 5. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again with another chapter from our zombie story titled 50 Days After the Apocalypse, written by Rupert Rowlingson. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying the previous chapters. Remember to show love to the author with the links in the description. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 6, Other Survivors. Amy slowly drifted awake, her eyes fluttering open, and she took in her surroundings. She was sat in the same position she had been in last night. Her hockey stick lay between her legs, where she had dropped it when at some point in the night she had fallen asleep. There was a slight movement beneath her head. Immediately returning to consciousness, Amy bolted upright, quickly looking sideways to see what had moved. On her left sat John, apparently deep in sleep. Quickly, Amy realized that she must have fallen asleep on the man. This was embarrassingly confirmed by a small patch of drool where her head would have been. As she became more awake and the memories of the previous day returned, the girl couldn't help but stare at the peaceful face of her companion. John's face was slightly haggard, not helped by the patches of stubble that dotted his chin and neck. His hair was matted, and a mixture of congealed substances gave it a gel-like effect. The cut that had almost blinded John yesterday had scabbed over, and the man had wiped the drying blood away from her eye, making it usable again. Are you watching me sleep again? Amy blushed bright red. She quickly mumbled out some weak excuse. John let a small smile slip onto his face as he opened his eyes. Trying to distract from the situation, the embarrassed girl asked, "Have you slept yet?" Grabbed a few hours sleep after dawn, once I was sure the infected wouldn't break in." At dawn? What time is it? Instead of an answer, John handed her the watch. 11:17. Amy stared at the time for a few seconds before she quickly began to crawl along the floor, gathering up all their belongings. What are you doing? Well, we have to get moving. We need to search for... Amy trailed off as she remembered what had happened yesterday, before the desperate fight. Her eyes darted over to the bulging packs stuffed to the brim, the supplies the pair had raided yesterday. Physically relaxing, Amy slowly got to her feet and stretched, working out the kinks from sitting stock still all night. John made to follow her, but as soon as he stretched, his left shoulder flared with pain, and his right hand immediately shot to it. With a shaky laugh, the man tried to brush the action off, as brushing his shoulder, but it didn't fool Amy. The girl stomped over to him, moving his hand away and ignoring his protests, as she ripped open his destroyed t-shirt to look at the injury. She gasped when she saw it. John's left shoulder was extremely swollen and was already colored purple with bruising, probably from breaking down the door. Swatting his hands away, the girl pulled the scraps of clothing off the man. Close to half of John's body was covered in bruising, and a particularly bad patch over his right ribs suggested a broken bone, too. John, we need to get you to... What, huh? To a hospital? Don't be an idiot. I'm fine. And with that, the man stormed over to his pack, rooting through it to pull out his spare t-shirt. However, as he made to put it on, John found that he couldn't lift his arm any higher than shoulder height. Amy slowly approached him as he struggled to slip the garment on, slightly placing her hand on his normal shoulder, causing the man to freeze. Let me. The girl's hands slid across John's battered body, delicately taking hold of his left arm. Ever so slowly, Amy guided his arm through the sleeve, smiling sadly as John winced. Then, the man's hand slid out of the sleeve, but the woman didn't move away. The two of them suddenly realized how close they were. Mere centimeters separated their heads as both of them stared at each other. Amy began to move forwards, closing the distance. There was a sudden bang as an infected knocked into the door, as it stumbled into the door as it patrolled the corridor. The teenagers quickly separated, the light tinge of red decorating both of their features. John coughed as he looked back at his companion. We should probably get out of here. Find a safer place to set up camp. He quickly moved over to the abandoned pile of items and began to pack them. Amy didn't respond as she silently set about the task. Within minutes, all their stuff was packed and the two were ready to leave, choosing to forego breakfast. Quietly as they could, the two of them unbarricaded the door and set off to the body of the building and out to the bloody streets still littered with the infected corpses. The day was hot. The sun scorched the blood-caked ground, producing a putrid smell that lingered in the air. Every now and then, a breeze would blow through the streets, offering a brief moment of respite in the stifling weather. The infected were hardly to be seen as they sought the cool darkness of the buildings in an effort to protect against a quick decomposing rate. John and Amy cautiously stalked the streets, still wary of ambush after yesterday. Both of these survivors were covered in sweat from a mere hour of walking in the open sun, and their tempers were starting to fray. That was when a scream of pain and terror echoed down the street. Amy took a step in the direction of the scream before she remembered the last time this had happened. She remembered Andrew Roberts and his daughter. She remembered the cruel way her partner had let him die in an attempt to further his understanding of the infected. Amy glanced at their companion. She could see the same thoughts were going through his mind. Another scream echoed down the street, more desperate now. That did it. Before John could do anything, Amy set off, sprinting through the streets. It took her 2 minutes to reach a tall building, at least 15 stories high, from which the screams were coming from. In front of the building, Amy could see a group of possibly a dozen infected crowding around an open doorway. In front of the doorway stood a boy about 14 years old, armed with a plank of wood, trying to keep the creatures out. Despite everything she'd learned since the horror began, Amy charged straight at the group. The first infected didn't even have a chance to turn around. The second didn't fare much better, as Amy forced her way through the group. The third infected lunged at her, but Amy nimbly sidestepped before bringing her bat down hard on the back of the creature's head. As the girl once again turned towards the doorway, she barely managed to lean back, avoiding a savage bite of the fourth infected. Trying desperately to back out of the thing's reach, Amy scuttled backwards, barely staying upright. But it was too slow. The infected took one long stride, grabbing Amy around the waist, raised his head to deliver a killer bite. A knife suddenly shot out from behind Amy's back, stabbing the infected through the eye, killing it instantly. The weapon was quickly pulled back, and Amy turned with it to look at her savior. John stood there, blood covering his fresh clothes, 2 more corpses behind him. Look, let's finish this first, then we'll have a long talk about safety. Amy felt her anger build at being disregarded. Turning back to the fight, she saw John, bloody knife in his left hand and the trusty hockey stick in his right, swiftly kill the 7th member of the pack. By the doorway, 2 of the infected grappled with the boy, while the 3rd attempted to stalk around the scuffle to flank the defender. Another echo screamed out the doorway. As Amy watched, the boy swung his plank sideways, knocking his 2 attackers off their feet, dealing with them the 2 swift strikes before turning to the 3rd. To the girl's right, John jumped backwards, dodging a vicious swipe of a clawed hand before using his longer reach to slam his hockey stick to the monster's temple. An animalistic smile crept onto the man's face as he watched the creature collapse to the ground, like a puppet that had its strings suddenly cut. Amy strode up to the last of the infected, tightly gripping her bat in both hands. Then, in one large swing, she released all of her anger. The creature fell to the ground, head caved in. Taking a minute to catch her breath, Amy slowly turned to face the doorway, studying the boy. He was stood just inside the doorway, still holding his large wooden plank. He had short black hair and was quite tall for his age, nearing 6 foot perhaps, already taller than Amy. But what caught her attention was his eyes. They were the eyes of someone who had seen and done terrible things, the eyes of someone who was dead inside. They were the exact same eyes as Amy's companion. Another scream broke Amy out of her thoughts as John began to speak. Look, we're here to help. Let us inside before the infected overrun the place. It was a command, not a question. Amy was about to reprimand John, where she heard the characteristic shuffling of feet and turned to see 3 more infected around the corner. The boy hesitated for a moment before nodding and motioning for the 2 to follow him inside. John followed, weapons held, ready. Taking one last look around, Amy ran inside the building after them, eager to avoid another fight. The group had been walking through the dimly lit offices for about 5 minutes. The strange boy silently leading, with Amy and John following a few footsteps behind. As another scream from further above died away, John started to talk to Amy, quietly, so the boy could not hear them. That was foolish. Not only did you run towards a place you knew infected would be, you also charged into a large group. Almost got yourself killed. Were you even thinking? Although he was whispering, it was clear how angry John was, and Amy refused to back down. I was thinking. Then tell me, what thought could have possibly led you to be so stupid? The girl got angry. She knew John was right. She knew she had risked both their lives to save someone they had never met. But there was no way she was going to let him call her stupid. Look, I feared the devil behind me far more than the monsters in front. A pained look crossed the man's face before his usual mask went up. Then, just as John was about to respond, the boy opened the door to the office from which the screaming was coming from. The office was relatively empty, except for a few scattered papers and the door to the adjoining office. Next to the wall was a small oak desk that in the old world would have been very expensive. Now, though, it was just a useful piece of furniture for an unnamed boy to use as a barricade. Pressed against the opposite of the wall, with her hand pressed to her side, was a screaming ginger-haired girl. Amy could see fresh blood seeping out underneath the girl's hand as it pressed into her left side. Please help me. Those things, they bit me. John walked further into the room, setting down his backpack and hockey stick on the floor, and jamming his knife between a belt loop as he walked towards the girl. Amy worriedly moved forwards, already knowing what was about to happen. As John got within a few steps of the girl, the boy appeared to Amy's left, mumbling something. Sorry, what was that? Amy asked, leaning closer to the boy. The boy mumbled the words again. This time, they were dreadfully clear. I'm sorry. Before Amy could do anything, the boy had slipped behind her and was now holding a knife to her throat as a man burst in through the adjoining door, tackling John to the ground. Amy reacted quickly, grabbing the knife hand of the boy and pulling it away. But the other hand came up, wrapping it tightly around her neck. Amy struggled against her attacker, swinging her cricket bat behind her to try and hit him. When that failed, she dropped the bat and began to claw at the hand with her nails, carving bloody cuts into the limb. Coughing from lack of air as the world began to dim around her, Amy tried one last thing. With all her remaining strength, Amy swung her foot backwards, aiming for between the boy's legs. Bullseye. The boy released her with a yell of pain, collapsing to his knees. Amy stumbled away, panting and coughing intermittent. As she turned to look for her bat, she saw the boy once again on his feet, bat in hand and fire in his eyes. Before Amy could do anything, the boy swung the bat, catching her on her chin and knocking her out. That, ladies and gentlemen, the end of our chapter. Yo, what is up, everybody? Teresco back again with another chapter from the story titled 50 Days After the Apocalypse, written by Ruber Rollinson. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 4. The next morning was spent in a tense silence, the actions of the previous day weighing heavily on both of the companions' minds. After quickly eating breakfast, the two of them packed up their sleeping bags, unbarricaded the door, and made to leave. All of them, same silence. The duo walked down the stairs, and John set about removing the second barricade on the front door. As she stood in the hallway, waiting, Amy could only help but look over at the man's crumpled body. It remained unchanged from the sad position he had fallen in yesterday after she had removed John's knives. Pausing for a moment on the stairs, Amy came to a decision. Hold on a minute. John froze, hand on the door handle, casting about for a sign of danger. But instead of a raving infected, he saw his companion crouched over the older man's body. What are you doing? Amy ignored him as she began to dig through the man's pockets. After several seconds of searching, the girl made a quiet triumph noise as she pulled out a small leather wallet. You're robbing him? Again, John was ignored as Amy opened the wallet, took out a small laminated card. After staring at it for a moment, she gave a little nod of confirmation before standing up and storming over to John and shoving the item in his face. Read it. John was tempted to push it away, but the look on her face told him this was not a point to argue over. Quickly scanning it, he began to read out what was written on the card. Roberts, Mr. Andrew, September 11th, 1975. Why am I reading a driver's license? Remember his name. After what you did to him, it's the least you can do. It's the only thing I'll do, John countered as he opened the door and the two of them began that day's perilous trek. In the days to come, a disturbing pattern was created. Each day was in itself unique and yet eerily similar. For Amy, the day would start in the middle of the night as she was awoken for guard duty. At roughly 7 in the morning, she would wake her companion with a sharp prod. What followed would be a silent cold breakfast, usually a can of food John had stored in his rucksack. Though, on their 8th day, they did treat themselves with stale bread they had found the day before. Food was a constant worry. Despite their best efforts at rationing within a week, the two were forced to scavenge for supplies during the day. After breakfast, they would break camp and set off into the streets, looking for food and a new place to stay. In the beginning, Amy would tell herself at the start of the day that she would look for survivors. This ambition was quickly crushed when John told her that to have survived this long, the survivors would be as twisted as he was. The day's length would vary from day to day based on how quickly they found shelter and how low the food supply was. In terms of shelter, the building needed to have at least 2 stories and a lot of space. Unfortunately, as the two companions spiraled into the center of the city in search of food, the ideal shelter became limited. As such, the days became longer, though the pair of them made sure to be in the shelter at least 2 hours before dusk. When they did find shelter there was a small matter of clearing the infected that undoubtedly lay in ambush inside. Amy had to admit that when it came to fighting infected, John was unparalleled. With an efficiency that bordered on scary, he would dispatch the creatures in mere seconds. Then came the worst part of the day. If John was able to trap one of the infected, he would perform his experiments on them. Initially, Amy had objected, still viewing the creatures with a shred of mercy. This ended on the 5th day, when an infected almost tore her throat out with its teeth. After that, she accepted whatever John did as a necessary evil and would leave the room to make camp. After John had finished, he would come and find her, normally wiping off one of his knives with a piece of cloth he would rip off of a curtain. Sometimes, if he was in a good mood, John would tell Amy what he had found, like the fact that the infected had no sense of smell, which he was extremely happy about, though he grudgingly told her that their sight and hearing could near superhuman levels, depending on the degree of deterioration. On some of the worst days, John would enter their camp and sit dejectedly in a corner, picking at the cold canned food they had to eat for dinner. As the days wore on and the situation became bleaker, John wouldn't stop his experiments till he had killed the infected, leaving its body as a bloody, unrecognizable mess of limbs. After an unusually silent meal at dusk, Amy would unfurl her sleeping bag, try to get a few hours' peace before the maddening cycle would begin again. Though Amy would never admit it, even to herself, a bond slowly formed between her and John. It could not be called a friendship after all. Most of their interactions were far from friendly. But at the same time, there was something deeper than that, a dependence on the other. It was not just a matter of needing the other for safety, but to them, the companionship was all that was keeping them sane. This new world, filled with monsters, this one bond between them was the only shred of normality they were to encounter for a very long time. Finally, on the 20th day after this whole nightmare began, the cycle was broken, but in its place arose a much more dire and dangerous situation. Amy was jolted awake as a hand clamped over her mouth. In a blind panic and half asleep, the girl's left hand began clawing at the dark figure that hovered over her, while her right shot out, searching for her bat. Slowly, the figure bent down and whispered in Amy's ear. "Stop it. Look, the infected have broken the front door down. We need to hide, now." Amy bolted upright, barely avoiding headbutting John in the process. Her eyes darted around the room, looking for any sign of danger as her companion slowly crept over to the doorway. Amy quietly crawled over to her bag as John poked his head out of the broken door. "Leave them," John hissed as he came back to retrieve his hockey stick before joining the girl by the bags. Moving silently, the man pulled out one of his knives, shoving it into his partner's left hand before grabbing another for himself. Without another word, John moved away towards the door, Amy following nervously behind them. With slow shuffling steps, the pair moved into the corridor. The grimy, bloodied walls were viewable by the light of the moon as it shone into the hallway through a crack in the boarded-up window at the end of the walkway. Amy opened her mouth to ask where they were going. That was when she heard it. Slow, hoarse breaths. And the house seemed to become colder as a dreadful chill filled the girl. Boom. A step. Floorboards creaked under the weight of a body. Boom. Closer this time. Amy's senses strained to their maximum as she visualized the downstairs room, trying to work out where the monster was. Boom, boom. There was more than one, and they were moving even closer as their dreadful breaths became more ragged, almost as if they could sense their prey was near. A small tug of her t-shirt made Amy jolt, focusing her attention on her partner as she silently motioned to the master bedroom. As quietly as possible, the pair moved, knowing their lives depended on them, making no noise. John reached the door first, pausing a moment to look over the solid oak door, checking it for cracks. Satisfied with the results of his inspection, the man gave a small affirmative nod as his knife hand snaked out lightly, pushing the slightly ajar door. The pair froze, listening, praying that the infected hadn't heard them. Dum, dum, dum. Faster now, on the stairs, the footsteps echoed through the hallway. To Amy, each step felt like a dagger, stabbing into her. John cursed as he shoved the door fully open, not caring as it let out another hideous shriek of protest. Running into the room, the man pointed at the wardrobe, where he practically threw himself behind the far end bedside table. Without a moment's hesitation, Amy rushed over to a piece of furniture, wrenching the doors open as more rushed, stumbling footsteps could be heard from the corridor. She had mere seconds to jump into the wardrobe and shut the doors behind her, or it appeared. The infected walked with a small stump as it walked into the room. The body of the infected was that of a man in his late 30s. Long brown hair was matted, dried blood, and the girl could make out the infected's dead, milky eyes, even from her hiding spot. With one shuddering step, the monster moved further into the room, craning its neck to the side, listening. It stood there motionless, the only sound its horrible, ragged breathing. Amy held her breath as she stared out of a crack at the infected as she fought every bone in her body not to run out of her hiding space in a blind panic. After an eternity, the creature gave up. With slow, faltering steps, it turned around. Without meaning, to Amy had knocked the door to the wardrobe and could only watch in horror as it swung open. The infected's head snapped around its cold eyes, fixing on the wardrobe. Boom, boom. Slowly, ever so slowly, the creature moved towards the piece of furniture. Amy pressed herself against the backboard of the closet, relying on the darkness to hide her. It didn't matter. The infected came closer and closer, its head still held at the horrible angle it had slightly opened, preparation to bite. The girl could only watch as the monster crept closer to her. Closer and closer with each step, more of the creature was revealed. Amy could see every single tear in its clothes, every speck of spattered blood, and worst of all, those sharp, razor-like teeth that would soon be slicing through her flesh. Thump, thump. Then, it happened. The survivor and the infected's eyes met. In that instant, time seemed to just stop, as what little gap remained suddenly felt a lot smaller. Suddenly, the creature's face twisted into a snarl, and it lurched forward with surprising speed. Amy knew what she had to do. She knew she had to raise the knife in her left hand and defend herself. But she didn't. She couldn't. For in that single moment, the fear overwhelmed her, and Amy froze. It was all the infected needed. With uncharacteristic speed, the monster rushed onwards, arms extended, and its fingers mere inches away from the terrified girl. All of a sudden, John appeared, bursting forth from his hiding space and barreling into the infected, knocking it against the wall with a loud crash. Almost immediately, a second infected appeared in the doorway, attracted by the noise, the conflict. Snapping back to her senses, Amy charged forward, past John as he grappled with the first infected, swinging her bat as she moved, dealing the new infected a hard blow to the head. As the creature fell, a third appeared to take its place. The girl thrust her arms forward, stabbing the infected through the chest, but the monster continued on, unperturbed, as it swung its arm at Amy, its claw-like fingers racking the survivor's side, drawing blood. Quickly backing away, the girl swung her bat wildly in an attempt to gain space. Behind her, John was pushed back by the original infected as he struggled to stay upright. The man's legs connected with the bed, causing him to collapse onto it, losing his knife process. The monster dived forwards, eager to capitalize on its advantage, but John was quicker. In the blink of an eye, the man raised his legs and booted the infected in the face. The creature wheeled backwards, blood pouring from a clearly broken nose before it could recover. And John was on his feet with one huge two-handed swing of his hockey stick. The creature was dead. The feral joy brought on by his kill was abruptly halted as Amy collided with him, causing both of them to end up sprawled on the floor. Towering above them, the final infected opened its gaping maw and plunged towards the pair. Acting on instinct, Amy threw her hands out to protect herself. The knife still clutched fervently in her left hand. It flew forwards before embedding itself to the skull of the infected, straight through its eyes. The monster convulsed several times before becoming limp, held up only by the knife. With one last surge of effort, the girl pushed the body to one side, or allowing it to fall on the floor. Boom. Now, ladies and gentlemen, yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again. Another chapter from our zombie story titled 50 Days After the Apocalypse, written by Rupert Rollinson. Remember to check out the links in the description, show love to the author, like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 7. Amy moaned as she regained consciousness. The pounding on her head deafened her to any surrounding noise. The girl made to move her hands to her head, only to discover they were bound by a coarse rope. Slowly, Amy opened her eyes. For a moment, she was blinded by a source of light. Blinking a couple times, her sight came back, and the girl took stock of her surroundings. She was laying flat on her back, hands and legs tied. The room she was in appeared to have been an office similar to the one she had been ambushed in, the only source of light coming from the cracks in boards covering the windows. Rolling onto her side, Amy searched the room for her companion. Instead of John, she saw a group of 4 people, similarly bound, huddled in a corner. The eldest girl was about 19 years old, had shoulder-length dark brown hair in a bowl-style cut. Like most survivors, her clothes were splattered with the usual gore and tears. Just under her right eye were 3 gruesome, unhealed scars that twisted her face to an angry scowl. Hidden slightly behind her were 2 children, twins, probably 5 years old. A boy and a girl. They looked similar to the eldest girl, suggesting they were related. The last girl was slightly separated from the group. Her long ginger hair was tied back in a ponytail. She was 14 or 15 though. It was clear to see she was a bit small for her age. With a flash of recognition, Amy realized the girl was the one who had been screaming. Rolling onto her other shoulder, Amy saw the boy who had knocked her out, leaning on the wall next to a door, his wooden board propped up next to him. As if sensing she was looking at him, the boy's eyes snapped open, locking onto her. Amy was happy to see the boy subconsciously shift his leg to shield his crotch. Suddenly, the door burst open as John was thrown through it. He was strapped to a wheelie chair and was covered in fresh cuts and bruises. Then, a man, the same man who had ambushed him, strode through the shattered remains of the door, panting. He was of average height, bald, Sweat covered his dark skin. Whatever he had been doing to John, he'd worked up a sweat doing it. Yeah, you're a tough one, I'll give you that. In response, Amy saw her companion spit blood onto the ground. The man laughed before turning to the boy. Check the rope, boy. Fetch me a beer while you're at it. And with that, the man turned and left to the door. The boy crouched down next to John, quickly unstrapping him from the chair and tying him up in a similar fashion to the others before grabbing a nearby sack from off the ground. The clinking of the sack as the boy left the room was the only sound in the safe, John's deep breathing. With their guards gone, Amy crawled over to her companion. John's face was a bloody mess, and every few breaths, he coughed up more blood. What's happening, John? What do they want? They want to know where we got all the food from. Whatever you do, don't tell them. We're good as dead the moment they find out. Amy gave a little nod of confirmation. For a while, the two of them lay in silence, where John eventually slipped into unconsciousness. Confident he wasn't about to die lying there, Amy crawled over to the others in the room, hoping to find out just what was going on. Bound as she was, it took several minutes for the girl to travel the length of the room, and she finally made it. Amy slowly propped herself up against a wall, wincing as her strained body screamed at being moved. Looking the eldest girl in the eye, she began to speak. So, do you want to start, or should I go first? The name's Helen, and these two are James and Jane. The traitor over there is Sarah. I'm Amy, and the guy over there is John. The young boy scurried out from behind Helen, moving over to Amy. James, get back here, the eldest girl said, hooking her legs in front of the infant and pulling him back. Amy looked at the eldest girl. She pushed James behind her. Yeah, can't be too careful. So, who are our captors? Well, the guy who was beating up your friend is Ian. He's an abusive alcoholic whose moods change so much, he's just as likely to offer you a drink as he is to slap you. The younger one's Dan, his son. He does whatever daddy tells him and may as well be mute. Despite her insulting words, Helen kept her voice low, keen not to be overheard. The two of them lapsed into an uncomfortable silence. Searching for a topic to talk about, Amy's eyes once again fell upon the scars on her right cheek. So, what caused the, She fell momentarily silent, search for the right words. Oh, you mean these scars? It happened on the first day. We had been staying with my boyfriend when he woke the three of us up. He had turned. That morning, he broke down the kitchen door while I was still working out. What was going on? He killed our mother, left me these, the going away present. So, I had to break up with him. Thought he was getting, too clingy. How'd you do it? Amy asked in a whisper. Well, I brained him with a rolling pin I was using to make his breakfast. In the hour that followed, the two of them told their stories of how they got here, with Helen every now and then having to nudge James with her feet to keep him in line. The trio had apparently spent the first month roaming around similarly to Amy and John. Then, a couple of weeks ago, had been caught by Ian and Dan. After that, Helen had been used to find supplies, with the twins being used as hostages to ensure her cooperation. Amy had to marvel at the strength the woman showed, being sent out into that madness, alone, and returning to the men forcing her to do it. To be able to do that day after day and remain sane was incredible. Then it was Amy's turn. He talked about the first day and the days that followed. He talked about John's treatment of the other survivors, of Andrew Roberts, of the supermarket, everything. Halfway through her narrative, John regained consciousness. He crawled over to the group of survivors and sat quietly next to Amy. It was after dusk when Dan reappeared in the room. Without speaking, he moved over to John's pack, pulling out a loaf of stale bread and an assortment of cans. That was when Ian stumbled, reeking of alcohol and knife in hand. With uneven steps, he made his way over to Sarah. In response, the girl drew her legs in and pushed herself further into the wall. But it was no use. Ian grabbed her by her waist, her wrist, and hoisted her to her feet. Sarah let out a whimper as Ian held the quivering knife in front of her face. Look, quit your struggling before I stab you on the other side. Sarah became stock still, her eyes filled with terror. Slowly, the drunken man lowered the knife and cut away the rope binding the girl before shoving her towards Dan. Then, Ian moved over to Amy. As his hand reached out, John moved forwards, putting himself between them. If I were you, brat, I'd move. Now, unless you want another beating like earlier. A sick smile spread across Ian's face as he spoke, but John looked him straight in the eyes and smiled the same twisted smile back. So I have all my teeth, don't I? The punch hit John right in the mouth, knocking John back to the floor. Amy watched as her companion coughed several times and spat out a tooth with a fresh patch of blood. Not anymore. John looked up at the drunk man. I've got plenty more. The second punch slammed the man back to the floor, causing him to cough up more blood and spittle covering the floor. Defiant as ever, John made to get up before a pair of tied up hands were softly laid on his shoulder, holding him down. It's okay. It's okay. Amy's voice was soft and didn't betray the fear she felt. Ian's hand once again reached over, grabbing the ropes, binding the girl, and pulling her to her feet. The knife slashed once again, and the ropes were severed. Alright, you get the cooking. Then came the cooking. To Amy's delight, the group had a pair of portable cookers and plenty of fuel to use. She had to admit, the difficult part was trying not to drool at the thought of eating hot food as she scraped the congealed contents of a can into a small melting pot. As she and Sarah set about cooking an eatable, Ian dragged the chair John had been tortured in over to the corner. Sitting down in it, he proceeded to produce a can of beer from one of his coat's many pockets. Dan, for his part, leaned against the wall next to his board. Amy let out a curse as the knife she was being forced to use to stir what she believed was a casserole scraped against the bottom of the metal bowl. She and the other girl had been slaving over the dish for over half an hour, and the almost constant metallic sound was starting to get on her nerves. Despite this, the dish looked palatable. It was practically Michelin compared to the slop she and John had been eating the past weeks. While every now and then before day zero, Amy had managed to cook something that was at least edible, she had to admit it was the young girl and her quiet instructions that were the main reason the dish was so good. Another scrape dragged Amy's wandering mind back to the present. Letting out another stream of curses, the girl removed the implement, deftly weighing it as she debated whether or not to charge Ian with it. It won't work. The words were so quiet that Amy almost missed them. Looking at the girl, she saw her continuing to labor over the soup. Without looking up, the girl spoke again. Got a gun. Won't help him if I'm quick. Sarah smirked, though she made sure to keep her face down so Ian couldn't see. I thought that, right up until he grabbed a knife out of my hand and stabbed me with it. Now, you use that to trap unsuspecting survivors, huh? The girl recoiled slightly at the comment, but not enough to draw attention to their conversation. Oh, sorry about that. He does that every time Helen doesn't find food, you know. Still, it's not an excuse. The conversation ended with that, as the two cooked in silence. Amy had to admit that Sarah was very skilled at cooking, quickly cutting off any spoiled parts of ingredients or adding them to the broth. Everything was going smoothly till Sarah went to pick up the pot. The strain from lifting the container was too much for her wound, and the girl's arms gave out. With a loud bang, the pot fell to the floor, spilling half of the contents all over the floor. Ian swore loudly, storming over to the pair and dragging Sarah to her feet by her hair. Amy acted on instinct, grabbing the knife firmly in her hands. She rose to her feet, preparing to stab the drunk. The knife was halfway to ending Ian's life when it was knocked from her hand by her own cricket bat. Turning, the girl saw Dan holding on to the weapon, prepared to back his father up. Amy instead dived sideways, shoulder barging the boy into the wall. Dan coughed, winded but still able to fight as he turned the cricket bat and slammed its side on to the back of his hands, or to back of his attacker's leg. Amy fell back off balance, but made sure not to leave an opening for a follow-up attack. That's enough. Ian getting the attention of the two combatants. He was stood with Amy's dropped knife pressing against Sarah's neck. Amy thought about continuing her fight. After all, this was the same girl that had led to her and John's capture. Her resolve crumbled though when she saw Ian draw blood. Amy's shoulder dropped and she held out her hands, allowing Dan to tie them up again. Then something strange happened. The boy picked up the cricket bat and marched over to his father. "Let her go," Dan said, in a deeper voice than you would have thought given his age. Ian paused for a moment, clearly not used to his son challenging him and unsure what to do. Finally, giving in, the man threw Sarah to the floor and picked up the pot. Not like I care anyways. Your portion she spilled anyway. Now go check and see if any of the creatures were drawn by the sound. Dan stayed motionless for a moment longer before tying up Sarah and leaving to do as his father asked. Sarah crawled back into her corner while Amy made her way back over to the group, taking a seat next to John. Sorry I couldn't break us out. Amy half joked to her companion, who merely smiled and sent her smile back. Don't be, because I found our ticket out of here. And that, ladies and gentlemen, the end of our chapter. Yo, what is up everybody? Sarasco back again with the final chapter from our zombie story titled 50 Days After the Apocalypse, written by Ruber Rollington. Remember to check out the links in the description below. Show love to the author, like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 8. A week slipped by, and despite the constant threat of death, Amy had to admit it did feel safer than wandering the streets. The group was being held on the 25th floor of an old office block. Every access point had been barricaded by the father and son, though it wasn't as secure as any of the barricades that John used to build. Every morning, Dad would rouse the captives and untie Sarah, who would set about making breakfast. Helen would then set out a few minutes later after very wary Dan untied her. After that, Ian would eventually rise from his drunken stupor and take a large portion of whatever Sarah had made for breakfast, leaving the others to split or remain between themselves. Then, it was the worst part of the day. Ian would take John into the next room and supposedly interrogate him. Really though, it was just the man wanting to hurt somebody. Amy would try her best to ignore what was happening and would play with James and Jane. Eventually, Ian would get bored and throw John back into the room, set about his drinking. Amy would crawl over to her companion, who would be trying his best to lose consciousness. The two would sit together in a comfortable silence and wait out the remainder of the day. Finally, as the light receded, there would be a knock on one of the barricades that would signal Helen's return. Then, Sarah would cook the group dinner where they all retreated to their own corners to sleep, start the day all over again. In terms of the group, Helen was by far the most capable. Amy half believed that she might even be better at surviving in this world than John. However, it was clear that the twins were her weakness. James and Jane were two normal 5-year-olds, who, while it was nice to see two children uncorrupted by the world, Amy knew they were a liability. Sarah, on the other hand, was a beaten down girl. Despite Dan's best efforts, it was clear that torturing the girl was Ian's favorite thing to do. Ian was a typical abusive drunk with a seemingly limitless amount of alcohol. The odd one, though, was Dan. Amy wasn't quite sure what to think of him. At first, he was kind to the captives, especially Sarah. Other times, though, he would treat them as prisoners, barely saying a word. During that week, there was one thought that both kept Amy going and put her on edge. This uneasy peace could not last, and it would end only one side be left standing. John took a slow, deep breath as he attempted to recover from the last beating. He currently had a black eye and probably a broken nose. His body was the worst, though. While his shoulder had healed, his ribs were not able to recover due to Ian's daily interrogation. The sun had set, and Sarah was in the process of making dinner for everyone. Ian was in his usual seat, already drunk, while Dan was leaning on the doorframe, Amy's cricket bat next to him. Sarah was just finishing up the food when her arm gave out again. The bang of the pot on the portable cooker echoed throughout the office. Ian was up immediately, ranting at the poor girl as she tried her best to scoop up the lost food. Don't put it back in the pot. You pricks can have that waste. But it's not done yet, Sarah responded, continuing her efforts. Angered by her answering back, Ian picked up the girl and punched her hard in the gut. Sarah screamed as the punch hit her stab wound. Amy was on her feet in seconds, rushing to the girl's aid. Leave her alone. Ian dropped Sarah and rounded Amy instead. What, huh? You gonna make me, huh? Maybe I will. The slap echoed almost as much as the clang of the pot. Amy was knocked to the floor by the force of the blow. Ian started to laugh at the fallen girl, only to let out a grunt as John dived into the man, knocking the wind out of him and forcing Ian back into the opposite wall. John stood protectively in front of his companion, his breathing still labored and his hands still bound. Look at you, sticking up for your girlfriend. Obviously, I didn't hit you enough earlier, Ian said as he drew his gun. John stood his ground, smirking at the old man. What are you smiling at, huh? I just can't believe it took me a week to realize that the gun's fake. John's response only angered Ian more as he tossed the weapon aside and moved threateningly towards the defiant man. You think you're so clever, don't you? Well, the gun might be fake, but these ain't. And he raised his fist, made to punch John in the face. If the man had been sober, the blow might have connected, but drunk, as he always was, his swing was wilder than that, but infected. John swayed backwards out of the way, and the hook before hitting headbutting Ian in response. The elder man fell back, blood spraying from his nose. Regaining some of his composure, Ian held out his hand towards his son. Give me the bat. Dan hesitated, clearly unsure what to do. Then, as he reached for the weapon, John spoke. For once in your life, think of yourself. Every eye in the room turned towards the bound man. Look, full immunity. We'll forget about all this and you can join us. Ian just burst out laughing, marching over to his son. You think my son would have the backbone to do something like that? He's a little brat, always has been. Dan shot an angry look at his father, but lowered his gaze when Ian stared back. You really want to stay like this? Knuckling under, barely better than a captive? Just give up, man. There's nothing you can do or say to get this little coward to do anything. I can't, but I bet she can. John countered, turning to Sarah, who was still on the floor, tears in eyes from the pain of the blow. Dan and Sarah looked at each other for a second before the girl spoke. Please, help me. Before Dan could respond, Ian let out an angry growl as he marched towards the defenseless girl. What are you saying now, girl? You're nothing but trouble. Should have done this a long time ago. As he walked towards Sarah, Ian raised the bat threateningly. Suddenly, Dan was stood between his father and the girl, arms outstretched protectively. Ian scoffed at his son's action, bat still raised aggressively. Think carefully about this, boy. You really want me to show you what happens when you go against me? Dan held his position for a moment longer before backing down, lowering his arms. Yeah, that's what I thought. Suddenly, Dan grabbed the handle of the bat with one hand and with the other punched his father in the face. Ian fell backwards, letting go of the bat as he did. Several things happened as the room erupted into chaos. Ian charged at his son, who threw the bat to the ground, tackled his father to the ground. As the two of them rolled around, punching and kicking each other in an attempt to gain the advantage, John rushed to Amy's side, motioning to the knife. Catching on, Amy grabbed the weapon to cut her companion free. Sarah crawled backwards, trying to get out of the way of the brawling father and son. Helen tried her best to shield the twins as they cowered behind her, fearful of what was happening. As Amy cut John loose, he grabbed the knife and freed her as well, before handing the weapon back. Alright, look, cut them loose as well, John said, motioning to the siblings as he rushed off into the other room in search of something. As Amy went to free the other captives, she was almost knocked over by Dan as he was thrown backwards by his father. Dan recovered his footing and punched Ian in the gut as the man tried to capitalize on his advantage. Ian staggered in pain as Dan continued to punch his dad in the gut. In desperation, Ian grabbed his son's leg and attempted to knock him to the ground. But Dan countered, twisting in midair and landing on top of Ian. Before the man realized what was happening, Dan was on him, punching his face with a ferocious anger born from the years of abuse he had suffered. The boy lost track of time, focused only on the object of his anger. Suddenly, Dan found his arms being held back as John pulled the boy off of his father. Dan struggled to kick Ian's prone form as well as he was pulled off of the man. Casting about angrily, the boy saw all of the former captives arrayed around him, Helen with the knife and Amy with her bat. Dan paled a bit as he realized what was on all of their minds, but John intervened before anyone could do anything. Look, not now. There's no way the infected didn't hear that. If you want any chance for your brother and sister surviving today, we need to move quickly. That was enough for the woman as she lowered her knife, albeit begrudgingly. Dan gave a look of thanks to John, who just ignored him, started giving out orders. Alright, Amy, grab our packs. Helen, go with Sarah and collect anything of Ian's that might be useful. You guys, listen to me, and we just might get out of this. Ian moaned as he slowly regained consciousness. His vision was blurred, his head was pounding, and there was a sharp ringing in his ears. Finally awake, are you? The voice came from an out of the focus person, sitting on a chair in the middle of the room. Where am I? You don't recognize this place? Even as the figure spoke, his vision came back into focus. He was lying on the floor of a different room, the one where he and Dan had fought. His head still pounding, Ian slowly sat up. His vision finally fully returned. He recognized the figure in front of him as John. The other man who sat cross-legged on an old chair hockey stick lying beside him, and his left hand hidden behind his back. To think that a run had it in him, huh? I have to teach him a lesson later. I wouldn't do that if I were you. And why wouldn't you? Because it brings your death a lot closer, John said, also standing up, displaying the knife in his left hand. Ian suddenly became alert, his body immediately tensing, ready for another fight. The pair stared at each other, looking for an opening to pounce. Then, John slowly began to bend down, pick up his trusted weapon. Ian attacked. Launching himself at the younger man, Ian crossed the distance in a matter of seconds. But it was too slow. John quickly straightened up, stabbing the knife into Ian's right arm, just below the shoulder. Like a matador dodging a bull, John then quickly sidestepped the charging man, sticking his foot out at the last second to trip Ian and send him crashing to the floor. Ian slid along the dust-covered wood before finally coming to a halt when his back slammed into the opposite wall. The elder man let out a growl of rage as he quickly attempted to get back to his feet. What he wasn't expecting was to just as quick crash back to the floor as his right arm refused to support his weight. Ian stared at his arm, angrily not understanding why an arm, which he could still feel like any other limb, refused to even move an inch. I severed a tendon. John's words, though spoken quietly, still cut through the man's rage-filled madness. As Ian's gaze snapped to the speaker, he elaborated. Look, I'm sure you're too stupid to know this, but in each of your limbs, there's a set of tendons that are required for you to move the limbs. Essentially, I just disabled your right arm. Though he didn't understand most of what the young man had said, Ian had got the basic gist of it. So what if I can't use my right arm? I don't need it to kick your bloody ass. And with that, the man once again launched himself at John. With a sigh, John tossed the knife over to his right hand before stabbing his attacker, the same place on his other arm. Ian howled in pain as he struggled to stay upright on his charge, with his two arms now hanging uselessly at his side. John had other ideas. As the older man brought his charge under control, John lunged forwards and stabbed the back of Ian's left calf. The man went limp, collapsed to the floor with a thud. John then proceeded to walk forwards and turn Ian over onto his back. The older man's face was a mask of blood from its recent run-in with the floorboards. His nose was now crooked, rivers of blood poured out of the obvious broken feature. Ian tilted his head to the side and with several coughs spat out a mix of teeth, spittle, and blood. Suddenly, John was forced to dodge backwards as the man's right leg flew upwards, almost connecting with his face. With a satisfied sigh, John moved over to the barricaded door, leaving the older man to thrash around the floor. Ian gave up his useless kicking and stared up at the ceiling, desperately trying to move his arms. As he lay there in a quickly filling pool of his own blood, Ian knew with the certainty that comes with your final hour that this was where he was going to die, and it terrified him, far greater than any fear he had ever had before. Tears leapt unbidden through his eyes, blurring his vision, as in one last roll of dice, he began to plead. Please, Please don't kill me. Gone was his confidence and assurance in himself. Now, he was just a coward, afraid of death. Over and over, he pleaded, getting louder with each cycle. I'm not going to kill you. Ian became deathly quiet as he heard John's words. A couple of blinks, he cleared his vision and looked over at the man. John was now standing by the window, hockey stick in hand, knife tucked to the belt, tucked in to his trousers. Do you know why I chose this room? It's because through this window is a balcony that connects to the neighboring building. Do you know why I did this? Before the man could respond, there was a crunch as an infected smashed its hand through the door. Ian paled as he suddenly realized what was going to happen. John suddenly smashed the window with his hockey stick and began to yell at the top of his voice. Every infected within earshot suddenly began to make their way to the room. Ian's mind snapped as the man burst out laughing, further driving the infected into a frenzy. John slipped out of the window, onto the balcony, and towards the next building. As he walked away, Ian's laughs transformed into screams as the infected broke through and mauled him. As the man was literally ripped apart, a sickeningly sinister smile crept onto John's face. Amy tried her best to ignore Ian's pain screams as John crept in through the open window. Shutting the window behind himself, John at least managed to mute the sounds. The dark room was small, but it was secure, especially with the barricades Amy and Helen had constructed. In the center of the room sat Dan, with the former captives stood around him, not quite at ease, even though the boy was bound. John flopped down on the floor, his tired body beginning to pack up. Everyone looked at the man, clearly waiting on his decision. John sighed, knowing they wouldn't like what he was about to say. The boy gets to live. The profanity that spewed from Helen's mouth would have made a sailor blush, as it was just made twins giggle. Amy shot a confused look at her companion, while Sarah seemed secretly pleased at his decision. John waited out Helen's rage before he asked the woman, "So, what are your plans?" To take James and Jane somewhere safe." "Nowhere safe." "Then I'll make somewhere safe." "Then why not do it with us?" For the second time, Helen was forced to pause, caught off guard. What are you suggesting?" "Well, everyone in this group is useful to you. If we're all to make it, then we need everyone here." Helen then shot a murderous look at Dan. "Why do we need him?" "We don't. You do. Think of him as James and Jane's bodyguard." I can do that just fine." "And what about the one time you can't? Because it will happen. Those two can't look after themselves, and you can't watch them all the time without getting yourself killed." Helen seemed torn. And the one hand, what John said made sense. But on the other, this was the boy partly responsible for everything that happened in her life the last few weeks. Finally, he relented and moved over to the twins, saying over their shoulder, "Look, tell you what, how about he doesn't get a weapon?" Hey, look, Amy, the balcony connects to this building. Just to be on the safe side, could you board up the window? Sarah, I think we could all do the little food, don't you? The two girls nodded and set about their task while John moved over to the final member of their group. Dan looked up at his savior, who crouched down in front of him. Pulling out the knife he had just used on Ian, John brandished the weapon for the boy to see. "Look, you make me regret this, and I promise you, you will wish for a weight as nice as your dad's." Dan gulped, nevertheless nodded his head to show he understood. With that, John severed the boy's ropes before heading over to his rucksack to begin unpacking. John sat, bathed into the moonlight, looking out of the street below as he began his watch duty. Behind him, the rest of the group was sleeping in makeshift mattresses made up of sleeping bags and spare clothes. Well, almost all the group. "Look, you can quit pretending now," John spoke quietly, so as not to wake the others. His gaze not shifted from staring out the street below. Almost silently, Dan rose and crept over to the window, sitting opposite John. For a while, the two sat in silence as both waited for the others to speak. Finally, the boy relented. "Wait, how did you know I was awake?" You remind me of myself. I know I wouldn't want sleep while surrounded by a group of people I've been holding captive for weeks. Look, you should be more trusting. Are you telling me that's how you would react in my situation? The boy struggled to keep his temper under control, knowing that the last thing he needed right now was to wake the members of the group up. No, I wouldn't. There's a difference between you and me. Yeah, and what's that? Unlike me, you're only acting tough and emotionless. I'm not saying to go back to the person you used to be. Just stop, being an outsider. It means you'll have to work to get on their good side. But Amy trusts you, as does the girl. What about you? Tell you what, you're useful to the group. As long as you remain so, I'll support you. A small smile of gratitude appeared on Dan's lips after John's response, but the man quickly added, "Look, don't get me wrong, this works both ways. The moment you stop being useful to my survival is the moment I leave you to fend for yourself." An uncomfortable silence followed neither of the survivors, feeling the need to speak. Eventually, John spoke up again. "Look, if I were you, I'd get some rest. You have a long and hard day tomorrow, and you still have a watch on your own later." Without responding, the boy quietly climbed to his feet and tiptoed away, only to stop a few steps later and turn. You know, I don't believe you're as emotionless as you think you are. With that, Dad made a final few steps and sucked down into his sleeping bag. John smiled once again as he looked out of the window and whispered to himself, "Tell me that in a few days." And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our story. Yo, what is up, everybody? Let's go back again with a zombie story for you guys. This one is titled A World Full of Zombies, written by Pipsqueak. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them, like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 1. Addie. The gun sounds off with a sickening boom, and the body drops down, dead forever. Its skin is decaying, rotted, and you can see some of its bone poking out. I stared down at the once human, now zombie. Unlike in those scary movies I watched when I was little, all zombie skins are just the same as they were alive. Except they're ripped up and bleeding and dead. Dead and still moving, walking, seeking more people to kill. I kick the corpse with my foot and it rolls to the side. It's dead, alright. I kneel down and loop my fingers around the bag it was carrying. It contains some moldy food and a few cartridges of bullets. I take the bullets and step over the body, moving on. I've been alone for about 10 years now, before the apocalypse had even started. I'm 17 years old now, which means I was exactly 7 years old when my parents died and I was forced to fend for myself. I've lived with that for years. I shake my head, clearing my thoughts before loading my gun. I move along the abandoned road, looking at each house carefully before picking the least broken one and heading in there. The front door opens with a creak, and I shut it behind me. Something lunges at me in the dim light of this house. My gun gets thrown aside. The thing is on top of me, and I struggle trying to escape its grasp. A gun goes to my temple, and my eyes widen as I realize that the thing is human. A real human. Alive. Get the hell off me. What? How can a zombie talk? God. I'm human, you idiot. I struggle, and he pulls his face closer to mine, staring down at me with his green eyes. I glare back at him, resisting the urge to punch him right in the face. He grabs my wrist roughly and feels for my pulse. He presses on it hard and I yelp, my heartbeat quickening. He releases my hand and pulls back his gun, but doesn't let me get up. Why? Why did you pick this house? Bloody hell, man. This was the only one that wasn't as banged up as the others. Think I wanna die? Now get off me. Look, you're gonna shoot me, and I'll become a zombie. Wouldn't that be fun? And as we all know, one zombie attracts many zombies. He glares at me, his lip twitching in anger. He puts his gun away, and I slip back, away from him. What do you want? Place to sleep? Go find one. I have. No, this is my den and I... Look, either will you let me stay, or I will shoot myself, then you'll have a zombie running around your so-called den. Wouldn't that be fun? He huffs and growls, running a hand over his face. Fine, fine. You can stay. But you supply your own food. Guess I'll starve. Fine, I'll feed you. We have to work as a team. Whatever. He turns and signals with his hand for me to follow him. I pick up my gun and place it in my belt. It hangs loosely next to my knife. I follow the boy into the kitchen and spot all the blood-stained tiles. You killed someone? No, I was injured. That's from last month. It won't come out. He starts ruffling through the cupboards for food, and he tosses me a can in my direction, and I catch it. Good luck with that. I don't have a can opener. Neither does anyone else in this town. I dig my hand in my pocket and pull out my can opener and begin opening the can of cold soup. How did you... I stole it. You have a can for yourself? He hands me another can, and I open it before passing it over to him. He sips the cold soup cautiously while I drink mine, hungrily. It's a nice soup, really. One I used to enjoy when I was little. But then again, I used to have it warmed up and share it with my parents. But they're dead. Nothing I can do will bring them back. I toss the can into the bin and I wipe my mouth with the back of my hand. The boy finishes his soup and does the same as me. I look up at him. He's quite tall, chestnut hair, which has been clumsily cut. He looks about a year older than me, maybe 2. He has dark green eyes and little to no freckles. What? Sorry, just haven't seen a real human for like a year. You have pretty eyes. Oh, thanks, I guess. They're dark blue. A rare but pretty color. But I don't care. To a zombie, I just need to die or become one of them. So, what are you doing out here anyway? I needed to move. They have bigger numbers. Yeah, I know. They're all over here. The guards? What guards? I had no idea the guards were still out there. Yeah, you know, the guards. People who come, take the humans away, experiment on them. I didn't know that. And then there was a loud knock on the door, and the boy springs into action, scooping up a bag, tossing all his food into it, and all his weapons. I stare at him confused, so he grabs my wrist, looking dead into my eyes. Get your things. We need to leave now. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of chapter 1. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again with another chapter from our zombie story titled A World Full of Zombies, written by Pipsqueak. Remember to use the link in the description to show love to them, like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 2. Addie. I jump up, pulling my backpack up onto my shoulder, making sure it won't fall off while the boy hunts around for something. Open the door! We know you're in there! Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? What is it? A picture. It's a picture. I need it. I hurry around with him and dash upstairs, hunting around for a picture. I find one and hurry downstairs to show it to the boy. He grabs it gratefully and stuffs it into his bag. A gunshot sounds off and pain shoots up in my arm. I groan in pain as blood starts pouring down my arm. The boy then zips up his bag and scoops me up in his arms. Hey! Oh, shut up. He rushes out the back door and leaps over the fence. The house explodes and the boy dashes into a bush, pulling us both down. We need to find the safe zone. Well, no shit, Sherlock. Get my bag. Takes it off my shoulder and rummages through it. Hey! He pulls out a bandage and begins wrapping my arm. He puts the rest of the roll back in my bag and slides the bag back over my shoulder. Welcome. Alright, this way. Why? I just say so, alright? He leads me on for hours upon hours, and my arm is throbbing with pain. It's not a normal bullet wound. I've dealt with them before. This one hurts so much more, like hundreds were shot into me at the same time. Please, please, I'm in pain, you idiot. No, we can't. They're too close. Painful. Look, I don't care. What will be more painful is when they catch us and force us into that horrible place. Let's keep moving. We continue moving, and each step is an agony for me. The light hours of day turn into night. The zombies are still roaming, and the boy shoots one every once in a while. He leads us into a forest, and I continue stumbling and tripping. He stops after a while and turns to face me. Why are you so slow? I don't know. I've been shot, it hurts, I've lost blood, and oh, I've been walking for a full 3 days now. Three days. Yes, so please, just let me rest. No, we have to keep moving. You're close. Please, I am in pain, you idiot. He lets out a sigh, picks me up in one smooth motion. Hey! Look, shut up. I'll carry you until I get tired, alright? Whatever. Good. Now, go to sleep or whatever. Just don't annoy me. I roll my eyes and he starts moving again, holding me gently in his arms. I'm in pain and sleep deprived. A deadly combination in this world. If this boy, who I didn't even know the name of, hadn't pulled me out that house, I would be dead. No doubt about it. It's been hard being alone for as long as I have. My parents died before the zombies even came. About 3 years before, in fact. I was about 10 when the apocalypse started, which means I've been alone for a total of 10 years, making me 17 years old. This boy looks at least a year or two older than me. He seems alright, but I can't rely on him too much. After all, he could be a part of the bad guys team, as I like to call it. The zombies didn't just appear out of nowhere, like the news said. They were created and released into the world to cause havoc and mayhem. I let out a deep sigh, my tired body begging me to close my eyes. To sleep, to rest. But I can't. I have to be on alert. What would happen if I fell asleep? Those people could catch up and I wouldn't know it. The boy could leave me somewhere to die. A zombie could come, and the boy would have no cover since he's holding me. I can't let that happen. I can't let my guard down. The boy walks for hours. He seems to have an unlimited amount of energy and strength. I blink more and more. Something I do to keep myself awake. It's not working. I am so tired and weak. Just sleep. No, I have to stay awake. I'll be fine. Just go to sleep. No. He lets out a sigh and continues onwards. It's dark now, really dark. I have no idea how the boy hasn't tripped or ran into anything. He seems to have walked through here thousands of times, knows the way like the back of his hand. But if so, how has he not gotten caught? Was it dumb luck? Or was he good at surviving and fighting? Who knows? My breaths are begging me to get more and more shallow as I struggle to stay awake. Hey, what's your name? Luke. My name's Luke. He blows some of his chestnut hair out of his eyes as we break free of the forest and into another town. Do we stay here? No. Okay. My eyes keep shutting, and it's getting nearly impossible to keep them open. Stupid sleep-deprived body. I have to stay awake. I reminded myself over and over again. Stay awake. You can't afford to sleep. It could cost you your life. Maybe even Luke's life as well. I can't risk that. No. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of chapter 2. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again. Another chapter from our story titled A World Full of Zombies, written by Pipsqueak. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 3. Luke. I let out a chuckle as she finally falls asleep, her head drooping into my chest. Finally. I thought she'd never go to sleep. 3 days is a lot without sleep. And it wasn't helping that she's been fighting it for about 3 hours now. I walk through the town, every third or fourth street light on. It's helpful to be able to see. I stop in the middle of the road, glancing around. This girl said they were coming. The zombies, that is. Which more than likely means they haven't made it to this town yet. Which could mean more humans. Which can have its pros and cons. Pros, it could mean shelter. Cons, it could mean they shoot at us. I glance down at the girl's sleeping figure. She needs medical attention, badly. Her arm has stopped bleeding, but I haven't wrapped it properly, not tight enough. I can tell by the fact that blood has dripped down her arm and is going through the white bandage. I look around, seeing if there's a light in on one of the windows. Ah, there. I quickly walk toward the house and knock with my foot, making sure the girl is firm in my arms. The door slams open, and a gun gets pointed at my head. Hey, I'm alive, she's alive. The boy lowers his gun and looks down at the girl. She looks dead. Believe me, she's not. How'd you know there were people here? There's a light on? The boy hurries away, starts grumbling to someone after turning off the light. I look around the house. Quite large. They seem to have been living here for quite a while. The boy comes back and notices I'm still holding the girl and both of our bags. Alright, look, you can stay, not for long. Just a few hours. Might be a long shot, but do you know anyone who's a nurse or a doctor? Well, my sister is. This way. He leads me into the kitchen where a girl is. He looks up at me and curiously stares at the girl I'm holding. I need to learn her name. What happened to her? And is she alive? Yes, he's alive. Just asleep. He'll be out for a while. He just got shot in the arm. I think it needs to be cleaned or something. Alright, lay her down on the couch over there. I place the girl down on the couch and work on gently taking her hands off of me. He was holding onto the straps of my bag. In fear, maybe. I don't know, but she has a firm grip. I manage to release her hands from the straps, and the other girl walks over with the medical kit. She sits down near the girl's arms. I'm Lucy. And you are? Luke. I'm guessing you're her boyfriend? No, I don't even know her name. And yet you carried her here and wanted someone to help her? Well, yes, Oh, hush. Don't tell me any more lies. I roll my eyes at her as she discards the old bandage and starts cleaning the wound. It's not too deep, but it does look extremely painful. The girl mumbles in her sleep, but due to the fact that she hasn't slept for days, I'm pretty sure she'll stay asleep. So, what happened? Someone shot her. I don't know who though. But I know exactly who shot her. I know that the bullet was meant for me. I know that it was meant to kill me. But instead, it shot and injured this girl. Lucy nods and starts wrapping the girl's arm up again. I make note to ask her what her name is when she wakes up. Lucy stands up, finished with helping the girl, turns to face me. There, she should be fine now. The boy walks into the room and offers something to his sister while I walk over to the girl. She's still sleeping and her wound is wrapped up in a fresh, clean bandage. Hey, Lucy, thanks. How long do you plan on staying here? I'm leaving now. Scoop up the girl. She clings onto the straps of my bag again. Not gonna lie, it's kinda cute. Oh, okay then. Alright, good luck. You too, and keep your lights off. It's still dark out as I roam along the road. The girl is still asleep as I find an abandoned house and walk inside. I sit down at a wall, leaning back on it as I sit the girl next to me. She slumps down onto my shoulder and I sigh, giving up on moving her. I fall asleep after a while and wake up early in the morning. The girl is still asleep, showing signs of waking up. I shut my eyes, thinking of my family. That's why I needed the picture. It's my last reminder of them, of what we used to be. A family, together. But not anymore. When the apocalypse started, my dad's first act was to teach me how to use a gun and a knife. I was a quick learner, so I taught my younger brother how to throw knives. I wouldn't let him touch guns though. Told him he wasn't ready. But I wasn't either. I shouldn't have been ready to use a gun. I was still young. 11 years old, in fact. Handling a gun, shooting at zombies. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of chapter 3. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again with another chapter from our story titled A World Full of Zombies, written by Pipsqueak. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 4, Luke. Then that dreaded day came. Mom and Dad were asleep, and I was silently playing with my brother Zach. I was 14 at the point, and Zach was 10. I heard banging on the front door. Not the normal banging that zombies made. It had to be alive. So, I sent Jack to Mom and Dad's room in the basement. It had an emergency exit, and I told him to wake them up and wait. He had hurried away, and I went and fetched my gun. I loaded it, opened the door, aiming my gun at the people, ready to shoot. One of them had smirked at me. My heart was beating fast as I fingered the trigger. Then I heard it. Zach scream in horror and fear. I had turned my head quickly, and that was all it took. The man leaped forwards and tackled me to the ground, throwing aside my gun. Another guard appeared, holding a flailing, screaming Zach, but the collar, his shirt. He was petrified, kept on screaming my name. I had screamed his name too, telling the person to let him go. They wouldn't listen. The man had tied my hands in cuffs, but I wasn't paying attention. I was screaming for them to let Zach go. No! Take me instead. No! Don't hurt him! The man holding me had nodded, and Zach was dropped to the floor. He was panting and crying, trembling and shaking. He had looked up at me, and I stared back at his small, petrified face. He didn't deserve this. He was too young. Say your goodbyes, the man holding me had chuckled. Zach had screamed no, but before he could finish his sentence, a loud, sickening bang echoed about the room. They'd shot me. Blood spilled everywhere as I grunted in pain, as Zach had screamed in fear. One single word did manage to leave my mouth. Run. And so he did. Zach took off running out the back door, grabbing his emergency backpack as he went. The guard stood in shock as he ran away, going to the safe zone as I showed him over and over again. It was close by. I knew that. We had made the trips thousands of times together. I was sure he would find it. After he became a small speck in the distance, I blacked out from the pain. I'm pulled back into reality as the girl's head jerks off my shoulder. He jumps up. I open my eyes slowly, looking up at her. Her face is red, as I'm guessing she's embarrassed, and her hair is swung back over her shoulders. What are you? Why did you? Chill out. You fell asleep while I was walking. Then we went here, and I sat you down. Then your head drooped onto my shoulder, and I was too bloody tired to bother taking your head off of me. She calms down a bit, before snatching up her bag and rummaging through it. By the way, never caught your name. She lets out an angry huff, blowing her hair out of my face. Addie. Addie, that's a beautiful name. Getting to my feet and stretching, he watches me. What? She blushes and looks away, going back to her bag. I pull out my own bag, looking for a new t-shirt. This one's getting old. I find one and zip up my bag after tossing it beside me. Addie, as I can now call her, pulls out a water bottle and drinks some of it. I peel off my shirt as she chokes on her water. I stare at her, confused, while she spits her water out and coughs a few times. What is it? I demand, while stuffing my old shirt into my bag. Continues choking. I get up and walk over to her. You alright? Your shirt. Yeah, what about it? Put it on. Well, the zombies don't seem to care. Well, I'm not a zombie. Now, is it on? Just to mess with her, and for my own entertainment, I smirk. She's covering her eyes with her hands after she set her bottle on the floor. Yep, it's on. She turns around and her mouth falls open in shock. I throw my head back laughing, tugging my shirt over my head. She marches towards me, her mind set on something. She then pulls my shirt up a bit and points to one of my many scars. What is that? Bit nosy, are you? What is it? That's no normal scar. Well, it is. I'm pretty sure you have plenty of scars as well. Yeah, but not as bad as that. That's a gunshot scar. I blink at her a few times, but she realizes that pretty soon we'll also have a gunshot one. Oh. Oh, indeed. It's old anyways. How'd you get it? Someone shot me. That part's obvious, but those guys who shot you, they shot me too. Now I'm going to the safe zone. Are you coming or not? He nods, and I haul my bag over my shoulder. Hang on, I need a change. Can you please leave the room? No, you saw me change. Yeah, but different. I mean, I'm a girl, you're a boy, and look, I'm not a perv. I don't have a bloody phone, okay? Plus, you're changing. Who's gonna protect you? He goes silent for a moment, thinking. He lets out a long sigh, and I raise an eyebrow. He then looks over at me. Fine, but don't say anything. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is the end, chapter 4. Yo, what is up, everybody? Let's go back again. Another chapter from our story titled A World Full of Zombies, written by Pipsqueak. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 5. Addie. I let out another sigh as Luke looks at me. I pull out the clothes I want to change into out of my bag. Bike shorts and a gray drab t-shirt. If you say anything, I swear I'm not gonna say anything, alright? Unlike you. Hey. I roll my eyes, start tugging my shirt off my head. Thank God I'm wearing a bra. I can feel Luke's eyes trained on me as I tug my new shirt on. Turn around. He turns around, and just for good measure, I go behind the couch to change into my shorts. Once I'm done, I put everything back in its place, neat and tidy. Okay, where's the safe zone you keep talking about? Not too sure, but I need to get there. Right, that makes sense. Alright, look, remember who saved your life and carried you for 4 hours? I blush at that. Let's go. I pull on my bag and follow him out the front door. The zombies don't seem to have reached this town yet, but I'm sure they will. Luke walks ahead, leading the way. Why is this safe zone so important to him anyway? I decided to ask him after a long, bitter silence starts to settle. Hey, Luke, why do you want to go to the safe zone anyway? Someone's there. Who? Someone. Family? Yes. Why are you coming to the safe zone with me anyway? Well, because I have nowhere else to go. And if the name of this place is correct, maybe the safest place I can be at the moment. I gesture towards my arm. It's been wrapped in a new bandage, I assume Luke did, and has been cleaned as well. I can tell because it's not stinging anymore. Right, anyway, how's your arm? Not great, but not bad either. You'll be healing better by tomorrow. I nod at his answer. Probably won't be feeling better, but for my own sake, I'll take his word for it. We continue along, settling into a sweet silence. I listen around, making sure nothing is coming. We're both holding our guns, ready to shoot at whatever comes our way. After a few hours, I break the silence. Who's at the safer zone? Who am I gonna tell, huh? Come on. Alright, fine. I'm gonna be completely honest. My brother. Younger, I'm guessing? Yeah. I haven't seen him in years now. I've been looking for the safe zone for 2 years now. 2 years? A long time to be alone. Huh, yeah. But it's not as long as some of the people I've met. The longest I've heard someone was alone is about 4 years. 4 years? That's it? I really am all alone. Yeah, it's a pretty long time to be alone. So, how long have you, been alone? Me? Oh, just 10 years. 10? But the damn apocalypse only started 7 years ago, which would mean that... Yeah, I was alone 3 years before the apocalypse had even started. Yes, I know. It's been hard. I haven't seen a real human in months. You are the first I've seen. Wait. What about your family? They died. I'm better off alone anyway. Look at me now, anyway. A gunshot wound, little sleep, and a stranger who's leading you to a place you've never been to before. Well, I mean, when you put it like that... The truth starts to sink in a little. Yeah. But I'm fine. Once we get to the safe zone, I'll work something out from there. Alright then. Sounds like a plan. You can stay with me if you'd like, you know. Alright, I'll consider it. I find myself wondering what Luke's brother would look like. Maybe a miniature version of him. Or maybe a miniature opposite. Who knows? Well, Luke does, but still. Then I begin to imagine what it would look like if I had a sister. Would I not be alone? Would I still have met Luke? would I be a different person than I am today? I keep questioning myself over and over until suddenly I snap back into reality. Luke is carrying me. I didn't even notice he picked me up. He's got a worried sort of look on his face as he marches forward. Huh? What's going on? You fainted about an hour ago. I didn't know what to do, so I just picked you up and carried you. Oh, I don't even know what happened. I don't have a clue either. You just kept on muttering, mostly my name, others' names as well. Liar? What's there to lie about? Kept on saying my name, a lot. Then you said Corey, then you said Trent. I was muttering, those names are the bad people in my life. I know for a fact I have never told Luke or anyone who they were. Why didn't you just leave me? You're risking your protection and you fainted. Couldn't just leave you. You nearly cured yourself just by fainting. So, couldn't leave you. Plus, I'm fine. You're light, so it'd be easy to put you down and shoot at a zombie. I stare up at him, utterly confused. Everyone out here knows it's every person for yourself. What? Nothing. Do you want to put me down? Or do you want to sleep? I really want to sleep. But I know I have to help him. You can put... Sleep? Yeah, good choice. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of chapter 5. Yo, what is up, everybody? Let's go back again. Another chapter from the story titled The World Full of Zombies, written by Pipsqueak. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 6. Addie. I roll my eyes at him, but don't argue. There's no point, really. Close my eyes, drifting off silently. Last thing I do, cling onto the straps of Luke's bag so he doesn't drop me. My father used to pick me up when we went hiking, and the hill was too steep for my little legs. He would scoop me up in his arms, and I would giggle and laugh. He would always pretend to drop me, and I would laugh and cling on to the straps of his hiking bag. He would chuckle and tell me that he wouldn't let me go. But I wouldn't let go of the straps until he put me down, just to be sure. When I wake up again, it's early afternoon. Jesus, I seem to sleep a lot. Luke is still walking, and I look up at him. Do you sleep at all? Yes, Sleeping Beauty, I did. Right, then you can put me down now. Nope, I'm good. It wasn't a discussion. Put me down. I said no. That means no, in case you didn't already know that. I know what it means. Now put me down. No. I said no. Luke. He throws me up a bit, and I scream, clinging onto the straps of his bag. Ah, much better. So mean. I can live with that. Why can't you put me down? Because Because why? Because I found the safe zone. I turned my head to see 2 large metal gates with 2 towers beside it, guards in it. Smile at Luke, and he grins back. Now, can you put me down? Sure, fine. But stay close. I nod, and he sets me on my feet. We walk up to the gates, and the guards look down at us. If you are alive, please raise both your hands slowly and spin in a circle. My heart drops to my stomach. I can't raise one of my arms. Luke raises his arms slowly, spins in a circle. My heart is beating fast as the guards aim their guns at me. I raise my arms slowly, shaking in pain, and spin in a slow circle. Luke stares at me and waits for me to stop spinning before he rushes over to me and lowers my arm. I lean into him, sucking in deep breaths. What's wrong with her? He's been shot in the arm and needs medical attention. All right, go in. Meet someone there who can help. Luke nods and leads me forwards to the safe zone. I whimper as I feel blood starting to escape the bandage. Gonna be alright, okay? Go find him. You can find me later. But what if... No, I have to go find your brother. I've been alone for 10 years. I can look after myself. Yeah, but... Luke, go. Go find your brother. He'll know where I'll be, correct? Thinks for a moment, or nodding sadly. Yes, but... And I hobble off, leaving him behind me. I find a lady who directs me to the hospital, who immediately takes me into surgery. Hello, honey. What's your name? Addie. Okay, Addie. Do you know anyone here? Anyone at all? Luke? Last name? Addie, do you know his last name? I black out before I can say no. When I regain consciousness again, I'm breathing in air from an oxygen mask, and there's a lady with a clipboard in the corner. She looks up from whatever she's been doing and smiles at me. Hello. Addie, right? Yes. You said you knew someone here, yes? Luke? But we didn't catch the last name. Do you know it? No. I came in with him. Today. Oh, okay then. That can help. We will see if we can find him, okay? I nod and he leaves the room. I lay in the bed for what seems like hours. After a while, the door opens and a boy walks in with a younger boy tailing after him. That her? The younger boy asks as my eyes begin to focus. The other boy's breath hitches in his throat. Yes, he says. Luke? I grumble to myself and try to sit up as the older boy walks towards me. Chill out, Addie. You need a rest. Come on now. blink a few times and get him to come into focus, and find him smiling down sadly at me. Luke. Yep, that's me. Did you find your brother? Yes, I did. Zach, come over here. The younger boy walks over to Luke, and Luke wraps his arm around the boy's shoulder. He looks to be 14 or 15 years old, though still young. I blink slowly a few times, get him to come into focus. He has chestnut hair like Luke, but hazel eyes. Hello, he says awkwardly. Let out a soft chuckle. Luke smiles. Hi, I'm Addie. Nice to meet you. Luke frowns a little. I suck in a deep breath of the oxygen, but it doesn't help. Luke, can you help me take this off? He sighs, but nods, and works on taking it off. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is the end, chapter 6. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again. Another chapter from our story titled A World Full of Zombies, written by Pipsqueak. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 7. Luke. I take off her oxygen mask, and her chest rises and falls. She takes in breaths. Zach stares at her, a little shocked and confused. Did they tell you when I can leave? Yes, they said in a few hours. Hours? Can you ask if... No, I'm not gonna ask for any earlier, okay? Fine. I can wait with you if you... No. Go. I'll spend time with your brother. I'll be okay. I look down at her and worry. What if I lose her? What would happen then? What are you waiting for? Kiss? I chuckle and brush her hair off my forehead. Yeah, I am. Zach pretends to barf and walks out the room, making Addie and I chuckle a little. Once I'm sure Zach is out the room, I lean down and press a kiss to her forehead. He lets out a breathy sigh. What was that? What was that for? Myself. I'll be back, okay? You just lay and rest. Alright then. She closes her eyes, and I slip her oxygen mask back on before walking out of the room and over to Zach. He looks up at me and smiles. Is she your girlfriend? Nah, she's not. But you kissed her. Zach, because I kissed her doesn't mean she's my girlfriend. Yeah, but it was the way you looked at her, dude. Yes, I do love her. But she doesn't love me, okay? Okay, well, I can't wait to show you around. It's so nice here, and I just can't believe you finally made it here. I recognize Zach. Now show me around. Dying to know what this place is like. He nods, starts walking. After a quick glance behind me, I follow him. He shows me around, introduces me to the family that looked after him. It's nice. I can see why it's called the safe zone. There are no zombies, and there are guards stationed around the whole perimeter. Zach tells me, one way in, one way out. And that's about it. What do you think? Well, it's great, Zach. One question though. Sure, what is it? Where do we sleep? Right, you and your friend, will need a place to stay. I'm sure Tanya and Mark will be more than happy to let you guys stay at theirs. Zach, I would, but... Right. Okay, there's apartments over there. Everything's free. This way. It leads me to the apartment complex and helps me get a room. So, mine's the room next door. We'll be close by. You can stay in my apartment if you'd like. If it's alright, can I stay with Tanya and Mark for a little bit more? Yeah, sure, man. This building's are the hospital again? Addie will be getting restless by now. It's alright, man. I'll show you again. Am I allowed to get to know her? Yeah, man, sure. I don't think she would mind. Oh, but she doesn't talk much. She likes sleeping now. We managed to get back to Addie's room without any troubles and find her asleep, which doesn't surprise me. There's a doctor taking notes, and she looks up at me. Luke? Great, she's all good to go. She doesn't need medication or anything like that. Just needs rest. Alright, thank you. You need me to wake her up? Nah, I think I can carry her. The doctor nods and unhooks Addie from all the machines. I walk over to her and gently scoop her up in my arms. Zach watches me, with curiosity maybe. Addie's hands twitch as she tries to find the straps of my bag. She settles with grabbing a hold of my shirt. We walk out of the hospital. Why does she do that? Do what? Hold on to you. Oh, I'm not sure. She just does. Alright, how long have you known her? About a week. A week? That's it? Yeah. That's pretty quick. Quick for what? You know, fall in love. Zach. I know, but still. How long did it take you to get here? Zach, you know the answer. 4 years. Yeah, but how long were you alone? 2 years. And her? Well, you can ask her yourself. Okay, and our parents? What about them? Where are they? We enter the apartment complex, and I look over at Zach. He truly believes that they made it, that they're alive. I don't know, Zach, but weren't you the last to be with them? Zach, you were the last one to see them, not me. Do you think they're alive? I have no idea, Zach, but we'll figure it out, okay? Okay, anyways, come with me. He nods and follows me to the apartment he showed me earlier. How do I get in? Oh, you scan your hand here. He points at a tablet, and I shift Addie away from one of my hands. Press on the tablet, the door opens. You go in first, Zach. He walks inside, and I pull Addie up so I have a grip on her. He mumbles in her sleep, doesn't stir or wake. Which just has to be a good sign, right? I walk inside and set her down in the nearest bedroom, again struggling to release her grip on me. Zach is sitting down on a couch. I walk over to him, sitting myself next to him. He leans onto my side. I wrap my arm around him. I really miss you, Zach. Me too. Oh, hang on. I go get my bag and pull out the picture before handing it to Zach. You kept it? No way. Yeah, I did. You can have it. Really? Yeah. I've had my turn with it. Your turn now. My God, thank you, Luke. Yeah, not a problem. If you ever need anything, I'm here, okay? Anyways, I should get going. Tanya might get worried. I nod at Zach, and he leaves the apartment. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of Chapter 7. Yo, what is up, everybody? Let's go back again with another chapter from our story titled A World Full of Zombies, written by Pipsqueak. Remember to use the links in the description below. Like, comment, subscribe. Chapter 8. Luke. I hear grumbling and mumbling in Addie's room, so decided to go check on her. She's laying on the bed, under the covers. I put her. She looks scared. I walk over to the side of the bed and kneel down on the floor, level with her face. You're alright, you're alright, I whisper, brushing a strand of her hair out of her face. Her eyes flicker open and I wince. Whoops. She blinks a few times and looks around. Where are we? We're in an apartment. Safe zone then? Yes, it was a safe zone. Great. I'm going for a walk. Where's my bag? Why do you need your bag to go for a walk? It brings me comfort. You never know what might happen. It might be called the safe zone, but that doesn't mean that it is. What? What are you talking about? It's a matter of time before the zombies figure out where we are. There's heaps of them now. Won't take them too long. Addie, you're being crazy. This is the safe zone, which means safe. It means it was safe, Luke. Nowhere is safe anymore. We're on our own. Now, where's my bag? I toss it to her, and she snatches it up. Thanks. She stands up, pulls it over her shoulder, before walking out of the front door. She seems extremely upset about something, and I can't help but wonder what. Maybe she's just edgy. God, who knows? He comes back hours later and spots me talking with Zach, Tanya, and Mark. He stares at all of us and then starts shaking. My eyes widen and I stand up. Addie? He rushes into the closest room and slams the door shut. I glance over at Tanya and Mark. We have gone quiet. Just a moment. Zach, care to entertain? He nods, and I rush over to the room that Addie went into. I open the door a little bit and slip inside, shutting the door behind me. He's on the ground, trembling and shaking in fear. Addie? What's going on? Please. Please don't hurt me, Trent. Please don't hurt me, Trent. Trent? Who the hell is Trent? What the hell did he do to her? No, Addie. It's me, Luke. You remember? Luke? Her lips tremble as she looks up at me. Luke? I nod frantically, trying to calm her down. She holds out her arms, and I slowly move towards her. She wraps her arms around me and hugs me, still shaking. Hey, it's okay, it's alright. I've got you now. Got you. I thought you were Trent. No, Addie, I'm not Trent. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm going to protect you, okay? Okay. After a while, she calms down and is able to come out and meet Tanya, Mark, and Zach formally. He seems completely fine now, but I still find myself wondering what the hell Trent is and what he did to her. A few days go by, and Addie gets better and better with each day. She's starting to become more like the girl I first met. Not afraid to fight anyone, and tough, but with the soft side. Something's off, Addie says, while we're exploring outside like usual. Yeah, something is off. I glance around and my eyes widen. The guards are all gone from their posts. Addie, we need to get Zach. We rush up to the apartment and find Zach alone in his. He looks up at us. Oh, hey Luke. Hey Addie, what's up? Zach, we need to leave. Now. What on earth are you talking about, Luke? This is the safe zone. Well, it's not safe anymore, and we need to leave now if we... And a gun sounds off. I spin around and see Addie lowering her gun as a zombie drops down on the floor. Zach, now! I yell at him, more urgently. He gets the message, this time, and springs up, rushing over to me with a backpack. Always have an emergency bag packed. Yeah. Got any weapons? He pulls out a couple dozen knives. Alright, great. Let's go. I pull out my gun, shooting a zombie that Addie was struggling to fight off. What's happening? Zach yells over the screams of the living and the groans of the dead. They found us. Come on, Zach. Addie shoots 3 zombies in our path, and we rush out of the complex. It's chaos outside. People, alive people, are running and screaming away from the zombies. Zach stands still in horror and shock, and I look forwards, away from him for a split second. Duck, Zach! Addie screams. He ducks, and Addie shoots the zombie. He rushes over to him, grabs his hand. Come on, this way! Luke? I hurry after them as we run towards the barrier. Zach told me that it leads to the surface. Bang! A bullet goes shooting past my face, missing me by a millimeter. I turn to Addie as she lowers her gun. Addie! She throws a knife and it hits the zombie that was running towards her. This way, come on, let's go! We all slide down the small exit hole and rush along the tunnels. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the end, chapter 8. Yo, what is up, everybody? Let's go back again. Another chapter from the story titled The World Full of Zombies, written by Pipsqueak. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 9. Addie. We run into no zombies in the tunnel. When we break free of the surface, we rush off, hiding in the forest that's close by before Luke tells us to stop. I do, and turn to face him and Zach, panting a little bit. Addie, where on earth are we going? I don't know, let me just figure something out. Face it, Addie, you've got nothing, have you? No, I'm working it out, alright? Just give me a minute. I know I can work it out, Luke. I just need a minute. Addie, no, Luke. I can work it out. Jesus Christ, Addie, we have nowhere to go. For God's sake, just say it. Look, I'm not just going to give up. I can work this out. I just need a moment. Please, Luke. We don't have a moment, Addie. We need to know now, right this second. Luke, I'm working it out. No, Addie, it's over. Come on, Zach. But what about Addie? She's not coming, Zach. Luke, Goodbye, Addie. It was nice meeting you. Zach, let's go. Luke? Luke, don't leave me. I scream after him as he and Zach walk off into the distance. What have I done? I let out a huff and load my gun, bringing it up to my temple. Then, I drop to the ground, the gun falling beside me. I can't. I won't. I stuff my gun into my bag, stand up. I can see Luke with Zach in the distance. They're still not moving. I shut my eyes, stopping my tears from escaping. When I open them, spot a zombie running towards Luke and Zach. No. I snatch my gun off the ground, already taken off, running after the zombie. Is this gonna get me killed? I know it is. I know it is. I run fast and faster, trying to catch up with the zombie. They're extremely fast, which makes no sense. Something that's dead. Luke! Luke! I scream as he gets closer and closer to them. He doesn't turn around, and neither does Zach. Luke! Zach! Move! I scream, louder this time, catching up with the zombie. It growls at me, and I grab the collar of his shirt. But it stops, making me lurch forwards and go crashing into the ground. I yell in pain as I stand up, hobbling, limping. I aim my gun at the zombies as it comes running towards me. Bang! It drops dead. A fair few meters in front of me, and I wobble on my feet before falling down, groaning in pain and defeat. Zach comes running towards me, with Luke a little bit further behind him. Addie? Addie! I'm bleeding everywhere. Some of the blood isn't even my own. Zach works on getting me to a sitting position while I do everything in my power to help him. He leans me back against a tree trunk, and I blow in and out deep, shaky breaths. I hiss and wince as Zach tries to prop me up against the tree. Luke comes up to a stop behind Zach and stares at me, pain and in horror. Addie, I save it. You left me. Zach, help me up. But Addie, please help me get up. He lets out a sigh, but he helps me to my feet. My knees are bleeding and bruised, and my arms are the same. I have a cut on my forehead, and I'm in pain. Major pain. Luke's eyes widen, and he steps forwards. Get away from me, Luke. Addie, no. You left me, Luke. I was trying to figure something out. I needed a moment, and you left me. Don't come near me. Addie, do you have any medical things in your bag so I could... I'll be fine. Thank you, Zach. But... No buts. I'll be fine. I say it while glaring at Luke. He looks so hurt. I can see it in his eyes. But so am I. Physically and mentally. I huff in deep breaths, knowing I'm on the verge of fainting. Addie, let me help. I can look after myself, Luke, okay? I don't need nor want your help, Luke, okay? Well, this time, I don't care. I'm gonna help you whether you like me or not. He walks closer to me, and I try to stand tall. He wraps his arms around my waist, practically holding me up. Look, what I did back there, I regret it, okay? I'm never letting you go again. You are not allowed to leave me. Got it? Let go of me, Luke. I'm fine without you. He glares at me, and I glare back at him. Zach standing to the side, seemingly scared. Zach, can you grab her bag for a second? There's medical supplies in it. Hey, Zach, don't... Luke slides my bag off my shoulders, causing me to wince in pain. He hands it to Zach. Look, you can look through it behind that tree. I need a moment with Daddy. Zach nods and walks away while I try to push myself away from Luke. Let me go, Luke. No. Why the hell not? Let me go. I don't want you to touch me. Daddy, Jesus Christ. Look, I don't care. You can't even walk, let alone stand. Just let me go. I glare at him, in pain, in hatred, in anger. I don't know. I said no. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is the end, chapter 9. Yo, what is up, everybody? Let's go back again. Another chapter from our story titled A World Full of Zombies, written by Pipsqueak. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 10. Addie. I can feel tears pricking my eyes as he holds onto my waist, refusing to let me go. You left me. I don't want anything to do with... I stop mid-sentence as his lips crush mine. My eyes widen for a few seconds before I melt into the kiss. My God, he's kissing me. He's actually kissing me. He pulls back after a while and stares into my eyes. I don't want to leave you. I've never been so wrong in my life. I love you, Addie. You what? You heard me. I love you, alright? I love you too, Luke. He smiles and kisses me again, lightly this time. He pulls back when Zach comes back, holding my bag in one hand and my diary in the other. Addie? Who's Trent? Zach asks. I shove back from Luke, making him stumble backwards. Please give that to me. But, who's Trent? Zach, give me that book. Zach goes to hand it back to me, but Luke snatches it up and opens it. Luke, what the hell, man? That's not yours. Give it. I go to move forwards, but stumble and trip. Zach rushes to my aid while Luke flicks through my book. Addie, who the hell is this Trent to you? No one, Luke. I tug my bag towards me and sort through it, ripping up the pictures of Trent as I go. Luke notices and springs forwards. Addie, who is he? I shake my head and pull out my medical kit. Start wiping away my blood as Luke stands over me. Addie, tell me who the hell Trent is. I look up at him as tears start rolling down my face. He sits down in front of me and I continue cleaning my wounds. I begin wrapping bandages around each leg tightly and do the same with my arm. I simply wipe the cut on my forehead, knowing it will dry out with time. Addie, why can't you tell me? I just can't, okay? Just tell me your relation with him. Look, there's a town not too far from here. It's a good town. I like it there. Addie, we should go now. It'll take a while to get there. Zach sits off the side and I take my book off Luke, ripping it to shreds, letting the shreds blow away in the wind. We start walking again, with me leading the way. I tell Luke where to go, just in case I fall asleep or pass out. Something that is very likely to happen. Luke eventually just picks me up and carries me for a while, and Zach asks me questions. Hey, Addie, why do you hold on to Luke's bag straps or his shirt? It's a force of habit. My father used to take us hiking. He'd carry me up on big hills. I used to hold on to his back straps to make sure I didn't fall. Cool. Is your real name Addie? No, it's not. Oh, what is it? A daily aid. Wow. Daily aid? Such a pretty name. Why did you use Addie? Because it was my nickname for myself. I used it for myself for 10 years, so I wouldn't have to deal with my past. Oh, okay. We're out of questions, have we? No way. I can go on forever. How old are you? 17? Luke's 18. Gee, thanks, Zach. Okay, Addie, next question. Sure thing. How long till we get to the town, Addie? About 5 minutes. Not too far now. I let out another yawn, and I squirm in Luke's arms before he sets me down. Come on, this way. They both follow me as I lead the way towards the town. Towards the town I grew up in. Luke and Zach look around at my town. It looks the same as it did 5 years ago. I head towards my house, and Luke and Zach hurry to keep up with me. Hey, whoa, Addie, wait up. We don't even know where we're going. Might not be safe. As they yell, I don't pay attention. I have to find something. I have to. I rush up the front steps of my house. In the corner of my eye, see Luke and Zach running after me. I head inside the house, and my breath hitches in my throat. It's just how I left it. Upturned like a zombie had run through it. Things thrown on the floor like I was in a hurry to get out of the house. I wasn't. I dash upstairs into my parents' rooms and start rummaging through the drawers and boxes. Luke appears in the doorway and sees me in my desperate state. Addie? What's going on? As Zach comes up the stairs to stand next to him, I ignore his question and continue rummaging, a frantic, crazy person. Addie. But I just continue rummaging, throwing things to the floor just to find it. Addie! Then my head snaps up and meets his gaze. What are you looking for? I need it. Okay. But what is it? Me and Zach could help. No, it has to be here. Can't have lost it. I can't. I sort through the mess on the floor in a rush, desperate to find the thing I'm searching for. Luke lays his hand on my shoulder, and I look up at him. Addie, just tell me what you're looking for. I can help. I need it. Yes, I know. I'm going to find it for you, okay? Now, what is it? It's my mom's. Addie, what is it? I look around the room, and that's when I spot it. I scramble up, rushing past Luke to snatch it up and wrap my fingers tightly around it. I found it. I found it. Luke walks up behind me and looks down at it. What is it? I open my hand to show him the small toy horse. It was my mother's, and this was her favorite. She used to play with it, and with me all the time. I loved it. Hey, was it your mother's? I nod, and few tears start to roll down my face. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of chapter 10. Yo, what is up, everybody? Teresco back again. Another chapter from the story titled A World Full of Zombies, written by Pipsqueak. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them, like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 11. Luke. I wrap an arm around Addie's shoulder as she starts to cry. Zach, standing in the doorway, as confused as I am, I'm sure. Come on, Addie, let's head downstairs. He nods, and I help her to her feet, leading her downstairs. Zach follows us, and I set Addie down on the couch so she can rest for a bit. Yo, Zach, let's see what's left in the house, man. I walk around with Zach to see what's left to grab. This must have been Addie's house. After half an hour of searching, everything turns up blank, and Addie wanders into the room, seemingly much better. I smile at her, and she smiled back, heading over to the staircase. Here, look. He taps on the plank and swings it open. There's tinned food and some other helpful things. Wow, did you make that? Yeah, there's some medical things in here, and some weapons. Ah, cartridge of bullets. He plucks up a box and pockets it after loading her gun so it's full. Hey, can I check out the weapons? Of course. I start rummaging through it and find some useful weapons, which Addie allows me to keep. We eat a dinner, which for once is warmed up, then head to sleep. Addie ends up curling up next to me, which for some reason, I don't mind. Her head rests on my chest, and her breathing is steady, calm. Finally, he's going to get good sleep. Zach is sleeping next to me, peacefully. Wow, can't believe how much he's grown up. Can't believe how much I've missed. And then Addie murmurs in her sleep, snuggling closer to me. My breath hitches in my throat as I blush. God, I think I'm in love with her. I take in a deep breath, finally daring to close my eyes. I fall asleep a little while later. But not a deep sleep. I wake up a few hours later to the light of dawn. I shift a little bit and place Addie on the couch for a moment while I get up. I load my gun, walking to the kitchen to have a look around. I thought I heard a sound. I heard something breaking in the living room and hurried into the room. Addie wakes up with a start, and I shove my hand over her mouth before she can talk. She glares at me, and I motion my head towards the front door. She grabs her gun and loads it. The door swings open, and a guard emerges. Zach snaps awake, and Addie shoots at the guard. He stumbles backwards, and I shove him back against the wall, placing my gun on his temple. How many of you are there? Why would I tell you? Tell me. No. I know who you are, Luke Katz. Experiment 54. Luke? What's he talking about? Nothing. He doesn't know anything about me. Yes, I do. I know that you were in the lab for 2 years. Been a hard time trying to find you. Not after you took out your tracker. Shut up. Once Dr. Hart gets you there, I said shut up. I shoot him in the head and he drops down, ready to turn into a zombie. Luke! Addie screams at me as I pant. The now zombie guard starts getting to its feet and I shoot at it again, making it forever dead. I turn to face Addie and Zach. Addie's still standing in front of Zach, but she seems even more protective of him. I go to step forwards, but Addie holds her gun out. Don't come any closer, Luke. What was he talking about? Addie, please. Nothing. Yes, it is. What the hell is Experiment 54? Addie? Tell me, Luke, god damn it. Alright, fine. I was experimented on, okay? For 2 years. I was taken away and I was experimented on. They're trying to find me. Where's the tracker? Where the hell is it, Luke? I rip my shirt off and point to the giant scar on my stomach. It's large, bruised, bleeding, and it looks horrible. Addie's breathing speeds up as she stares at it. Is it out? I don't know. Damn it, Luke. Look, they don't know who you... They do. They know who I am. I'm experiment number 10. I cut mine out. Look, I've been under the radar for years now. Luke, you put me in danger, and you also put Zach in danger. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is the end, chapter 11. Yo, what is up, everybody? Resco back again. Our final chapter of the story titled The World Full of Zombies, written by Pipsqueak. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them, like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 12. Luke. A few tears escape Addie's eyes. I stare at her. She's aiming her gun at me. Zach hiding behind her. Addie? Addie. I swear I took it out. Well, apparently not. Addie, please. Luke, no. You've put us all in danger. Me, Zach, and yourself. These people will stop at nothing to find you. Look, I've been under the radar for 10 freaking years. Now they know I'm with you. They know your location. Look, Addie, I don't know what's going on, but I swear on my life, the tracker's out. But it's not. It's not, Luke. I go to step forward, and she loads her gun. Don't. Addie, no, Luke. I took it out. I swear. Luke, look out. Addie lurches forward and shoots her gun at a guard. The guard drops dead, and Addie rushes over to Zach again. He pulls him behind her and reloads her gun. She's not going to let me near her own brother. She thinks, no, she knows. Protecting him with her life. Addie, please. No. I said no. I take another step forward, and her breath hitches her throat, or she steps backwards 3 steps. I stand still, staring at the girl I love. The girl who is now afraid of me protecting my own brother from me, their life. Please, Addie, I beg. Tears are rolling down my face. I need her to believe me. I need to keep her safe. I can't let her or Zach get hurt. Leave me, Luke. Just leave. I stare at her. Zach has silent tears rolling down his face, but Addie is sobbing. He doesn't want me to go. I look down my wrist, and then back at Addie. My hand flies grips my knife, and I cut my wrist deep. Luke! Addie screams, dropping her gun to try to reach over to me. I grip my teeth. Pain is almost unbearable. A large device falls to the ground, covered in blood. My blood. I'm panting now, pain shooting across my wrist. Addie grabs onto me, holds me tight, applying pressure to my wound. You're so stupid. Can I stay with you now? Zach is staring at me in shock and horror, whilst Addie is sobbing, clinging to me. You're so stupid, Luke. I know, but I love you, Addie. So stupid, Luke. I love you. I shakily wrap my free arm around her, resting my head on hers. Zach is still standing in shock and horror, tears still rolling down his face. I gesture with my hand, and he comes running over to me, eyes bawling out. Oh my God, dude. I thought we were going to die. He screams and then hugs me tightly. I smile a little bit, holding the two people I love most in the world close to me. Can I stay now? Addie nods suddenly, and I let out a shaky breath. Addie, Zach, I think I'm gonna pass out. Just as the world leaves my lips, the world goes blank. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our story. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again. Another short story from the collection titled Short Horror Stories, written by Weeping Harmony. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them. Like, comment, and subscribe. Story 2, from across the stage. I've always been a theater nerd. I've loved performing, being on stage, and being in the spotlight since I was little. Ever since I could read, I was in every show I auditioned for. This show was no different. I auditioned and I got called back. Though this time, I was the lead. I was excited. I was a little dumb today by forgetting we ended early. My phone had died halfway through the day, and I couldn't call my ride. I also didn't realize I hadn't told my ride the earlier time until I was the only person left in the building. So, I hid in the auditorium. I was going over my lines, choreography, and blocking. I was a little unnerved though, in the audition room alone. There had always been rumors that the auditorium was haunted, which I personally didn't believe. The story goes as follows. Back when all the high schools in town were built, this school was putting on the first musical in the entire corporation. This unnamed boy got the lead and was extremely excited. One night, he was staying late to help with lights, props, and the curtain. While working with the curtain, a rope got caught around his neck and he was hung. He died instantly. He now haunts the auditorium. Some say he wants his chance as the lead. Others say he looks for someone to play the lead female with him in the afterlife. Either way, it's a bunch of lies. It's just a scare from the teachers to prevent kids from skipping class in the auditorium or staying late for no reason. I don't believe in ghosts. Some people are scared to staying alone in the auditorium because they don't want to end up like the unnamed boy. I get that, but it's not real. I wish people would just realize. I continued dancing alone on the stage, letting the movement of my body consume my thoughts. I was brought to the marvelous fantasy world of a full auditorium watching my performance. It was a blissful moment, cut short by the chilling sound of footsteps from above. I stopped what I was doing and looked up toward the lights. Nothing. I continued to dance, the sound of my breathing and feet filling the desolate room. I felt the motion of my movements as my body swam through the air. Once again, my focus was taken off my dancing. Instead, I focused on the shifting curtains on stage right. I walked over to the curtains, and then a prop moved in the wings of stage left. I began walking over to stage left, and I noticed a flag had fallen down. Just as I was about to pick it up, a set piece on stage right moved. I turned around to see one of the sets on wheels spinning around. I walked over to the set piece when some lights flickered in the audience. I stopped and looked out at emptiness. As I looked out, more things around me started happening. The instruments in the pit started playing. The set pieces in the wings began moving. Props started flying everywhere. Lights flickered. Then I heard creaking above my head. One of the lights began falling. Then everything went quiet. And everything went black. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our story. Yo, what is up, everybody? Sir Esco back again with another short horror Christmas story written by Ollie Morg 16. This one is titled Always Believe in the Man in Red. For this story, we'll be traveling to Bath, UK. Here is a family and a son that is called Noel, the only believer in his whole family tree. December 24th, 1998. With Noel, he was a true, dedicated believer in Christmas and Santa, the man in red. Compared to the rest of his family, they all hated the idea of Christmas and especially Santa. They disposed the whole idea in their house and really hated Noel for even liking Christmas in the slightest bit. The special thing about Noel is that he got adopted at the age of 2 by the Smith family, as they didn't have a son, only 3 daughters. And they didn't want to take another chance at having 4 daughters. This leading to a very mixed relationship between Noel and the rest of the family. The Smith family weren't at all rich. Paying for 4 children was not an easy task. Noel always only asks for Christmas is for a peaceful and very lovely Christmas with his family. All Noel wants is to be loved fully and have a great and lovely relationship with the Smith family. Never cared for the latest phone nor the latest toys, only to be loved by a family. So, once again, Noel wishes and wishes for a loving family that I could be trapped with anything. A family that will love me and will always be together, trapped as if in a snow globe. Noel always wanted this family, but sadly, the Smith family never came to be that family he always dreamed about. Oi, Noel, get down here. It's dinner time, and if you don't come down here, you won't get nothing. Okay, Mr. Smith, coming right down. Good. And guess what? We have something special to show you. Noel wondered, what could this special thing be? He never had anything good, so Noel rushed down the stairs to see what the special item was. So, as we know you love Christmas, we actually thought to give this tradition a try. So, we have a Christmas dinner made, Mrs. Smith said. Oh, really? Oh gosh, thank you. I don't know what to say. Nah, I'm just kidding, Noel. Who do you think we are? We aren't retarded. We don't believe in that silly tradition, and we don't want to make our adopted son happy. So sit and stop believing in that special family you want us to be. We aren't changing. You won't be anything to anyone, Noel. What a disappointment. Mr. Smith just laughed when spitting out beer from his revolting mouth. His teeth yellow, half fallen out, rest holes with decay and brown substance everywhere inside. What? Why are you all... What? Say it, boy. Say what you were going to say. What happened? You don't have any balls? You're all mean. And as I heard you say to the neighbor, you're all dickheads. Mr. Smith stared right into Noel's eyes, looked at Mrs. Smith. She nodded her head. Mr. Smith stood up, unclipped his belt, and headed towards Noel. Come here now. If you run, it will be worse. However, Noel knew he could make it to the bathroom upstairs and lock himself away. So, he ran as fast as he could, and Mr. Smith charged after him. Noel was so close to the top, however slipped on the 3rd step to the top. He froze, turned, and saw Mr. Smith right behind him. Mr. Smith lifted his hand, battering Noel. Multiple hits, multiple pains rushed Noel's body. All while the other Smith family just listened to the beating Noel was taking. Hearing him scream, crying, and dying from the inside. Mr. Smith, heavy breathing, not stopping after 10 hits. Rage came rushing over him, and the last hit did Noel bad. Hit him right across the face, causing what feels like a sharp blade rip across his face. Tears rushed into the cuts, stinging. Don't you ever call my family dickheads. If you don't like us, leave. I don't know why we wanted a son, especially one like you. Noel, stunned by the event his body took, hearing all the Smith family laughing and cheering that Noel isn't with them, Noel rushed into his room and wished. I wish the Smith family will leave me alone. I wish I was alone. I want them to die. But, Santa, you aren't real, as anything I wish for doesn't come true. I don't believe. I don't believe, I don't believe, I don't believe. Far, far away. Noel's words rushed into his ears. Their eyes widened, heavy breathing. Friends, we have a non-believer. Time for fun. Laughter filled the darkness of the voices in the room. Laughter just filled and filled. Bells rang, springs twisted. Flight to Bath, UK has begun. In Bath, Noel was looking at the scars, cuts, and bruises that infected his body as if a virus. One big cut on his left side of his body, near the ribs, was deep, and blood flowed out, mixing into his t-shirt. Noel just went to bed to get the day finished and to try and think of anything but Christmas or the family he always wanted. Noel fell asleep around 18:59. 11:32. Noel's eyes opened in milliseconds as his face pointed towards the ceiling from the loud bang. The noises continued above him. What the hell? There's no rooms above me. As the noise headed towards where his head is, it stopped. He realized that the house chimney was right next to his bed. He put his ear next to the wall. Suddenly, he could hear heavy breathing and the scraping of chains against the brick. Hello, Noel. I know you can hear me. Noel knew the Smith family always stayed up until midnight, so he decided to leave them. At least that's what he wished he could have done. However, Noel was very respectful and a caring person. Even though the pain the Smith family had put him through, they are still people. So he ran down the stairs, rushed into the lounge where the Smith family are and the chimney is. Guys, there's something in the chimney, believe me, and I'm not coming in by the fire. Oh, really, Noel? Another one of your stupid, spirited Christmas speeches? No, I'm serious, there really is. All the Smith family stood up and stared at him, all backs towards the fire. With no one noticing, the flame died down. The flames decreased to nothing. And then chains started to lower, hooves climbing down. Noel then looked past the family, eyes widened as if almost popping out. Look! Mr. Smith turned around. A figure, around 6'8" in height, face covered by fur, eyes glowing red, nose black with red spots. The mouth half open, its blue-colored tongue hanging out. The clothes, as if really old and ripped up, looked like a Santa outfit, almost revealing more fur, and its legs were covered by third-degree burns. All the Fifth Smith family shouted. The figure reached into its pocket, revealing a candy cane. Is that it? Mr. Smith asked. Right then and there, the figure stabbed right in the middle of his face, blood splattering out. The floor became a murder house. He turned to the family, blood steaming out of his head. He fell to the floor, and the sound of the candy cane digging deeper into his face. The figure then turned Mr. Smith around, ripped the candy cane right out of his head, and all you could see was blood spouting and brain tissue everywhere. The figure just stood, laughing at him. Then it pointed to Miss Smith. Her movement was taking steps back. Ah! Suddenly, a spider fell right onto her head. But the mouth was weird, it just kept opening. But it bit right on her head, causing such a deafening scream, and Mrs. Smith tried to remove the spider from her head, but had no success at all. But as she did remove the spider from her head, her hair came right out of its roots, blood pouring out of her head, rolling down the sides of her face, her eyes crying blood. The spider eating away her hair, which revealed to have some skin attached to it. Miss Smith tried to touch the back of her head, and a massive cut out of her skin ripped off. She fell right into Mr. The rest of the family, all girls, were chased into the kitchen, surrounded by gingerbread men. Molly slipped and landed on her head, causing her to be knocked out. As for the other two, one was tied up, getting lifted into the oven, which was set to max temperature. Her skin began to melt, started bubbling and turning black. Eventually, her skin was ripped and torn by the heat, destroying the cells. The second sister, surrounded by gingerbread men, had her back against a wall. She then tried to jump over them, which she did make. However, she slipped when she landed and split her head on the side of the kitchen worktop, causing her head and spine bone to get completely twisted. Immediate death. Molly, though, had a much worse death. She woke up, tied up, lifted her head, and saw gingerbread on top of her. And these guys were like 20 inches. She could feel them touching her. A couple of them grabbed the shorts she was wearing and started to pull them to her knees, then headed towards her privates. Ripped her pants, started forcing their way up, causing splits, blood forming. Molly was screaming of pain. There were around 5 of them, all climbing into oblivion. Her face was trying to fight them back, but couldn't. All of them made it into her. Her chest started to pop up and down, screaming at the top of her lungs, "They are!" And suddenly, the gingerbread ripped straight through her chest, her lungs, but you can still see her heart beating, and all the blood came rushing out. The revolt of the scene was as if World War III was in one room. Then all 5 gingerbread men reappeared, covered in guts and blood, laughing in horrific ways. "Guess your cherry got popped," one of the gingerbread men shouted. And then the house fell silent. Noel, when his adopted sisters ran, he too ran up the stairs, but he went into the bathroom and closed his eyes, wishing it would all end. Wishing he could go back to his old adopted family, as he actually did have a family. Noel just sat in silence, crying to himself. Chains started to come closer and closer. As it sounded like they were right outside the bathroom door, they all stopped. Every little sound stopped. Was it all over? Noel had his eyes shut. He opened them. Hello. Suddenly, Noel was face to face with the figure. Noel could smell everything off this creature. What are you? What am I? I am the person you called here. You are the reason I am here. I am Krampus, and you stopped believing in the man in red. This is your actions. Noel crying. Krampus put his goat hoof to wipe it away. He grabbed Noel by the arm and pulled him downstairs. Every creature, toy was down there cheering Krampus. Krampus threw Noel in the chimney, waved goodbye, and walked to a table, lit a match, and the gingerbread had cooking oil, and poured it right over Noel. Krampus throwing the match, landing right on Noel's nap, Noel rushed out, running around, screaming for help. He tripped over Mr. Smith's body. Krampus lifted him up again and threw him on the chimney again. Noel then rushed up the chimney, launching into the sky. He saw his whole city. He started to rush straight towards the earth as he realized gravity was starting to grow. Noel then hit the ground. Whoa! woke up in a very nice bed and a clean room. He walked downstairs. A family, cheerful, all cheered Noel when he entered the room. Hey, we've been waiting for you to open your Christmas gifts. Here, open this one's first. As this is to claim to be the first one to be opened. Noel then stared at Mr. Smith. He was happy. So, Noel opened the gift. It was a bit of cloth, red and old. Noel turned the piece of cloth over, and it had a big K on it. His face dropped. Then he suddenly heard a tapping noise outside the house. Noel then rushed outside, and right there in front of him, Krampus was looking right at them. But he was massive compared to them, a giant. He lifted them up and put them right next to a piece of paper saying, Noel Smith, wish, loving family that I could be trapped in anything with. A family that will love me and will always be together, trapped as if in a snow globe. Noel saw and understood what has happened. He got his die-hard wish. He has everything he wished for. A perfect family trapped in a snow globe. Krampus lifted them up again, started tilting them forward. Noel hit the glass and saw a bin with multiple other snow globes. Here you go, Noel. Your wish has happened. And have a very Merry Christmas, and always, always believe in the man in red. The Smith snow globe fell straight into the pit of other abandoned snow globes. Krampus then waved and covered the pit to make it complete darkness. Noel then woke up, sweating. He looked outside and everything was there. No snow globe, nothing. He went downstairs and the Smith family, all unhappy and not believing in Christmas. Was it all a dream? Mr. Smith then asked Noel, "What do you want for breakfast, kiddo?" I'm not that hungry, but thank you. Noel actually felt happy. Not perfect, but actually happy. He looked around, and the family did start looking happy as well. He could finally get the happy, unhappy family he always wanted. Suddenly, it fell silent, and snow started to fall. He heard the tapping again, and the voice said, "Hello, Noel." And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our story. Yo, what is up, everybody? Let's go back again. Another short horror story written by Miss Unicorn 257. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them. Like, comment, and subscribe. Ariel. When my first daughter was around 5 years old, she was obsessed with The Little Mermaid. She would literally watch it almost every day. We would dress up as Ariel every Halloween, and it brought joy to my heart, seeing her love something so much. One day, I found out that I was having another child. We later found out that it was a girl. Lily, our daughter, was thrilled to have a little sister, and so we were. A year goes by, and we're a happy family of 4. We have our 2 girls, Lily and little Ariel. Lily and Ariel were practically best friends, never apart. A little later, I heard running water coming from the bathroom, thinking it was Lily starting a bath. I didn't mind it too much, as she was old enough to have one by herself. So, continued to watch TV until I got up to make sure Lily was doing okay. I opened the door to see Ariel's face down in the water and Lily saying, "Go, Ariel, go. Find your Prince Charming." And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our story. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again. A collection of horror stories for you guys. These will be from a series titled Wicked Whims, written by various authors. Remember to use the links in the description to show love to them. Comment, like, and subscribe. Story 1. Autumn, written by Amber Callista. "Griffin?" I holler, we're placing the hot mug of coffee on the counter. Spinning around in our galley kitchen, I reach out for the charred toast as it pops out of the toaster. Today of all days, sleep through my alarm. Why didn't you wake me, Piper? I shake my head, seeing him struggle to fasten his pinstripe necktie. Quickly spreading the orange marmalade on his toast, I set it next to his to-go coffee. I tried, but as usual, you grunted and rolled over. Hey, did you move some boxes from the garage last night? I walk toward him and assist with his tie, patting out a few wrinkles in his navy blue jacket. No. I went straight to bed after I got home. Why? I don't know, it was the strangest thing, but I found an old box sitting on the doorstep this morning. It was full of what looked like medical supplies. Thought maybe you left it there in your exhausted state and forgot about it. Nah, I don't have time to breathe, let alone fish boxes in the garage. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be out late again tonight, but I have the day off tomorrow. Love you, sweetheart. Griffin kisses my forehead, grabbing his coffee and toast before he hurries out the door. Walking toward the side entry of our 2-story home, I gaze out his pane window and smile, feeling blessed to have such a loving husband. Griffin and I met in my first year of college at the University of Vermont. He was attending law school elsewhere, but had family that lived in Burlington, so we ran into each other quite often. By the 3rd or 4th meeting, he finally asked me out, and my 21-year-old self couldn't be more thrilled. Not only was he ruggedly handsome and made a pair of black frame glasses look sexy, but he had such a way with words. We dated for about a year before he proposed, and were married a year after that. I've always had an infatuation with Halloween, so we decided to have a non-traditional wedding and recited our vows on All Hallows Eve. We asked our guests to dress in costumes to make it more theatrical, and it certainly made for one heck of a party. Pirates, zombies, and murderous serial killers lined the room of our wedding hall here in Stowe, Vermont. Shaking the memories, I continue with my morning routine and put the last of the breakfast dishes in the dishwasher. Hearing the home phone ring, I grab a hand towel to dry my hands and reach across the counter to answer it. Hello? Hearing nothing but static on the other end, I check the caller ID, but nothing shows up. Hello? I'm sorry, but I think we have a bad connection. Putting the phone back on the receiver, I start to walk toward the stairs, and then it starts to ring again. Hello? Again, the same static noise. Listen, I don't know if this is a prank or you're selling something, but I'm not interested. Hanging up the phone, I set it on the receiver once again and make my way up the stairs to my office. I don't have many hobbies at 29 years old, but helping people talk to their struggles is most definitely one. That's why I've been a mental health counselor for the last 3 years, and as of 6 months ago, it became permanently remote. Turning on my computer, I reach for my headset and see the phone ringing again. This time, my husband's name appears, so I answer quickly. Let me guess, you forgot your briefcase? Nah, not this time. Can't believe I forgot what today marks, and I feel like a jerk for not seeing if you were okay before I left. What do you mean? What's today? I know today marks 6 months since Autumn disappeared, but it feels like yesterday. I have to get out the photos and... Shit! Hey, there's a stop sign there, you dumbass. Cripes. Would it kill people to watch where they're going? Anyway, I better focus on the road, but I'll call you on my lunch break. Love you, Piper. Love you. Too. Setting down the phone, I take a seat in my chair and notice the date on the computer screen, bringing me back the reason for my husband's call. 6 months ago, our world was shaken when our 6-year-old daughter disappeared, and still no trace of what happened to her. That day feels like a blur, even though I've repeated the words hundreds of times for the police about what she was wearing and where she was. Griffin was so wonderful in helping me piece things together. Sometimes my brain plays tricks on me, and going through a traumatic experience like that didn't help matters any. Seeing a call coming through my computer, I quickly turn on my headset and begin the workday. Spending the next several hours talking through a variety of struggles and doubts, I choose to answer one last call before my lunch break. Hello, how are you feeling today? I'm sorry, but the screen isn't showing your name. Who am I speaking with? It's me, Mommy. It's Autumn. Feeling a cold chill creep up my spine, I shake my head and reply, I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Who is this? Don't you love me, Mommy? Why are you doing this to me? The words pierced through my headset like a wailing banshee, causing me to take it off and rub my ear. Looking back at the screen, I see a flash and flicker like my internet connection isn't working properly. Tapping on the 1990s hunk of junk, the screen comes back into focus. Putting my headset back on, I ask, "Are you still there? Hello?" Hearing nothing, I decide to turn off the computer and make my way downstairs into the basement to check if something is wrong with the fuse box. Our country home was built in the early 1900s, and the electricity goes haywire sometimes, but I couldn't imagine living anywhere else. Having an infatuation with Halloween, I also have a fondness for vintage things, my home being number one. Griffin has tried multiple times to talk me into purchasing a more modern house, but I just can't part with it. Opening the basement door, I take the 20 creepy steps and pull the string in the middle of the room and turn on the light. Finding the fuse box, I open it up, but suddenly feel something behind me. The cold wind blows across the exposed skin of my back. Spinning around, I look around the dim lit area, spotting a familiar object wedged under one of the steps. Walking toward it, I pull it out and feel an odd sensation journey through me, gazing at my daughter's doll. Autumn got it for her 6th birthday and carried it around with her everywhere. The doll is a spitting image of her, blonde hair and eyes as blue as a periwinkle plant. Griffin always said the two of us looked like twins. Brushing my fingers through the doll's golden locks, I smile as the highlights of her playing with it dance in my head. My smile quickly falters as my skin is met with a wet liquid that starts running between my fingers. What the? Holding out my hand, I see what looks like blood oozing from the doll's head and down my arm. Like the substance has my brain in a fog, I stare at it and bring it closer to my nose. Inhaling the rust scent, I stop, hearing a whispered voice. Why are you doing this to me? The tone is like an eerie echo crawling out from the depths of my memory. The telephone goes off, forcing me to drop the doll and dash upstairs to retrieve it. Reaching the well-lit level of the house, I look down at my hand and see the blood has somehow vanished. Hello? Hi, sweetheart. Is everything okay? You sound like you're out of breath. Oh yeah, I was down in the basement because my computer was freezing, so I wanted to check the fuse box and... You shouldn't go down there. I will take a look at it when I get home, but I wish you let a professional put in a new one. It's not broken, Griffin. You know what they say, if it's not broke, don't fix it, I know. Have you taken your medication this morning? Oh no, I ran out a few days ago. I told you I needed to get a refill, but you insist on driving me everywhere and won't let me do it myself. Piper, you know you can't drive while you're on medication, and you certainly can't function without it. Look, call in the prescription, and I'll pick it up this evening and leave the office early. Suddenly feeling lightheaded, I hold on to the counter for support and close my eyes. Squeezing them shut, I open them again, find that my vision is suddenly foggy. Lord, what is happening to me? Seeing flashes of red and white spots, the room starts to spin like a whirlwind of thoughts that suddenly sucked me up to its overbearing winds. Mommy. Turning my head to the right, I nearly jump out of my skin, seeing what looks like my daughter Autumn standing next to me. Why won't you help me? He cries as her body goes in and out of focus like a cloud of static and then disappears. Piper? What's going on? Is everything okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I'll talk to you later. Floating toward the bathroom, I push the door and open the mirror cabinet. Frantically searching for anything to help cure this overwhelming bout of dizziness that has overtaken my body, I fall short. Tossing all the empty bottles on the floor, I slam it shut and turn on the faucet. Splashing some cold water on my face, I reach for a towel and dab it across my hydrated skin. Looking back in the mirror, I stop, seeing what looks like scratches on my cheeks and neck. Examining myself more closely, I trace the marks with my fingers, and the mirror suddenly bursts into tiny glass shards. A loud screech filling the room simultaneously. Ah! I shout, feeling tiny stabs of glass puncture my face. Running out of the room, I stop in my tracks, seeing that same image of my daughter from earlier. The same white dress with pink flowers stitched into dresses like her body, like it did the last time I saw her. Why won't you come back for me, Mommy? It was an accident, wasn't it, Mommy? Autumn? What was an accident? Her image goes in and out of focus like my current state, causing me to see things that aren't really there. I know you didn't mean to hurt me. Please help me. She reaches her arms out, like she used to whenever she wanted to be comforted. What are you talking about, sweetheart? Never hurt you. I step closer to grab her hands, but she moves backward and floats down the stairs. Autumn, wait! I rush down the steps after her and see that she's hovering next to the basement door, like she's waiting for me to follow. Taking the squeaky steps, I see her standing in the middle of the room, hugging her doll. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Mama's gonna buy you a mockingbird. Autumn starts to sing the song that became our bedtime ritual as she sways back and forth with her doll. Autumn? Is this real? Are you really here? She turns her head to look at me and shakes it up and down. How is this possible? What happened to you? I step closer as she backs up and points her finger at me. Her eyes now seem sunken and sad, like she has been crying for months on end. I really don't understand what you're trying to tell me, sweetheart. Please, help me understand. I beg, wondering what this is all about and what it all means, and why she appears the way she does. You can fix this. You can save me, Mommy. Autumn? Hearing that